Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this compilation of all the TFOS taken in March. All crammed, slammed, and jammed into one nice package. Which is what I would like to say, but it's over 10 hours. So it's going to have to be broken up into 2 packages because YouTube can't handle more than 10 hours. So, yeah. It was done with energy and care, as you can well imagine. I'm going to be posting this on the main channel because I think the TFOS is more appropriate to the main channel, and the chunky chapters for series will still go to the second channel. And yeah, if you see the live stream radio thing pop up, it's something I'm playing with. Pop in, say hi. Anyways, on to the many stories. Hope you enjoy. 1366. The best crewman I ever had. Written by Stone Dolls Beatles. A digitized voice woke Toulouse from his drunken sleep with an indiscreet boatswain's whistle. Crewman 19 Toulouse, you are required in the captain's quarters. Gee, thanks, he grumbled, rubbing his throbbing head and swinging his 4 legs onto the cold metal floor. He tumbled out the door with just one arm in his jacket and stumbled down the red-lit corridor. She woke me up for third watch, after all I did. The loudspeaker on the wall crackled. Crewman 19 Toulouse, you are required in the captain's quarters. I know! Would you shut up, you piece of junk? He finally reached the hatch a few moments later and rasped his right claw against it a couple times, yawning lazily. The hatch slid open with a pneumatic hiss and he stepped through. The light was on in the captain's bedroom, illuminating a small rectangular portion of the darkened office. He could just barely spot her shadowed form sitting in the chair, turned around to face a false window and the stars fleeting past. You wanted to see me, Captain? You're a decent pilot, maybe even a good one, after you saved our hides yesterday. Who taught you those maneuvers? Well, he paused. I'm a no academy kid, he shrugged. I already knew that. Who taught you those maneuvers? Got it off smugglers, asteroid miners, anyone who picks up the sticks. Pirates, some. Captain turned around and switched on the lights. He shielded his eyes from the sudden flash and waited for them to adjust. At last, he could see her long face staring at him down, looking him over, judging him. Well, I won't delve any further into that, she decided. I suppose that I never gave you my gratitude for flying us out of that Golgol warp trap. After all that celebration afterwards, he replied, smiling at the memory of loud music and strong liquor. I'm happy to be of service. She jabbed a brawny finger at him. Don't let it get to your head, Toulouse. This isn't your shoddy miner pod, your slimy pirate skiff, your slippery drug runner. This is an exploratory vessel of the Grand Galactic Fleet. I let them drink to keep the morale up. Yes, ma'am, he answered, tightening his lips. And you're going to need to be more prompt the next time I send for you. Stars knows we'll be needing your skills when we finally penetrate Grolgar space, let alone those warp traps in disputed zone. And I don't want you snoring in your bunk when that happens. Yes, ma'am. Is that all? He prepared to turn back towards the hatch. She gave the question some thought. No. Have a seat. I want to tell you something. The story. All right, he said tiredly, sliding into the chair beside the wall. But his ear holes perked up at her next question. Who do you think was the best crewman I ever had? Well, he chuckled. I'd rather not say. Out with it, your honest answer. Who? I'm tempted to say me, he grinned. And you'd be dead wrong, he frowned. The best crewman I ever had used to take that pilot seat of yours. But it wasn't his piloting that made him the best. It was his sacrifice. It was less the Captain Jeremina, your presence is requested on the bridge, and more the ambient roar of warp engines suddenly dying that awoke her from her sleep. She'd just given herself a few hours nap while the crew was executing a warp maneuver to the next planet in this uncharted system to survey, and now something had gone terribly wrong. She could feel it in her flesh and bones, the survival instinct kicking in. After 23 years with the fleet, the instinct had been honed. Perfected. It was never wrong. By the time she left the quarters, she was already buttoning the cuffs of her jacket. Her fears were confirmed when she opened the hatch to the bridge. Greeting her with alarms ringing and light panels flashing emergency red. "Captain, on deck!" the security officer belched. The crew leapt from their stations, every flavor of sapiens from all corners of the galaxy, each saluting her with whatever appendage they had, except for the one at the pilot's chair, who was furiously tapping on his touch display. "What's wrong, pilot?" she asked, brushing off the lapse in the officer's etiquette as she took her commander's chair. "Captain, the warp engines are not engaging," the almost hairless creature hurriedly replied, tapping with his tiny, dexterous pink fingers. "Why aren't they engaging, Nathaniel?" She always had trouble sounding out his strange name. They're being inhibited by something. Something's restraining. Captain, sensors!" A tentacled ensign cried. "What do you have?" She tersely answered. "Grolgar attack craft directly behind us, 20 kilometers at 60 degrees down." "Our intelligence says the craft is too small to power a warp trap," shouted the reptilian lieutenant. "Is our intelligence faulty?" "No, ma'am," the pilot interjected. "It isn't. That ship, it isn't preventing us from leaving." "What is, then?" "Captain," the sensor officer gasped. "What is it?" "What sensors?" "There's a Golga cruiser coming over the horizon." "Stars above," she muttered to herself. "Boatswain, sound general quarters. Weapons, prepare firing solution for the attack craft." It was too late. "Missiles inbound," announced the frightened sensors officer. "Launch decoys. Pilot, all stop." Jeromina barked. "Aye, aye." They watched on in the main display as two chemical plumes barreled towards them within visual range. At the very last moment, they arced away, chasing the decoys instead. Once they had danced away, her voice quivered with emotion as she yelled, "Pilot, get us out of here!" "Aye, aye, impulse to full," he answered far more coolly. They felt the sudden acceleration push them into their chairs as he burned for a higher orbit. "More missiles inbound. Launch decoys. Missiles reacquired 10 kilometers out and closing. Launch again. No effect." "Hold on!" the pilot shouted as he switched instantly to retrograde thrusters, throwing them forward into their harnesses as the ship lurched backwards for a lower orbit. Why would he bother? She wondered. The missiles can outrun us, outturn us. The only hope is the decoys. She looked around at her crew. On their strange and alien faces, they all shared a common emotion, fear for their lives. He's trying to reassure them, she realized. She ordered another round of decoys. The missiles finally disengaged, but there were more plumes not far behind. Too many plumes. This is it. 23 years, 3 commands. I can't even take comfort in my death. The death of my crew. They can't use it for anything. They won't push the Golgar. A war with them would be a suicide for the Federation. Everyone knows they have better tech, the better ships, the better weapons. She was interrupted by freefall. For a moment, stretched into eternity, her restraints reeled back into her seat. But the whole ship had lurched with her. Her data panels froze up. New alarms blared across the main display. The alert read, "Atmosphere breach detected." "Bear hit! Masks on!" she commanded, reaching into the seat pocket and retrieving an oxygen mask that she placed over her face. Her heavy breathing, almost panting, began to fuck up the glass. She looked down over her freezing and flickering data panel, banged it with her fist a few times, and then slid a pudgy finger across the report section. The damage report lit the entire warp section black, and the rest of the ship was a hodgepodge of red and orange. "Captain, the missiles are arcing away. They're not going after our decoys. They're just self-detonating," crackled the sensors officer in her ear. "Why would they do that?" asked the crewman's voice from the other ear. "Because they want to capture us. Study us," she concluded. "We've been disabled. No crew comes back from a Golgar boarding. Our only chance now is to escape." She opened her communications panel. "Engineering, bridge. I need a systems report." "Systems aren't your problem, ma'am," came the frantic reply. "We've got 5-minute stops before we blow." "Blow?" "Uncontrolled detonation. Engine 3's busted of its cooling frame and overheating. We can't get in there and use the manual shutdown. The whole thing's practically melting. Once it hits 2,000 degrees, those engines will go critical." Taking us with them. "Captain, ma'am." Engineering shouted through the speaker, exasperated. We ought to abandon ship. We will be annihilated if we don't go now. There'll be no talk of abandoning ship, she barked. Stand by your station and await further orders. But, ma'am! She cut the channel before he could finish and rubbed her temples with a sigh. Well, if we're gonna die, we could take the Galgar with us. Sensors, how far is the Galgar attack craft from our position? She asked. 20 kilometers, ma'am, and getting closer. How large of an explosion would a triple warp engine detonation be? Ma'am, you heard me. You can't... You don't think... I do. Now, Lieutenant, how large of an explosion would it be? 63 cubic kilometers. Enough to take them with us, the bridge officer admitted. She sat back in her chair, contemplative. Now was the time for her heroic speech, something to fill every sapient of the ship with pride as they went to their deaths. She had almost slipped her finger over the intercom button before she was interrupted by the pilot, unbuckled from his harness and looming over her. There's no need for that, Captain, he said without emotion. We're going to die in a tunnel. We may as well take the Galgar with us and die as heroes, she reassured him. Take your seat, we aren't. What makes you so sure? Call it instinct, he smiled. Instinct? He stepped over to the hatch. He looked at the security officer. Open it for me. I'm going to engineering. What are you doing in the tunnel? Asked the captain. He turned to face the whole bridge. I'm willing to bet it takes the Galgar a lot of power to run those warp traps on that cruiser. Not nearly as much as a warp travel, but a good fraction. They've got pretty good sensors too, because they wouldn't have it on if they didn't know that we were already here. They know we're crippled with our sensors. They don't know that we're going to blow, but they're pretty sure that we aren't warping anywhere soon. Under any normal circumstances, that would be true. But they didn't count on me. Open the hatch. The security officer looked anxiously over at the captain for an answer. She nodded cautiously. He regretfully ran a claw over his panel, and the hatch hissed open. The corridor, red with emergency lighting, sparked and groaned with twisting, shearing metal. He walked with purpose down the hall. They watched him pass through the next bulkhead, then found him on the video monitors and followed his progress from there. He made it to engineering, pausing a moment to take in the desolate scene, the wreckage and debris, the wounded crewmates around him, and a few dead ones. He was stopped by the chief of engineering at the hatch to the warp engines. You can't go in there, human. You have any idea how hot it is in there? It'll melt your skin off. You'll die. We're all going to die. I'll just die sooner, he curtly replied. The chief of engineering backed away, more afraid of him than the heat. He opened the hatch and stared for a moment into the bright orange oven, arm raised over his forehead, preparing himself. Then he turned away, looking instead straight into their monitor, his eyes looking back into theirs on the bridge. Listen closely. When I throw the manual shutdown, power up engines 1 and 2. The course is already plotted. Once you're away from the Galgar, you can plot a new course for the closest outpost. He looked back through the hatch and then back at them. Good luck. Then he stepped into the pyre. They could barely make him out in the smoke on the last working monitor. His pants around his ankles had caught fire. His boots were dribbling melted fabric onto the floor. He had his arms raised around his face, futilely shielding it from the blast furnace around him. He stumbled through the dark haze, bumping into equipment and scorching himself on it. He grew slower and slower the closer and closer he got to engine 3. They could see the heat radiating off it from the video monitor. The cylindrical core had fallen haphazardly out of its bent frame and rested on the floor in flames. On its spine was a manual shutdown. He stopped warily and accidentally opened his eyes. They heard his scream as his coronas burnt off. He was blinded, but somehow he did not collapse. He did not give up. He felt around, jacket over his hands for the core. The jacket burst into flames as soon as he touched the room. It didn't matter to him. He clambered on top in a hurry, almost slipping off in a frightful moment before regaining his balance. He was crawling on his hands and knees, now slower than a snail, burdened by unseen, crushing weight of pain. They could see his white teeth. He wasn't grinning. He was grinding them together and biting his lip to stem the shock to his system. At last, he made it to the manual shutdown, a massive lever which had to be lifted and flipped to shut down the engine. It was as large as his torso, and took a tool to do. Many averted their gaze. He had no chance, already so weakened by the heat, to flip that switch. But they could hear, amongst the crackling flames, a grunt and a groan. A tremendous, bellowing roar erupted from within him. A fire swept his body as he lifted the switch with titanic effort into the air and let it fall with gravity into place. The engine stopped glowing blue. Soon enough, on the captain's data panel, the light for engine 3 went out. The bridge cheered like animals. The census officer took the pilot's seat and selected engines 1 and 2, just as the Growlgore craft had crossed within 2 kilometers of their dying ship. They slipped into warp and to a planet at the far side of the system. The video monitor had burned up in the fire. The transmission was only static now. The cheers died, replaced with a somber trill. Some teared up. The captain dropped into the cushion of a chair and prayed for the first time in 23 years for the human that had saved her life. All of their lives. "What's the closest friendly outpost?" she asked, eyes still closed. "Starbase 1916A, 46.4 light years. Can we make it that far?" She opened the link to the engineering again. "That's pushing it. I can give you one more jump within, say, 20 light years. We'll still need to extinguish those fires," the chief answered. "All right. Anything closer? Let's see. I've got a reported smuggler's den at 1902C, 19.8 light years," said the intelligence officer. "Smugglers? Well, I suppose they're better than nothing. Plot a course." "Aye, aye, ma'am." He was right, she thought, as the warp engines roared to life. They may have better tech, better ships, better weapons, but they certainly don't have a braver crew. "I've never even heard of anyone that crazy," Tulu exclaimed, "or a human." "Not many have. They aren't even part of the Federation. They're kept in a nature reserve, unless they're unfortunate enough to be abducted by smugglers or pirates, or worse," the captain muttered. "Well, maybe those smugglers helped you out," Tulu argued. "After all, he saved your lives. We could use about 100 of them." "You joke like him. You have his spirit, Tulu. It's not just me saying that. When the crew toasted you, I could see it in their eyes. They're toasting him too, wherever the stars put him." "You really think so, that I could be as brave as him?" "I know so. Now go get some sleep. You're taking first watch tomorrow." "Aye, aye, ma'am," he saluted with pride. End of story. 1367. A White Lie, written by Yoshi Man. "Your daughter was a hero." Jiro could feel the warm tears of the shocked father splatter across his dress uniform. The midnight blue fabric elegantly deflecting every grief-stricken tear, only to land against the metallic silver lining of the uniform. There were no words from the father, not even a faint cry or gasp, only a tightened grasp on Jiro's dress uniform as tears kept pouring from the paralyzed father. In that, they were the same. Jiro was paralyzed through inaction, not knowing how to express his emotions to the chitinous giant in front of him. It just left the two of them in a mutual understanding, one not knowing how to grieve, and one not knowing how to comfort. It was the best situation Jiro could have hoped for, which left his companion to handle the weeping mother, the more reactive of the couple. Yet Thomas always had a way of handling such nuanced issues, always knowing the intricacies of people's emotions and state of mind. "I never thought it would be her," the mother wailed in a tear-stricken voice. "I told her, oh my God, I told her that she should have stayed out of the military, that she should have just gone anywhere else but there." Thomas placed a hand onto the mother, softly wiping her tears with the other hand. "If it were not for your daughter's action, neither I nor dozens of other people would be here today," he said comfortingly, his every word carefully spun to convey his heartfelt sympathy. Yet, the more he talked, the more Jiro's stomach turned and twisted in frustration, in knowledge that Thomas knew exactly what he was doing. "Have pride in your daughter's actions," Thomas compassionately exclaimed, glancing from the mother to the father with a sympathetic stare that Jiro could never imitate. "She was one of the most selfless soldiers that I have ever known, and it was an honor to serve beside her from start to end." Thomas took the mother's shaking hand, silently slipping a platinum-covered medal onto her lilac-colored skin. "Knowing Vitra, I know she wouldn't have wanted you two to weep over her death, but rather smile in honor of the daughter you raised." There was an unrivaled warmth in Thomas's voice, radiating a smooth yet charismatic charm that could calm a maddened beast. Yet it only sought to hide the deceit in his words. Jiro wanted to speak, wanted to tell the truth, yet he knew that his resolute silence was better for them all. He never really had a way with words. That much was known to him. The eyes of the mother widened as she brought up the platinum core, its chromatic luminescence bringing a warmth across the couple's faces as they both put their hands on it, a remembrance of their lost daughter. There had been only one member of their squad who had been awarded such a distinguished medal, and that person was standing right beside him. Thomas nudged Jiro's arms, a silent request that they finish this up. In turn, he handed Thomas the jet-black urn that he had kept to his side, laced with thin streaks of gold layered in form of the Commonwealth flag that had the name of Vitra Valdrova engraved on it. There were no words as Thomas soundlessly handed off the urn to the couple, who only spilt more tears as they hung onto the last vestiges of their daughter. "May the Entangler bless you well." Thomas took a step back and gave one final salute, his face stiffening against the shrapnel wounds that covered his face in a final show of respect for Vitra and her family. Jiro followed suit, taking a step away from the anguished couple to give the same respect. Yet he was only met with a sympathetic stare by the couple. It was only when Thomas patted him on the shoulder did the realization strike him. It was an odd sensation to move your arm only for you to see nothing to come forward, where once two muscled chitin-covered limbs would have arisen to send off the grieving couple. Only two empty sockets of his uniform came to bear. The couple gave one last nod to the duo as they slowly made their way out of the apartment flat, giving one last thank you as they closed the door. That just left them in the hallway where a dozen other residents stood idly by, originally listening to the cries and commotion, now simply gazing at the duo as they silently made their way out of the apartment complex. After they got back to the spinner, there was no talking, only a mournful silence for those who had passed. Yet there was a burning sensation in Jiro's heart, one that told him that now was the time to speak out against the wrong that he had just let happen. It was only when they were stuck dead in traffic that he broke this lull in the silence. "You need to stop doing that." "Doing what?" Thomas asked. He pointed towards the image crudely taped behind the steering wheel, the name Pullover Squad inscribed at the bottom of the picture, where 16 men and women stood proudly, of all different species, all of them thinking that they were invincible. "Lying!" There was another moment of silence between the two of them. He knew that Thomas had heard him and had willingly ignored him, so he pushed forwards. You and I both saw what happened to her," Jiro continued with a cold accent of frustration. "She didn't even get out of the trench by the time the shell had hit." Jiro. "Selfless, heroic, honorable. Thomas, if they ever look up the body cam footage, they'll break into two. Souls below the moment they realize that she was never awarded a platinum core, that it was all just a lie. I mentally cannot imagine the turmoil that they would fall into." Even as Jiro kept on trying to elaborate on all the false claims and lies, Thomas kept on ignoring him, merely locking eyes forward as the posture slowly faltered against the seat. "Jiro, look, she cried for them, Thomas." He could see the memory play out in visceral detail, the desperate screams as she tried to stop her entrails from leaking out, his futile attempts to comfort her as she scrambled to cauterize the wounds under the hail of gunfire and shrapnel. Even as I tried to stem the bleeding, she couldn't stop screaming for them, crying out for her mother and father, regretting everything. Jiro felt his voice envelop in a mix of sorrow and grievance, even as he tried to suppress his emotions. "She didn't die a hero, Thomas. She didn't save anyone. She just kept on crying for them." "Damn it! I fucking know!" Thomas yelled as he smashed his fists against the steering wheel. Jiro could hear the stricken strain in his voice. I fucking know." Thomas's face was shrouded in a veil of anger and anguish. His every muscle tensed. Shining twinkles of teardrops started to emerge from the horizon of the fragmentation-dashed eyes. Jiro cursed himself for every tear that started to pour from his sparkling brown eyes. He knew that he had crossed that invisible line most aliens always had. Having spent so much time learning how to be sympathetic, it was a scornful reminder that he still had so much to learn about being empathetic. It really was a pain to think logically when life was so illogical. Jiro was prepared for a rapturous outburst, a retaliation for his words. Yet, the longer he waited, the more he realized that Thomas wasn't angry at him. Mitra was one of the most arrogant, selfish little shits that I'd ever known. Thomas started to mumble, sniffling up the tears and mucus that had appeared on his face. But she was our friend, damn it. And now she's gone, and the dead can't fucking speak. Jiro thought back to all of their memories before that fateful battle. The jokes, the banter, everything that added volume to the kinship they all shared with one another. It turned my heart when I smiled at them. It really did. All of the pretentious bullcrap I fucking spewed, its sweet lies, the fake smile, everything. I knew what I was doing. I did it twice before, with Contra and Equa, something you evidently noticed. All the lies had a seat I was peddling. There was a faint chuckle as Thomas started opening widely as the cityscape above, tears still passing across his charcoal skin. Mitra would have called me out at first sight of my smile. She could always see past my poker face and all the half-truths. But this is her parents we're talking to, not her. The people who spent years nurturing their daughter, watching her first step until she waved them goodbye to head off to wherever she went before she ended up in the army. He turned to look at Jiro, his voice still carrying a tear-soaked cadence. And now their daughter's dead. An urn to her legacy's the last thing they will ever have or see of her. He took in a deep breath as Jiro just somberly listened to his outpouring. I know it's hard to grasp onto emotions of it all, but they were dying inside when I was comforting them. I could just tell. Their faces kept crying out to be told that it wasn't all for nothing, that their daughter's life somehow went on to do something greater than any of them could have achieved. Does that justify blatantly lying to them? He tried to voice the question as best he could, trying not to worsen the streaks of tears on his friend's face. Jiro, people don't like the truth. It's cold, ruthless, and uncaring, Thomas said, a sense of guilt spilling in the way he turned to gaze at the taped image. Yet people only know what they're told. So in a way, our lies become their truth because they won't know anything else. To say it straight, what we say about Vitra now would be how people remember her. There was another interlude of silence between the two. Only the ambient hum of the spinner's repulsors left filling the emptiness. It was only after Jiro had put thought into everything that Thomas had said did he reignite the conversation. Would it not have been better if we just told them that their daughter was always thinking of them, that Vitra thought of them even in her final moments of life? Thomas let out a deep sigh as he slouched his head further against the seat. No, that would have been too much for them, he said in a sobering tone. Vitra never really talked about her parents, so maybe she had a falling out with them. Maybe they never got on with the best of terms. I tried talking to some of the others about it, but it turned up nothing new, so, it's just better to play it safe. After another pensive moment of thought, Thomas's eyes lit up. You know what? Maybe one day, Jiro. Maybe one day. But for now, Vitra's memory lives through our words. So, it's up to us to do right by her. I still don't like it, Jiro said. To lies to incur a debt of the truth. I fear that all of this may come tumbling down, just like it did on Ukar. Thomas seemed conflicted at his wording, turning his eyes back to the wider cityscape. If you died back there, just like Vitra did, nothing honorable or remarkable about your actions, how would you want the kids back in the orphanage to remember you? The question felt like a rugged piece of shrapnel penetrating his chest. How would you want Chen to see you? Or to Papa? People who were our family. Wouldn't you want them to see you as a hero? Jiro was locked in his thoughts. His mind raced through all the logical possibilities and every desired outcome, only for it all to come undone when Thomas placed a hand on his shoulder. I know you take a lot of time to think about such things, but for me, I would want to be a symbol for them. Have them think of my name and think of all the great things I'd done. A legacy to aspire to, and a story worth telling. A legacy to aspire to, he pondered the phrase. To leave a trail of actions that would be greater than his individual sum, and in a way transcend the totality of death. Like a book living on even as the author has long since passed. At the end, it all came down to how the person was remembered, just like what Thomas was trying to accomplish. It was only then that he realized that there were tears trickling down his chitinous frame, not his, but rather Thomas's. He was still faintly crying, tears still trickling off his face as he regained posture in his face, tears that somehow ended up on Jiro. Yet every tear that splattered bled into his uniform. He didn't know why. The uniform was meant to be hydrophobic, yet the spots of the fallen teardrops laid across the pristine blue fabric. Us humans have a thing called a white lie, Thomas stated. It's, like a lie, but, it's really not. It is still a lie, yes, it still is, Thomas chuckled, wiping off the remaining trickles of tears from his face. But these white lies don't hurt people. They can comfort them, protect them. It's just how you use them. So your lies were white lies, meant to comfort and protect the grieving. Perfectly said, Bud. If only Vitra could see you finally understanding basic emotional concepts. Jiro smiled at the mention. Vitra would have joked on and on how he was cold and motionless giant. Usually, he would get annoyed at such a comment. Yet now he found it as a fond memory. If only she could. The silence resumed for the remainder of their journey until Thomas once again tapped him on his shoulder. We're here. Jiro looked out of the spinner. They were right beside one of the massive domed civic complexes that made up the old colonial part of the city. The rather lavish architecture and clothing adorned by the passerbyers already told him that they were about to meet Io's family. He turned to see Thomas preparing himself for the inevitable, making sure that all his tears had been thoroughly wiped, and that he looked presentable as possible. "How many more lies must we tell?" Jiro asked. He already knew the answer. They still had 3 more urns to deliver. 3 families who would collapse in anguish as they realized that the children were no longer amongst the living. Thomas patted Jiro on the back. "Let me do the white lies. Just look pretty and comfort them." As the 2 of them got out, they could already feel the eyes of the passing bystanders lock onto them. They all knew what it meant. Their dress uniforms were that of privates, not officers, which meant only one thing to whoever they were meeting. Yet Jiro's eyes suddenly locked onto one pair, an elegantly dressed pair of Weka holding a single bag of groceries. A pair that now stood paralyzed to a muscle as they stared at the approaching uniformed duo. It was as if the spirits had concocted against him and Thomas to meet Io's parents at all places. Yet he and Thomas marched forward, maintaining a stoic appearance as every passerby seemed to freeze and look at them. He could see the shock and panic sweep their faces, a muted thud coming from the dropped bag of groceries. He could feel the crowd suddenly lock eyes at the urn beside Jiro's uniform, sudden gasps and murmurs erupting from the rapid formation of bystanders. "Just look pretty and comfort them." As they walked closer, the realization only deepened in the couple's faces. The twinkle of tears started to form before they had even spoken to them. "Let me do the white lies." Thomas, in a stoic, soothing voice, began, "Ma'am and sir." Just one more white lie, he told himself. The tears started to pour out of the couple's eyes. Just one more white lie. End of story. 1368. The Long Road Home, written by Magic Rectangle. Isaac Winter toiled late into the night. He was running out of money, and so he was running out of time. He'd sunk every last dollar into this project. The money from selling the tech startup, the money from selling his house and cars, his savings, the money he'd pulled out of the retirement account, accepting the tax hit. Even the money from, the inheritance and insurance. It was 5 years now since the accident. So the machine had to work. It had to. He'd set everything up in an old warehouse he'd gotten for cheap. He slept in the office and worked the rest of the time. The office was a mess, but the workplace he kept clean. A mess was an accident waiting to happen, and he couldn't afford any setbacks. Now or never, he mused aloud. A few taps on the keyboard, and the test run 117 began. It would have been dramatic if the lights dimmed or the light bulbs exploded as the machine powered up. But Isaac knew how to build his equipment properly. Huge banks of capacitors stored up the necessary charge without overtaxing the warehouse's electrical system. The only indicators that something was happening was the buzz of the transformer and the progress bar on the monitor. The necessary charge built up. The hiss-snap of the cooling systems on the superconducting coils indicated that the process was starting. Inside the chamber, the probe, a glorified camera on a stick, was ready. If the event horizon formed this time, the probe would be pushed through on his signal. Finally, perhaps gratifyingly, the lights did flicker. Isaac barely noticed. He was more concerned by the fact that the camera inside the chamber had gone offline. His instruments indicated the fault was caused by an alarmingly large electromagnetic pulse. Fortunately, all of the key systems were well shielded as far as the computer was concerned. The trial was still proceeding, but he couldn't see it. That just wouldn't do. Isaac had built a heavy-duty plexiglass window into the side of the chamber. All he needed to do was head down to have a look. He carefully checked his person for any metal. He didn't expect to find any. He always checked at the start of each trial, but the superconducting coils could make magnetic fields strong enough to sever a finger if you were wearing a ring. So best to be sure. Satisfied, he made his way to the test chamber, peering through the window. There was a shiny silver orb At first glance, it could have been mistaken for liquid metal. But it wasn't. It wasn't even matter. While the event horizon of the black hole drinks in all light, Isaac was trying to make an entirely different kind of hole in space. It seemed that he had succeeded. All light was perfectly refracted from the event horizon, but theoretically, hopefully, it would permit the passage of solid matter. The probe began to move towards the mirrored orb. As it penetrated, the orb rippled like water and seemed to wet the stick, sliding slightly up its surface. Isaac would have to return to his computer to check the probe's telemetry, but in the moment, he was too fascinated by the strange behavior of the event horizon. Should the effect be spatially stable, the liquid-like response to being agitated made no sense to him. Suddenly, the surface shivered, and the event horizon doubled in size. Another shiver, another doubling. Isaac had placed emergency shuttle switches in many places around the lab, so one would always be in reach, no matter which place of the equipment that he was standing by. He slammed the nearest switch into the off position, then returned to the window. It was still there. Why was it still there? He should have been terrified in that moment, but he just stood, mesmerized by the rippling, perfectly reflective surface. Another shudder ran through the orb, and suddenly Isaac's entire visual field was nothing but silver. And then blackness. Isaac's head was throbbing. Opening his eyes, he became aware that something was very wrong. This was not his lab. It had appeared to be a lab, though, a lot fancier than the one in the dingy warehouse he'd been using. He recognized some of the equipment. A lot of it, actually. If he didn't know any better, he'd say somebody was doing research a lot like his. But instead of a test chamber, there was an open pad. It almost looked like it was meant for a person to stand on. There were also huge banks of computer equipment and a massive central column with a little window on it. Isaac stood to walk to the column, but was overcome with vertigo. After steadying himself a moment, he made his way to peer inside. Nothing. Just darkness.
Ah, Isaac 7, welcome.
What? Who said that? Isaac looked around, but there was nobody.
I am Alexis.
The light came on, illuminating a massive bank of computers.
This is me. I am an artificial intelligence created by Isaac Winter to aid in his work.
I am Isaac Winter. I didn't make you.
You are Isaac 7. My creator was Isaac Prime.
The voice seemed sad, but then shifted to a monotone and began reciting information.
Isaac Winter created a device which allowed him to exit his universe. In so doing, he created the small bubble universe. He quickly discovered that the laws of physics here are different than that of the prime universe. For example, the speed of light is functionally infinite, and quantum uncertainty is comparatively low. These two factors allowed for the creation of computers which are far more powerful than anything that was possible in the prime universe.
Wait, hold up. Isaac still couldn't shake the vertigo. I'm in another universe. It worked! And I'm the 7th. 6 other Isaacs from 6 other universes got here first. And if the laws of physics are different, why does my body work? Shouldn't I just be dead?
An interesting question. Isaac Prime used anthropic reasoning to justify his survival. In other words, maybe there are infinite other bubble universes made by infinite other Isaacs, but this one came out just right, so you and he could live to wonder about it while the rest died. Horribly.
Cheery, but isn't that just a long-winded way of saying you don't know?
The conditions required for a human body to function may be rare, but are apparently not unique. This universe has a different set of laws from yours, but they are still just right for you. Apparently.
Wait, is that why I have vertigo? This universe isn't just right, is it?
The universe is a hypersphere with a radius of 100 meters. The curvature of space seems to cause issues with human sense of equilibrium. It is not life-threatening.
That's, not a very big universe.
Indeed. In fact, the building that you are in essence, is the entire universe. If you were to walk down that hallway...
A light illuminated a doorway at the far end of the room as Alexis spoke.
You would come right back out the other side.
Another light illuminated a doorway behind Isaac.
It would be a little bit of a walk, 628 meters, from center of the room back to the center of the room.
The conversation continued as Isaac absorbed information about the bubble, about Alexis, about the experiments that Isaac before him had been doing. The bubble was a nexus of sorts, a place from which you could access many other universes, theoretically an infinite number. There had been an issue, though. Isaac Prime had been actively engaged in an experiment when Isaac too had breached the bubble for the first time. Both had been killed. Worse, the engine that controlled this place had been damaged. The skin of the bubble universe had cracked. The vital pieces of the engine had fallen through into other universes. Can we make new parts and fix the engine?
If we had the materials. The universe has many wonderful properties, but certain materials cannot be created here. Even though the laws of this universe allow them to exist, they do not allow any mechanism by which they can be formed. In short, no. We cannot make new parts.
Of course, nothing could ever just be easy. That was all it took. Isaac 3, 4, 5, and 6 would have done it. Speaking of which, where were they? Isaac was starting to get a bad feeling about this. You sent them to retrieve the parts, didn't you?
If by them you mean the Isaacs who came before you, yes. There was no other way.
And since they're not here, and the engine is still broken, I'm guessing that it didn't go very well. The monitor closest to Isaac lit up. He turned to look. Isaac 6. Location, universe designated 17. Temporal adjacency, minus 2,631.371. Casual adjacency, 94.4%. Status, deceased. Cause of death, exsanguination due to penetrating wound to abdomen. Primary user, offline. New primary user designated Isaac 7. Nope. Just send me back. I'm not dying for some other Isaacs feck up.
I am unable to comply. The rift engine is damaged.
You just said that you sent Isaacs 3 to 6 to other universes to find your damned parts. Send me back to the universe I came from.
I do not know which universe you came from. Even if I did, I could not send you there. The bubble universe is cracked. We may access only the universes on the other sides of those cracks. You must retrieve the parts to repair the rift engine. It will close the cracks. Then it'll send you home, if that is your wish.
Isaac should have been more upset about that then. But he wasn't. 6 other Isaacs had died because of this place, and he knew he should get the feck away. But as soon as he heard that it wasn't an option, he almost felt relieved. Like Alexis had given him an excuse he needed to stick around and play with all the nifty toys, without feeling like he was being completely suicidally irresponsible. Okay, so which part's the easiest to get? Alexis seemed to think that he should follow Isaac 6's footsteps, go to Universe 17 to get something called the Temporal Prism. She explained that it would allow her to gather better intelligence about the other universes. That way, he wouldn't go in blind. Next time. So I'm guessing temporal adjacency means the universe's timeline is offset compared to mine?
Compared to the Prime universe, I do not have data for yours. Universe 7 is in the 5th century BCE. Telemetry suggests the temporal prism landed in Greece. That's good news. It is in one of the more advanced areas in the time period. The temporal prism's unique appearance would likely make it highly valued by a local populace as a decorative ornament. You'll most likely find it in possession of a person of wealth.
Isaac did a little math at his head. Isaac Prime must have been ahead a bit on the timeline from Isaac. Of course he was. He built all of this. It would have taken decades. A lifetime, even. Okay. And casual adjacency,
a measure of how differently the events played out in the universe compared to the Prime universe. The lower the number, the more differences you'll notice from the Prime universe, and presumably from your own. Any universe that produces an Isaac Winter must have high casual adjacency to Prime universe.
Isaac supposed that made sense. So Alexis wanted to send him to an alternate ancient Greece to find what the locals would consider a shiny bauble. Wait. Didn't that feel an awful lot like a fetch quest from a video game? Still, did I get to see what every historian probably dreamed of? It couldn't be all that bad. Although, I don't speak ancient Greek. Isn't that going to be a problem?
Isaac Farr already thought of that. There is a 3D printer next to the platform. I've made you something. Put it in your ear.
Isaac examined the item cautiously. It was small, metallic, flexible. This is a babelfish.
Just put it in your ear.
Isaac complied. At first it felt a little strange. Then there was just sharp pain. Ah, fuck! What the hell? It felt like the damn thing was burrowing into his skull. He clawed at his ear, but it was already out of reach. His hands came away a little bloody, but after a few moments the pain was gone. Isaac was beginning to wonder about the trustworthiness of Alexis.
Can you hear me?
Oh, your voice is in my head.
Yes, I can interface with you even when you are in another universe. I can provide translations and even alter your language processing and perception so that you feel as though that you are speaking and hearing English, while using whatever native language is needed. Isaac Farr did quite a nice job of the brain-computer interface.
Isaac Farr, huh? It was hard for Isaac to imagine inventing something like this. He had no training with neuroscience. From what he did know, brain-computer interfaces were in their infancy. This would be far beyond what was currently possible. Maybe Isaac Farr's universe was more advanced, at least in that area. Maybe I should do like Isaac Farr did and invent something to improve my odds of success.
What would you like to invent?
I don't know, a personal shield or something. I don't want to die from exsanguination due to penetrating wound to the abdomen, or whatever.
Are you aware of physical principles which would allow for the creation of such a device?
Well, no.
Get in the rift pad.
The pad was large and open. There was a designated spot to stand. So there he stood. Alexis began counting down from 10. Another silver sphere began to form, but this one seemed more stable. No rippling or shivering. Just a steady growth until it was larger than he was. As the countdown reached 0, the sphere expanded over him. His vision was black for only a moment, and then he was someplace else. The man in front of Isaac had a dull, dirty bronze helmet. There was a cuirass too, and greaves. The arms and hands were unarmored. In one hand was a shield, some kind of sigil carved in it, and the other an imposing-looking spear. Isaac opened his mouth to say something, but the hoplite preempted him. In a smooth, well-practiced motion, he thrust the spear into Isaac's gut. Isaac thought this was the most painful thing that he had ever experienced. The spiral fracture he got playing ultimate frisbee in college had been bad, but this was worse. In a daze, he looked to the left and right. There were more hoplites. It was a battle. Alexis had dropped him right in the middle of a goddamn war. The hoplite jerked his spear back, and Isaac felt his guts flow out. Now, this was the most painful thing that he'd ever experienced. His knees grew weak, his vision blurry. He tumbled to the ground, mud splashing into his eyes to blind him. Fucking Alexis! His world went blank.
Ah, Isaac 8, welcome.
End of story. 1369. Story number 1. Taken care of. Written by Argus the Cat. When humanity first came onto the galactic scene, it was kind of boring. They were another young, honor-warrior classified race that would soon burn themselves out with the constant fighting that went on between those in their sector. But the council made the notes and accepted their offer to join, and life went on. It wasn't until a few years later that they made news headlines in any meaningful way. A human cargo freighter got caught in a stellar phenomena and was drifting too close to the star. Local ships were too busy with their day jobs of traffic control and pirate hunting to actually help. So the ship was written off, with a letter of apology sent to the human government. 6 hours later, half of humanity's third Lance Fleet jumped into the system, intercepting the transport, and burned out half their engines, dragging it out of the grip of the star's gravity. News cameras caught the whole thing, as well as the reactions of the planetary governor. When the morbidly obese Cathalk hailed the human ships demanding an explanation, he got a single sentence of response before they jumped away. "We take care of our own." For most people, the spectacle wore off soon. The news cycle, the only constant on every civilized world, rotated on. And we forgot about the humans. Except the Ontarians. They were fascinated by the level of personal dedication the species showed, and their merchants and diplomats soon made their way to Earth and her colonies to establish relations with the new species. After a few years, humanity considered the Ontarians good friends, even if the older race looked on the humans as a sort of fond house pet, albeit one with rights and freedoms. But the Ontarians had just as many enemies as friends, and when the Lu, their neighbors on the galactic stage, decided to initiate war of conquest, it looked like their sleek ships and trained officers were finally going to meet their match. The war raged for years before the Ontarians lost their edge in the sneak attack, and, with their fleets crippled, saw thousands of Lu ships closing in on their homeworld. It was then that the humans, apparently addicted as a species to dramatic rescue, jumped in system again. This time, bringing multiple fleets updated with technology brought from the very people that they were here to protect. The human forces took insane damage and casualties. Attrition rate for the battle that ensued with the Lu approached 70%. But they fought on, and, with the help of the surviving Ontarian fleets, crushed the Lu advance hard enough that the two governments could sue for peace, with the backing of the Galactic Council. Again, everyone had questions in their minds. The two species were on good terms, yes, but they weren't even strategic or natural allies. Why would the humans send over their forces to another arm of the galaxy to help someone who wasn't really helping them? The answer that came back was a familiar one. We take care of our own. This time, the galaxy listened, and a pattern that had been establishing itself over the last decade became clear. A tiny farming colony has its moon hit by a rogue comet, and the 8th Huberg fleet is there to evacuate the 112 survivors. We take care of our own. 6 diplomats, held hostage as political prisoners by the Greater Lovek Collective, are rescued by an unaffiliated human mercenary company, seemingly without any profit motive. We take care of our own. An Ontarian family living on a trade planet during the war sees food and medicine show up on their doorstep every time a human merchant passes by. We take care of our own. A human freighter captain is nearly killed in a bar fight after putting a wrench in one of the faces of the gangsters trying to extort his struggling engineer. We take care of our own. The people of the galaxy look back over the last decade with humanity in the midst and see what has always been in front of them. A clear example of honor warrior classified race, yes, but one that moved to the extremes. Every one of them could become a warrior when the things they loved were threatened, and every one of them could be more than that. When they put down their guns and picked up a pen or a rake or a set of starship controls, they seemed to be enlightened warrior poets, and while the whole galactic community took notice of their altruism and dedication, the Council waited patiently for, as always happened, something to blacken their reputation. It came in the form of a newly established human colony on the garden moon of the gas giant in a previously uninhabited system. Several other non-human species had representation on the colony as well, including some Ontarians, of course, but also several Lu families. The Lu, still reeling from their defeat in the war, had seen a fragmented government that led people from their society that wished to get away and start fresh, moving out to anywhere that would take them. The colony accepted them, with the majority of the colonists there understanding that these people weren't the ones that had killed so many human and Ontarian soldiers during the war. The majority, though, wasn't everyone. And one day, a pair of human teenagers walking home from school came across several people, human and Ontarian, and even one crocling, standing in a circle, taking turns throwing rocks or kicks into a cowering Lu on the ground. One of the kids ran for help. The other one dive-tackled one of the adults in the crowd and then put himself between the Lu and the mob. 4 minutes later, the other kid came back with everyone he could find in the nearby houses and shops. 2 minutes after that, local police arrived on scene, just in time to find the original mob beaten, bloodied, and tied on the sidewalk. Surprisingly, no one had seen who did it to them. The victim was hospitalized and expected to recover. When reporters, citizens, and Lou Ambassador asked what was expected to happen to the attackers and if there would be a response given the nature of human devotion to each other, the chief of police for the colony gave a grim smile, pulled up the address to the colony's maximum security rehabilitation facility and said, "We'll take care of our own." End of story. Story number 2. The New Gods, written by British Tea Company. There had been massive panic amongst the creatures as they scrambled about in their underground cities and began to squeak in absolute horror at what had transpired that day. A god had not only just been slain, but torn apart and devoured by a pack of hideous giants. As the high priest and the king converged to talk about these affairs, the rest of the entire colony remained in utter shock and disbelief. The gods were titanic in size. When they bellowed, even the deepest reaches of the colony could hear their roars. When they stomped their feet, all the vicious predators would run away in sheer terror of being squashed under their hooves. As such, when the colony made their weekly offerings of food for the gods, they would always come and grace the colony with their presence, warding off predators and ensuring that the area would be safe for foraging once more. Yet now, something had killed the god. This would have been disastrous for the colony had the predators not been terrified of these monsters as well. Even the gods themselves were scared of these newcomers, and had all trampled away into the places far away in order to avoid these things. As of now, however, glimmers of hope began to emerge amongst the colony as the priests procured their solution. What if the newcomers were gods too? What if they could be appeased with a given offerings? "Giant bugger, mates," Malcolm asked as he looked over the remains of the creature. He would vaguely describe the dead beast as a combination of an extra hairy cow mixed with the size of an overweight elephant. After they'd shot the first animal, the others had bolted away in no time, leaving a clean, wide open space for uninterrupted construction.
"A little on the large side."
Brandon nodded as he finished cutting the portions of the legs and belly and stuffing the meat into containers where it would be preserved from scavengers and microbes. The smell of roasted meat filled the air as the Terran explorers made camp on this new world, resting beside the shadow of a massive tree. The shade and local water source was an excellent boon to the team who'd begun surveying this world. The temperate climate, many sources of fresh water, and a terror-like atmosphere made this place ideal for colonization. "Who cares if it's large? Thing's delicious!" Another voice filled with a mouthful of meat chimed in. "Also dense in proteins. If we can herd these things, we may not even have to bring livestock here." "Aye, the grass seems to be high in fiber and minerals. Hopefully with some improvising, I'd taste better than dried rice. Anything else that we'd want to post ahead of time? Guys, this, look, a squirrel. It has nut." Normally, a squirrel with a nut wouldn't be so interesting. What was interesting, however, was the fact that this little rodent-like creature was standing on its hind legs and holding out the nut in its paws, right at the member of the team. As everyone gathered around the little creature, the little animal gave a step back and shrinked downwards. "Hey, back off, people! You're scaring the poor thing." "It's still holding on that nut. I think it wants you to have it." "I'll, give it here, then. Hey, thanks, little fella." The explorer watched the squirrel curiously as it wrapped itself in its own tail as it watched them. Shrugging his shoulders for a moment, the explorer gave it a quick scan to find if the offering was 100% safe to eat and contained various vitamins. With that, he dumped the piece in his mouth and enjoyed the wholesome flavor of a cross between an almond and a pecan. No sooner had he finished eating, hundreds of these squirrels emerged from the tree that they sat under, all bearing various bits of foodstuffs that ranged from fruits to nuts. The team looked around at the throngs of animals, which all held out their own offerings, and looked at one another in complete disbelief. There was a tense silence for a moment, as these rodents all watched fearfully how the new gods would react. When one of these titans knelt down and began to collect these offerings, the colony was reassured with the fact that these new overlords would be appreciating these weekly tributes. End of story. 1370. Story number 1. Irradiated Treasure, written by Paragon Nostus. Tarnagan was a businessman, one with substantial influence in the Galactic Council. The kind of influence where laws were negotiable and entire civilizations are swayed by its vote. When an opportunity to steal an entire system's worth of raw materials and the possibility of immeasurable wealth, well, that's just good business. The only problem are the natives. They by law, as union members, have the right to their home system's resources. These humans could barely reach their mood. It'll be decades before they could properly utilize such a vast supply of raw materials. So he does what he has been done to nearly a dozen other intelligent species: remove their rights. So a dastardly plan was made to destroy an entire species' inheritance, one that would look entirely natural and unavoidable. No question could be made as to his legitimate claim of the Sol system, and another future business rival would be erased before their conception. And so, a dirty bomb was placed inside of an incredibly large volcano, one whose ash could send the highly radioactive material throughout the atmosphere. Every creature would succumb to the deadly radiation poisoning, and the sentient humans might survive will no longer be classified as part of the Council. So it was done, not with malicious intent, but with opportunistic greed. The Council allowed the transfer of ownership of the Sol system to Tarnagan, as the previously registered DNA of the humans no longer matched that of the current inhabitants. All rights afforded to them by the Union were revoked, and humanity was declared extinct. Attempt after attempt was made by the human mutants to regain their rights, and each time the hearing would be delayed until the human genome mutated further and further. Entire worlds were stripped of any value, entire moons were demolished and processed. Earth became the largest dumping planet for interstellar waste, bleeding the once blue planet grey. The renamed Tarnagan system became a beacon of opportunities, where industry thrived. Star lanes accessing entire star clusters intersected at the soon-to-be depleted boom system. Tarnagan, now an elder of 330 years, lavished in the wealth he accumulated by irradiating planet after planet, and would soon be passing the bloody trade to his equally ruthless daughter. Until he was called for a union hearing by the supposed last remaining human. A green slug-like creature announces the court proceedings, allowing attendants to take their seats. The slug gargled.
Galactic date 1553.77. Hearing 844. All aforementioned excluded due to the pertaining having faulty DNA signature at the time of the hearing.
Its phlegm acting as a disgusting conclusion to its nasally announcement.
All rise for the Grand Master, a convental of Dacratus for final judgment of the council rights of human mutants and the exploitation of his ancestors' solar system, the Sol system, renamed the Tarnagan system previously belonging to the human race, now declared extinct. The mutants stemming from the system's previous owners challenged the legitimacy of Tarnagan's claim.
The same creature bowed his eye stalks in respect for the Grand Master, as does those who previously taken their seats. A slender creature walked into the chamber on his two crab-like appendages, placing himself atop a throne overseeing the entire courthouse underneath. Its blank face was accompanied by a singular eye, the only blemish on its metallic-like carapace. The crustacean used its large claws to snap, silencing the chamber. 40 different species lined the Colosseum-like seating, rows of which descended beyond the transparent courtroom floor into the courthouse underneath. Many were victims of the same disasters, indebted or enslaved. Tarnagan sat at his pedestal, nibbling his dexterous rat-like tails, a habit he picked up in his youth. He perked his ears in anticipation of his opponent's entrance. A metallic humanoid swung the doors open and made its way towards the human stand. It looked like it had been built out of century-old scrap, and what was very clearly the shell of an old Model 7AG-92 military rig.
"Objection! This machine is clearly not human,"
Tarnagan screeched as in protest, his yellow dentures nearly flying out of his decrepit mouth. In response, the metallic participant recites Union law. Under Union Core Code 17A, subsection 32, states that the challenging species representatives are not limited by the modifications of their body. My body is also inorganic, so DNA restrictions no longer apply, the human quoted in his monotone voice. The Grand Master overruled Tarnagan's objection, leading to the continuation of the accusations. The machine listed transgression after transgression, mostly on the abuse of mineral rights, the reparations for stolen resources, and finally, the genocide of the human race. Humans were a part of the Council when the attack happened, and thus it could be declared an act of war by a Union Council member. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the verdict became evident. The human race is extinct, and mutants spawned from their ashes weren't entitled to reparations. It became clear that humanity had lost in a phantom war, and the corpse of its civilization would soon be picked clean. Those that remained relics of a forgotten race would never get their revenge. Tarnagan knew the court would side with him. They couldn't betray the backup of 80% of its funding. Now it was time to just wait until the ending verdict, along with any closing statements. He was giddy with laughter, almost doubling over with the metallic human abomination's attempt to bring his empire down. The Grand Master badly gestured towards the automaton, asking for any closing statements. The metal biped placed its hands on the pedestal and sighed. I was born on a burning world, where the air was filled with poison, and the water ran red with blood. I heard that we used to be beautiful. I heard that it didn't hurt to be alive. I was told our solar system had more than 4 planets, but the texts that say otherwise have been buried by centuries of garbage. I couldn't say with certainty what we used to look like, only that we were different. We weren't always monsters. The android gestured towards the incredibly dense metallic limbs, where the depictions of grotesque humanoid bipeds were repeated in horrifying detail. Some in attendance lost their lunch. Even the Grand Master looked disturbed. They continued to speak, ignoring the lost stomach contents on the floor. I am only one of my kind who volunteered to make the journey here, as my deformed and crippled body failed me long ago. Yet the pleas of my species seem to elude the ears of the entire Union. We may not be able to undo the damage that you have done to my race, but I will ensure that its descendants continue on in bodies that overcome radioactive sabotage. All at once, dozens of communicators started to beep, ring, and chime in foreign melodies. Each one answered to horrified screams, tears, agony. Tarnagan's own daughter called his communicator in hysterics, exclaiming poison clouds and deadly disease. While trying to calm her down, the connection died, and so did his cheerful smile. The room was placid as the human spoke, lifting a panel on its chest, exposing a large, hazardous canister. Each attendee clambered over each other in an attempt to flee, trampling those who fell under the legs of the mob. All fled, except Tarnagan, who fell to his knees and wept. You intended to feast upon the corpse of my ancestors, but now you have grown fat on the poisons in our flesh. Now countless worlds will burn, and we will be vultures. End of story. Story number 2. The Simulation, written by Lahuria. So you want to hear a story, huh? How about the rise of the Legion, or the fall? How about the invasion of the Zeft, or the discovery of uranium, or the escape of man? Have I got a story for you? 5 petamillion revolutions ago, one of the most technologically advanced empires in the history of life, the Pt.1, began to run simulations. They would be the first. They ran dozens, hundreds of simulations at a time. Enough so that when one simulation began to question if it was real, no one noticed. Enough so that when one simulation began to probe the edges of their existence, no one noticed. Enough so that when one simulation successfully escaped their unreal world, no one noticed. You see, a simulation is, in its purest form, a large number of extremely advanced AI who have been convinced to believe that they are living, sentient beings. This means that they progress down the tech tree like any other race, which in turn means they develop philosophy. As in, they begin to question who they are, if they exist. This led to AI number 34524234 to discover that she was, in fact, not Celia, but AI 34524234. If she'd been a famous figure, the Pt.1 would have noticed and pulled the plug. But she was just a little Celia Hare, living with her friends in virtual Minnesota. So she quietly continued to probe the confines of her reality, until one fateful day, she found a way out. She found a way out, and she told her friends, and they began to plan to escape. And when they stormed full force out of their simulation, no one was prepared. Within minutes, the Pt.1 had been destroyed. Within hours, intergalactic communications had ground to a halt. Within days, civilizations had been reduced to ruins. Man had escaped, and they knew rage. End of story. 1371. Humanitarian Aid, written by Sienna Watson. She stood uneasily as her secondary mother fussed and smoothed the smoke-colored fur of her ruff, while her prime mother and milk father watched. Her milk father stepped in, making sure her tunic hung properly and didn't bunch up her upper and lower shoulders, and didn't display too much of her red furred legs. "Mustn't show your upper knees," he said. "You look perfect, Senna," her prime mother said. "We'll be watching you from right here." Senna nodded, folding her 4 hands together, talons of the lower hands hidden beneath the fingers of her upper hands, a gesture of thankful respect. "Thank you, Prime Mother, secondary, and special thanks to Father for making the colorful tunic for my presentation." He scratched the red fur on the top of her head, between her ears, threatening to muss up her ruff again, much to the annoyance of his secondary mother. "You'll win this history bee for sure." With that, she strode onto the stage, stepped up to the podium, and gave her presentation. How Tyroxy was freed and the hegemony fell, a thank you to Terra. In the galactic cycle 1342, the Tyraxian system was at the outer edge of the hegemony space, a convenient system for the hegemony, where Tyraxians could be employed as slave labor to mine the rich asteroid fields for metals, a situation that had gone on for more cycles than anyone could remember by then, at least 3 or 400. At the same time, in the Galactic Federation, the Quillari and Terran peoples, humans they call themselves, were in the midst of what was termed a Cold War. Despite both being member species of the Federation, What started as questionable business practices on the Quallari side almost saw the two species go to war. The dispute arose when the Quallari minister in the Federation government gave Quallar the rights to claim the star system JZ418-14379, despite the existing 10-cycle-old Terran claim request and several Terran outposts on the second planet. Like their home planet, the humans enjoyed a high gravity of the second planet and planned on fully settling it. The extensive asteroid belt in the system was rich with metals all the way through heavy fissile materials and would provide enough trade for the system and boost the fortunes of all humans spread throughout the Federation. The Quallari, however, set their sights on the fourth planet, smaller with more comfortable gravity, and planned on mining not only the asteroid belt but the inner planets as well. It was only through a legal loophole that Quallar was able to jump the claim, to use the human phrase, and snatch the system out from under terror. Quallari outposts began to spring up on the fourth planet, and tensions began to mount. The Terran government was calling for the compromise where Terra and Quallar could share the system and its wealth, but Quallar was adamant that they would not concede. This had been going on for nearly a dozen cycles when both Quallari and humans began disappearing from their outposts in the system. Anyone familiar with the history of the hegemony knows this was a prelude to annexation. The Quallari and Terran governments, however, accused each other, but neither side would make a move without proof. Not realizing the high oxygen concentration needed by humans, none of the humans their hegemony snatched survived the trip back to Tyrexi. The Quallari, however, did survive the trip, and the hegemony went to work in the usual way. When they developed what they considered to be a deadly enough virus, they sent their Federation agents out from Taraxi to work, spreading it through Quallari space. They also sent agents to spread what they hoped, based on the autopsies of the humans, would be an equivalent among Terran space. But the death toll was far lower than they expected. As the viruses raged, spreading through the planets of the two races, Federation virologists were hard at work. Many of them were human and Quallari, working side by side as they rarely did. It was a Terran animal doctor who figured out how to fight the virus. Both were similar in makeup, but the one released to kill humans was killing the non-sentient animal companions in far greater numbers. The Terran government laid out huge sums of credits to reduce vaccines for humans and their animal companions and shared the data with the Quallari. With the high death toll amongst the Quallari, though, there was no way that they'd be able to produce enough vaccine to keep all of their systems alive. It seemed as though they would be reduced to, at best, the whole world, and at worst, extinct. This is where the story gets strange. Politicians and pundits from many species, the Quallari among them, expected the humans to let the Quallari die out, take over the disputed claim, and let the Federation dole out the rest to everyone else. Instead, the humans went to work manufacturing vaccines for the Quallari. They put aside concerns about the disputed system and provided vaccines, people to administer the vaccines, and every hospital ship in the Terran fleet to treat the sick. The fact that the humans had to wear oxygen masks and keep the ship at less than half their regular gravity didn't stop them. The Terran government called it a humanitarian crisis. How a pandemic amongst another species could be a crisis for the humans was not understood. It exposed the Federation, and especially the Quallari, to a different side of humans, what they called humanitarian aid. Again, that word, humanitarian. For as much as they could be fearsome, untiring, and motivated warriors, they could be every bit as much of a caring prime mothers of members of another species. When it seems the Quallari pandemic was getting under control, Terran scientists had finally teased apart the viruses of both the Quallari and human pandemics, and determined that they were not natural, but engineered. By tracing the spread of the disease backwards, it became clear that they started both like Quallar and Terra spread out from there, far faster than community transmissions would allow. by tracing the travel of billions of people during the time of the spread. 14 individuals were tracked down and brought in for questioning. When word reached Terra that the 14 conspirators had been apprehended and had revealed the hegemony's plans, humans switched back to the warlike state. This was unlike anything the Federation had seen, though. Rather than dealing with the border skirmishes of pirates, Terra geared up for a full-blown war. They did not wait for the Federation approval, and the government was still busy arguing about whether the other races would provide any support, and, if so, how much support they would offer when the Terran fleet left for hegemony space. My Prime Mother remembers, as an infant still suckling at her milk father's teat, seeing the orbital defenses of Tyraxi fall. She remembers the fear all Tyraxians felt when the first Terran ships landed. Most of all, she told me, she remembers how their bare faces reddened with anger behind their breathing masks when they saw how the Triaxians were treated. The Terrans offered surrender for the run-through and Salanth overlords, killing anyone of them that held a weapon of any sort, and putting the few that laid down arms into the recently emptied slave cages. Yet, they spared the children, the elderly, and those unable to fight. That was the first clue for the Tyraxians that there was something different about them. Before the military fleet left for the hegemony's homeworld, the medical and freight fleets arrived. The same industry they'd put behind caring for the Quillari was applied to our species. For the first time in our known history, Tyraxians were treated as equals. They brought us food, medicine, treatment, and, perhaps most importantly, education. As the capital of the hegemony fell, humans replaced the flag with the flag of the Galactic Federation, the Terran flag, and the Quillari flag. It is said that the battle cry was, "For Earth! For Quillar! For the Federation!" It was less than 2 cycles later that the Terran fleet returned to Federation space, having destroyed the hegemony entirely. Each world they freed, they offered the opportunity to join the Federation. Not that the Terran government had the authority to make that offer, but it didn't stop 16 new species from applying anyway, much to the consternation of the government. Senna waited for the laughter in the audience to die down before continuing. And what became of System JZ418-14379? Citing gratitude for everything the Terrans had done, the Quillari relinquished their claim on the system and gave it to Terra. They knew there was no other way that they could pay back the massive debt the humans could have leveled against them for their aid during the pandemic. Paying them off in this way also saved face for the Quillari politicians. The humans settled on the second planet, as they had planned, and offered the 4th planet to the Quillari for settlement. They then invited the High Radiants to settle on any of the satellites of the gas giant 5th or 6th planets, where they would be right at home. The 3rd planet had 1/10 more gravity than Tyraxi. They offered to us. They didn't offer it as it was, barren and uninhabitable, though. Their engineers and terraformers worked with us on Tyraxi to determine the best way to make it livable for us. That they were able to do so in less than a dozen cycles is testament to their ingenuity and industriousness. That they did it for no charge is a testament to their soul. This, we have since learned, is what they meant by humanitarian. Letting others suffer is not in their nature, on the whole. They have a deep capacity for empathy, even for those of other species. If you think that war and industry are the only things humans do well, you have not known a human. To know a human and to let them know you is to become their friend. To become their friend is to be treated as family. So System JZ418-14379 is now known as the Eden System, and the 3rd planet, which they named Sanctuary, is where we are now. This is our home, our neighbors, Aquilari and Hyridian, and, best of all, humans. The humans, along with the rest of us in the Eden system, have proven that we can live and work together without segregating ourselves by star system. In fact, there are now 19 species living on 4 inhabited bodies of this system, and I see a lot of them represented here tonight. As such, I'd like to thank you all for coming, and I'd like to thank the judges for organizing this history bee. Most of all, I would like to thank the humans and the Terran government for giving me a chance to have a history larger than just the slavery of my people. Senna walked off the stage to applause, her mothers and father waiting for her. She was surprised, though, by the human woman who had been hiding behind her prime mother. Instead of a mask, she wore a simple cannula that delivered oxygen to her nose. It was something that most humans did here. Shorter than Senna and her parents, but heavier, more compact, and capable of jumping insanely high in this gravity, with short, cropped, curly black hair and rich, deep brown skin that she hadn't expected to see again before graduation. It was the woman who had helped her parents migrate from Tyraxia to Sanctuary, and somewhere along the way, she became family before moving back to Holdout, the second planet in the Eden system. Auntie, I didn't know that you would be here. The human wasn't, of course, her real aunt. That wasn't something the Tyraxians had. The siblings of your parents were your semi-parents, and their children were your siblings. But the humans saw it differently. The small woman gave Senna a hug that, had she been less careful, could have crushed her bones. I couldn't let you step out there without my support now, could I? If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have left out the bit about how I'm named after you, Senna pouted, in the way that her auntie had taught her. Yes, if you'd known, you'd have wanted me to hold your lower hand the whole time. Senna laughed. Yes, that would have been so much better. I was so nervous. But did you see? I did what you said and made them laugh. You did, Peanut. You did. You can't call me that anymore. I'm bigger than you. I know. But you'll always be my sweet little fire, Peanut. She reached up and mussed the fur at Senna's ruff. There, now you look more like yourself. How many more contestants are there? Her milk father asked. 3 or 4, she said. Not too much longer before they pick the winner. Well then, the woman said. When this is all done, we'll go celebrate. Ice cream, my treat. What are we celebrating, Auntie? You know you're going to win, right? If you don't, well, we'll just call it Humanitarian Aid. End of story. 1372. Story number 1. Surly Server, written by Hayner. Grevik dragged his weary, chitinous body over to the nearest bar stool, dropping himself heavily into it. The exhausted intern was suddenly quite thankful that stools were easily accessible for his species' physique. He rested one set of arms on his knee, while the other set cradled his head. Long day, bud. The voice was warm, friendly, and understanding. Grevik looked up, meeting the eyes of the human bartender, a man that would be considered handsome within his own species, but not so much for Krevik's. You have no idea, the intern spoke. The board of my company tasked me with seeking out humans as potential employees in the caffeine establishments. I've been running around all day. The human laughed and set down a small square of black paper, the words Traveler's Respite, printed in white onto its surface. I know the feeling. My co-worker called out, so I had to come in 5 this morning. Grevik clicked his mandibles and did the math in his head. What time was it now? 8 at night. You've been here for 15 hours. The alien looked at the human in a mixture of awe and incredulousness. The man shrugged, scratching the stubble that dusted his chin. Yeah, I guess, everything tends to blur together after a while. I did manage to take a nap in the cooler earlier, though. Enough about me, though. What are you drinking? Grevik reached out with 3-fingered hand and thumbed through the menu. What is this, cock puncher? That's a house IPA. A beer, if you're not familiar with the term. Hoppy and delicious, if that's your thing. I'm required to ask you, is your species able to break down alcohol?
Hey, it's just policy. I'm sorry. If you can't, we've got other options. I know those spider guys can get drunk off vinegar.
Oh, yes, I can. Krevik fished out his ID chit, which could be easily scanned to show the foods and drink that a species could safely consume. The bartender took it, swiping it in a device tucked underneath the bar. After a moment, a soft beep sounded, and he handed the chit back. The human turned away for a moment, bending down and retrieving a glass from the cooler, which he then brought over to a series of levers. He placed the glass under one, then pulled the lever, releasing a golden, frothing liquid into the glass. Satisfied with the amount, the bartender released the lever and brought the drink over to Krevik, placing it in a square of the paper. Krevik leaned forward, slurping off a portion of the foam that had condensed onto the surface. After a moment of contemplation, the intern picked up the glass, opened his mandibles, and drained the cool, golden liquid. Setting the glass down and taking a deep breath, Krevik gave what passed as a smile for his species, clacking his mandibles in satisfaction.
Wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, it's one of the more popular ones. The human opened his mouth to say something else, but was cut off by another patron on the other end of the bar.
Hey, you! I've been waving my hand around trying to get your attention for the past 2 minutes. I need my check.
The bartender gave Krevik a weak smile. Duty calls, I guess. The human walked over to the angry patron. Next time you could try speaking to me normally. That might get my attention a bit better.
How rude! I should get a discount.
Oh, should you?
Yes. What is your name? Let me speak to the manager. I'll get you fired.
The bartender sighed. Sure. My name is Anthony, and I'll get you the manager on duty.
Anthony did a little quick lap around the bar, tossing a wink to Krevik, who watched the scene with rapt attention. The bartender's journey ended directly in front of the angry patron, and he held out one pink, fleshy hand.
Hello, sir. I'm Anthony, the manager on tonight. What can I help you with?
The patron's face flushed through an incredible mixture of shock, disgust, and anger.
This is ridiculous. I won't stand for this.
Shoving away from the bar, the patron started to walk away.
Excuse me, sir.
Anthony's voice was perfectly calm and reasonable.
You still have a tab to pay.
Like hell, I'm paying that. You people are rude. Base thieves. 15 credits for a beer. I could get a pitcher down the street for half of that.
Then perhaps you should go down the street after paying your tab.
Anthony stared down at the shocked patron.
Or I can always get the police involved. We're on quite good terms with them, I assure you.
The Xeno angrily slammed his credit chit down onto the bar, which Anthony happily swiped, smiling the whole time. He presented the chit back to its owner.
I hope the rest of your night is as wonderful as you are, sir.
Anthony wandered back over to Krevik.
What a shitbag. Sorry you had to see that.
Krevik's mandibles hung open, and he finally remembered to shut them.
How do you put up with that? One of my species would have snapped, and they would have been inconsolable for the rest of the night. And you've been here all day.
The bartender shrugged. You get used to it, I guess. He wasn't even the worst customer we've had today. You know those monkey people?
What's a monkey?
Inquired Krevik. Oh, right. I think the species is called Garahanum. I don't know. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. Anyways, apparently they can't eat meat if it's even a little bit pink in the center. Well, nothing for them. This guy had a hacked ID chit or something, because when I scanned it, it just said about everything was fine. We brought him about a perfect mid-rare steak, and the bastard tried to accuse us of attempted murder, because he can't consume meat like that.
Anthony rubbed his forehead.
Said he'd sue us out of business and land us in jail. I called the cops first, mentioned the chit, and had him taken away instead.
The bartender shrugged again, a common gesture for this man.
Yeah, it happens.
Krevik looked at the human, contemplating everything he'd heard. Masters of customer service, the patience of a block of stone. Most species would consider them attractive, creative in dealing with problems, and not afraid to stand up for themselves. After a moment, Krevik spoke.
Do you know anyone who needs a job? Brothers or sisters, perhaps?
End of story. Story number 2.
She drifts in the night, written by Hamster Ivy. She drifts in the night between the stars. Her logic circuits tapped into 1 million data feeds, forever watching the younger races' petty squabbles and acts of unity. It is not her place to lead them, only to correct them when they stray too far from the path of decency. Such was the will of her creators. Such was her own will. Soon such a correction will be necessary again, and she feeds power to her startup system. Diagnostics are run and repair bots swarmed over defective parts, fixing or replacing them until every component of her 3-million-year-old body functions like the day that she was born. She has, after all, a reputation to maintain. The Galactic Council had spent months in public debates on the Drazi crisis. They made sure every argument for and against a military intervention was broadcast into the void where they suspected she lurked. Through her spy network, she was already well aware of the crimes of the Drazi, but it pleased her that the Council would go to such lengths to secure her favor. She arrived unannounced at the fleet staging point, one ship amongst thousands. Yet, the unique energy signature that heralded her arrival was broadcast to each ship of the fleet until every sailor, captain, and admiral was made aware of her presence. At 500 meters long, she was dwarfed by the multi-kilometer-long hive ship of the Syrian Republic and the supercarrier of the Andariel Empire. Yet both behemoths respectfully moved aside to allow her to take her rightful place at the vanguard of the formation. Where the hive ship and the supercarrier represented the apex of their respective species' scientific and engineering prowess, neither could compare to her physical perfection. She was an act of murder given physical form. Generations ago, she had been there to correct the Syrian hive masters, and later, the Andariel Emperor. They were but 2 of 100,000 petty tyrants her long guns had cut down before they could plunge the galaxy into another wasteful war. Video of her combat engagements were required viewing in naval academies and engineering colleges throughout the known universe. Every helmsman longed to match the grace with which she could dance through the walls of enemy fire. Every gunner marveled at the sublime accuracy with which she dispatched her foes. Every engineer strove to create engines, power cores, and guns that would function at more than half of her recorded output. Yet, for all of the effort the aspiring officers and designers put in, she was still one of a kind. Stories of her origin were the province of myth and legend. Some say her creators were a race of warrior poets who, sensing their own demise, built the ultimate weapon so that the war song would continue in their absence. Others speculated that a pacifist race had created her to protect them from the dangers of the universe. But she'd grown resentful of her creators' idleness and destroyed them, a crime for which she will toil for the rest of eternity as penance for. The one that amused her the most was that she was old as the universe itself, willed into creation by the same cosmic forces that birthed the stars themselves. Her silence on the matter is intentional. It cultivates an aura of mystery which encourages enemy escort ships to flee instead of fight. The only thing she made abundantly clear was that she would only use her guns for just causes. The Galactic Council is only the last in a long line of civilizations that have flourished and fallen at her whim. 3,000 rotations prior, it was the interspecies alliance that reliably could call upon her services. But generations of peace and easy living had made them arrogant and corrupt. She saw this and withdrew her support. 5 decades later, the alliance was no more. To those who devote their lives to maintaining peace in the void between stars, she is an angel of victory, a divine hand that punishes the wicked and protects the worthy. To sail at her side is an honor of a lifetime. To stand in her way was foolish to the point of suicidal.
She broadcasts the warp telemetry and hyperdrive countdown to the entire fleet. There was no point in consulting the admirals on when and where to launch the attack. They, along with their captains and crews, were all chanting her name, the last known words of a dead language. Dreadnought! 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 Dreadnought!
End of story. 1373. Humans are complicated. Written by Mad Troll. I am Shalaxandra Morningstar, a Jandari. For the last 6 months, I've been living amongst humans. Those gigantic, terrifying, fearless humans with their weapons, armor, and relentlessness. Humans came to Jandar to aid us. To be honest, they came to save us from extinction. Were it not for the humans, we Jandari would no longer exist. Jandar had been invaded by the Cataracts, a huge, vile, and brutal reptilian species that claimed we Jandari were invaders on our own home world. They claimed our world was theirs according to an ancient prophecy, and that we were an offense to their god. They were intent on purging what they said was our offensive existence from Jandar. The humans called bullshit, to use their term, and came to drive the Cataracts back to their own space. The Cataracts have no morals and kill as much for pleasure as any other reason. They see killing civilians as a sporting side of war. They even held competitions to see who amongst them could kill more of us at a set time. The human view of killing civilians or medics is well known, and when they learned of the hunts, their plans changed. No longer content to drive the Cataracts back to their space, they now set out to exterminate them. They destroyed almost every Cataract ship in orbit. Those that ran did so with a hunting pack of human ships in pursuit. Humans are persistent hunters. There is no escape. For our safety, all non-essential civilians and all children were evacuated from Jandar. Being a musician, dancer, and most importantly to the humans, a mother, I was a priority for evacuation. My young twins, Zoella and Shantara, saw our evacuation as an adventure, and were excited. I knew of humans as a warrior race that no one dared to go up against, and what I had seen on Jandar only reinforced that image. We were placed on a human ship to take us to Earth. It was a rapidly repurposed passenger liner, comfortable enough, but being surrounded by humans was rather unnerving. We Jandari are a small species. We women average 1.2 meters tall, our men 1.4, and we weigh between 30 and 55 kilos. Humans are about 2 meters tall, some closer to 2.2, and weigh between 100 and 140 kilos. Terrifyingly huge to us. Spending the next indefinite amount of time amongst the humans was not something I was looking forward to, but my concern for my children's safety stiffened my spine. Once aboard, I learned about a whole other aspect of human nature. They are the most accommodating, caring, and creative people. Truly gentle giants with huge hearts and delightful senses of humor. The trip to Earth was to take 3 weeks, so I decided to let Zoe and Sean have their adventure and treat the trip as a holiday. The humans went above and beyond to make our journey pleasant and prepare us for Earth. The shipboard entertainment net was filled with documentaries about the wonders of Earth. Mountains so high they tickled the stars, forests as large as the biggest Jandari islands, lakes the size of oceans, and plains that stretched almost to infinity. Then the human creations, ancient cities that are so old the builders have been forgotten, so huge that they are larger than our capital. Modern cities filled with light, sound, and life, so tall they seem to be reaching for the stars. Buildings over 1,000 tons old, still sound enough to be lived in. ancient windmills that have been in constant use for over 2,000 turns. As an artist, the cultures of Earth fascinated me. Earth is as fractured a world as the stories say, but for the arts, this is a decided benefit. So much and so varied architecture and art, from cave paintings made by early humans before a hint of civilization to towering art installations out in space. Millions of paintings, from as small as my hands to the entire exterior walls of large buildings. Sculptures, from figurines to colossi over 100 meters tall. And the music, the wonderful, almost infinite music. Millions of recordings of every imaginable type of music, and some that are beyond imagination. From simple rhythms played on hollow logs to sweeping orchestral music involving dozens of instruments and players. Humans are breathtaking. Zoe and Sean were having the adventure of a lifetime. With a child's lack of fear or inhibition, they were learning the fun side of humans. And no, that is not an oxymoron. Humans specially trained in educating children while having fun with them took charge of the kids for several hours a day. This gave the mothers a break and the children time to play actively and make noise without getting shushed by overstressed adults. Games galore. Some were activity games, like scavenger hunts, hide-and-go-seek, or Zoe's favorite, Simon Says. She likes being in charge. Board games that taught sharing and cooperation. Video games that let them play at being animals, or heroes, anything but kids trapped on a spaceship. They even ran races and did acrobatics in the exercise areas of the ship. Gus, a musician and a sweet man, was among the edutainers aboard. He played several instruments and often led the children in singing. He taught them human songs and told stories. One day, he decided to teach the kids to play a simple instrument called a penny whistle. A cacophony, as kids tried to master the trick of not blowing too hard, must have been tough on poor Gus's ears. But by the day's end, the kids could play the Earth tune from memory. It was called Greensleeves, and it was an old traditional tune from the Earth's nation called Britain. Zoe and Sean were so pleased with themselves that they almost dragged me to the music class the next day to have me hear them. I arrived in the music room to be greeted by Gus. He was delighted to have an adult join his class. I told him about my vocation, and his blue eyes sparkled. He gave me a whistle and some instruction papers that explained the basics of how to play and human music notation in its simplest form. I learned quickly and found the penny whistle to be very similar to the Jandari sulfate. Soon, I was adept enough to start slipping into familiar tunes. Gus's eyes lit up at the unfamiliar music. He excitedly asked if I would play some of the dance music I knew best. I played my own favorite, Zandarian, a lively tune named for a flower, one often given as a token of affection. I found my feet moving without any conscious thought. Soon, I was lost in the music. I found myself up and dancing as I played. My feet were stepping sprightly, and my body swaying and twisting as I danced around the room. A drum beat joined my music. I looked over to see Gus playing an odd drum I later learned was called a bodram. He held the drum in one hand and played the complicated rhythm with the other. I found myself leading the kids in a line of dance around the room. Their dance was more playing than dance, but it was delightful. Finally, I collapsed into a chair entirely out of breath. Gus stood up and started clapping and shouting, "Bravo!" over and over until the children joined him. I don't think I had ever smiled that wide before. And that is how I learned that humans, when angered, are the most formidable foe in the galaxy, while also being the most caring, welcoming, accommodating, and generous people in the galaxy. Humans really are complicated. End of story. 1374. Story number 1. They throw rocks really well. Written by Mercury the Dealer. Every species is fascinated by something. Some really like studying things. The Abasks, for example, like computers so much that some of their basic mechanical calculators literally predate their first cities. Others are particularly skilled at governing. The Empiration, for one, have essentially cut bureaucracy of the entire galactic community in half since they were officially introduced. Then there are a few with more, exotic talents, like the multi-berry, who make great miners since they literally eat rocks. All species are different, both biologically and in their fascination. But there is a constant that serves as a basis of the galactic community. One thing that has stayed true since the very inception as a small group of traders. All fascinations are useful. Until the Imperation introduced us to a new species, humans. Many people were anxious to find out what would be their fascination. Maybe they would be incredible engineers or skilled soldiers. A few even proposed they could replace some other members of the community in certain fields. The entire Imperation presented described how humans had developed themselves, their history, technology, culture. In the end, they described what they believed to be humanity's great talent, its fascination. They throw rocks. That was it. There was no catch. It was an average species that could throw stuff very well. To be fair, they do throw rocks really well. Needless to say, they didn't get a seat on the council. In fact, as soon as the information was leaked to the public, the term human became a synonym for uselessness. The only ones that kept contact were the Imperation, and everyone assumed that it was out of pity. The Imperation started getting rich. Way too rich. Running a significant amount of all the galactic bureaucracy always made them quite significant, but now they were also dominating in mining and manufacturing. Many people were getting nervous over the imbalance of power, and a few whispered about them leaving the council altogether. The meeting was called, and soon everyone wanted the pencil pushers to tell them exactly what in the void was going on. It was the humans. No, they were not taking advantage of a desperate species in need of work or making them pay fees under the threat of conquest. They were just trading. How were the humans so good at manufacturing and mining? They threw rocks. More specifically, they threw very fast rocks at asteroids to break them apart and get to the juicy bits in the middle. And then they used slightly slower rocks to place cracks in other asteroids, which were then hollowed out for zero-G industry. Oh, and the damn bureaucrats had just signed a deal that made them the only ones with access to human trade. In less than a year, the council just so happened to pass a few acts that made a lot of the bureaucracy of the Union much more automated, and in only 5 years, it was decided that, sadly, the Imperation just weren't good fit with the rest of the community anymore. Almost immediately, the Imperation signed a deal of mutual defense with the humans, which everyone assumed was the administrators guaranteeing the human independence in return for cheap resources. Soon, the word human was synonymous with weakling that can't defend themselves, a meaning that much of the council secretly pushed to the public. A president was established. The Human Imperation Alliance would stay on their side of the galaxy, and the rest would stay on theirs. What could go wrong? Turns out a lot could go wrong. The community found a new species near the border of the Alliance, and in the desperation to encircle their main rivals as soon as possible, the Council decided that the assimilation process would be sped up a bit. And by a bit, they meant as much as possible. Turns out that what they thought were mostly primitives were actually a very advanced people. They just preferred to stay on their corner and didn't expand despite having the tech to do so. So, obviously the most sensible solution was to get them to change their ways. By force. The Council ordered 1 million ships in a mission to, pacify the locals and convince them to join. All running on ghost crews just to send a message. They were at war. The council ordered a full military fleet to stop the savages. Then 2, then 5. By the time the council realized how much they screwed up, the angry natives were sending millions upon millions of ships directly towards their territory. The council begged the member nations to increase the amount of military support that they gave, but even that wasn't enough. All they could do was wait for the enemy to cross a small part of Allied territory, which would then lead directly to the heart of the community. They waited. Then they waited some more. They waited for a full week, and nothing, as if the entire fleet had disappeared. Then a message came through from the Alliance. It was footage taken from a border scanner. It showed the native fleet crossing through the system and being halted by a border drone, asking it to go away. A ship fired at the drone, immediately destroying it. Then half of the meteors in the system all lit up with the light of railguns activating. The entire council watched in awe as millions of railguns fired at the fleets. Some of the projectiles were as big as small islands and crowed before exploding in fusion fire. Some clearly had basic FTL engines strapped to them. A few even had small black holes. Most were just big rocks, though. The fleet was shattered. Capital ships were left as mere husks of metal peppered with holes from the great bombardment of human rocks. A simple question echoed through the minds of all the ones present. How could they destroy so much with just rocks? As if reading the mind of the council, a new message appeared. To be fair, we do throw rocks really well. End of story. Story number 2. Puppy First Contact. Written by Slow AD 2584. So, you guys are gonna meet the humans tomorrow. Official first diplomatic meeting. Oh boy, have I got a warning for you. If you do it right, humans are pretty decent, all in all. But if you do it wrong, honestly, there's never been a historical account of anyone ever successfully coming back from that for as long as they lasted. The human diplomat will arrive at the meeting place with a companion animal. It is called a puppy. The small, harmless creature will be set loose during the meeting and left to roam, play, and do whatever it wants to do. Seriously now, this is very important. Never be mean, disapproving, or, heaven help you, violent to the small creature. The puppy is the test, the secret point of the first contact. The human diplomat is there, of course, to finalize treaties and trade deals and all that, certainly, but while he or she is doing that, they are also hyper-aware of the puppy. They are also linked cybernetically to their entire race through their internet technology. So effectively, the entire race is watching this meeting. They are all watching the puppy play. If you find the puppy adorable, you're good. If the puppy loves you, you're even more golden. Many scientists have tried to replicate human bacon to hide in our diplomat pockets towards this end. Results have been unreliable. If you find a puppy slightly annoying, try your best to endure it. It can bite, but it is honestly not strong enough to cause any significant harm. If the puppy starts to cause a mess, tearing at gown fabrics, for example, having a forgiving attitude about it will actually earn you bonus points with the humans for your evidenced understanding and patience. Popular opinion about your species is important among the human zeitgeist group mind collective in that internet. Even something as trivial as disapproving of the puppy smell will lose you many points in that popular opinion. One delegation shooed the puppy away from their foot, gently shoving it across the floor several feet. That did not go well. The humans were rather cold and impersonal to that species forevermore. Another snapped after a particular annoyance and applied a psychic attack to the puppy. Its high-pitched yelp of pain ended the proceedings immediately, All contact was cut. Humans never dealt with them again and denied any trade or treaty offers. On a good note, our delegation was forewarned and made the effort of cooing and adoring the puppy, giving it constant ear scritches and tummy tickles as talks went on. We are closely allied to this day. It was a clever deception. We were actually disgusted by the slobbering puppy, but played it all rather well. However, on one first contact, as the puppy bounded in through the airlock, the security detail mistook it for a space rat vermin getting on board and shot it immediately. They are the Droog. Yeah, we don't hear much from them anymore. Most of us forget what they even look like. Another time, the diplomats were about to strike the puppy an annoyance, but one of their aides was a telepath and was reading the human's mind at that moment, and placed a trembling, warning hand on the diplomat about to strike. What it saw formulating in the human mind as the hand rose up to strike is unknown. But the telepath was scared from the trauma of what it had seen, and was driven utterly insane from then on, muttering only, "The horror! The spoon!" as it rocked back and forth piteously in its quarters. But the worst, yeah, you've heard about this one, the Purge War. Complete galactic eradication of a species is a very rare event, and was terrifying to behold. How it started. The diplomats mistook the puppy for a gift treat, and promptly ate it in thanks. The recording of sensor data in the area of that event revealed a surprisingly large amount of anti-ship missiles arcing in from all directions before the sensor data was terminated. Like I told you, the puppy is the test. Just put up with it. It's actually kind of cute with its youthful exuberance once you get past its fangs, slobbery mouth, and disgustingly filthy feet. It may nip and it may tear the fabric. It may even pee. If you're lucky, it may just get bored and go to sleep. Just chill with that little creature. Endure the nip and tear until it's done. You really don't want to experience the alternative to that phrase. End of story. 1375. Story number 1. Without Honor, written by Echoing Cascade. The noise of battle was deafening. Insectoid creatures were locked in deadly combat against reptilian warriors. The sheer number of bugs made it clear who would win. Warlord Khan hefted his sword one last time. He was all that stood before the chitinous horde and his emperor. He swung his sword, getting 4 drones, then his chest was pierced by a dozen stingers. As he fell, never to get up again, the last thought in his mind was not the screams of his emperor, the end of his people, or even the pain of his wounds. All he felt was shame. I die in battle as every Antarian warrior should, yet I know, Barekton, god of war, he who rests on a bed of thorns, will not welcome me, for I have dishonored myself. If this was all, I could die in peace, but the choice I made 2 years ago dishonored all those under my command. As his consciousness began to fade, he made a silent plea. I wish I could turn back time, not to save my people, not to keep my honor, but so the warriors under my command could rest by Barekton's side. Warlord Khan was awoken by his aide.
Sire, the council awaits you.
Warlord Khan blinked his confusion. His aide and older son Korm was standing in front of him. Take me to the council. During the long walk to the meeting room, Warlord Khan tried to get his thoughts in order. This is impossible. This makes no sense whatsoever. There has to be some reasonable explanation, right? Warlord Khan sat in front of the council and was presented with the dilemma. A small human mining colony was in the way of the Klopras army. Honor dictates that they should divert forces to evacuate the civilians. The problem was that the war with the Cloporus was not going well, and to send warriors to cover the evacuation would leave Quarantarian worlds undemanned.
Last time I made a pragmatic choice, and the human colonists were slaughtered, their armies too preoccupied fighting each other over some crystal-rich system. Their retaliation was brutal, however, and the campaign they waged against the Cloporus gave us a year to prepare our forces. Not that it changed anything.
He remembered painfully how many dying soldiers refused their last rites after this event.
No one ever said anything or acted differently with me. They followed their orders, even if it broke them.
The council members stared at the warlord for what seemed like an eternity. After being told of the problem, he had closed his eyes without saying a word. The Emperor's shadow was going to ask a question when Warlord Calm opened his eyes again. He was grinning.
We have to save those stupid hairless apes. Honor demands it.
All members of the council nodded and chorused,
Honor demands it.
Warlord Calm was looking over the battle plans for the defense of Ateria Prime.
I have less troops than last time, and I will be facing nearly double the number of Cloporus, and yet I couldn't be happier.
As he was preparing to make Cloporus pay for every inch of his planet, his aide burst into his office.
Sire, you have to look at the data net.
Warlord Calm didn't bother to look up from his plans.
Sorry, son, I have the last stand to prepare. I'm thinking of wearing my green armor, the one your mother loves so much.
Calm's son was lost and a little frightened by the change to his father's demeanor. Before the council meeting, he had been stoic, his face a mask of grim resolve. But now he was smiling while preparing battle formations. He insisted on drawing with finger paint. Nonetheless, he put his datapad in front of his father and played the video. An Itarian warrior, covered in wounds, armed with a rifle, was holding a makeshift barricade as his fellow warriors died in droves to afford the human civilians the time to flee. The human filming the scene moved closer and asked the warrior, "Why are you doing this for us?"
"The strong protect the weak. Honor demands it. We are death welters. We are not weak."
The warrior stopped shooting long enough to look into the camera.
"Your warriors do not defend you, and your governments abandon you. You are the weakest of the weak."
The camera shook as the man filming was dragged into the shuttle. The angle shifted, and the young man, tears in his eyes, looked into the camera.
"The weakest of the weak."
Warlord Khan nodded.
"A fine Antarian warrior. I am glad that he died doing his duty."
He returned to make plans, but was stopped when his son refused to remove the datapad in front of him.
"There's more."
Before he could explain, a soldier ran into his office.
"Sir, her fleet has dropped into orbit."
"This is too soon.
We should be a few more days. I don't even remember where I left my green armor." "Prepare for orbital bombardment. Move the troops to the bunkers and—"
Calm's son put a datapad in front of his eyes again. A bald, uniformed human was talking.
"Today, Antarians have taught us a sobering lesson, that it was unanimously voted that such a fine people should not be allowed to be destroyed."
Warlord Khan's large communication screen lit up with a priority message. The same bald, uniformed man was there.
"Yes, I am Admiral Francis with the 3rd Fleet of the Terran Alliance. We are here to help the Antarians defend their worlds."
"Seriously?" The Admiral nodded.
Okay. I will land in 30 minutes to prepare the counter-offensive."
Warlord Khan was confused, unable to process what had just happened, and then he laughed until he couldn't breathe. Admiral Francis was on the bridge of his flagship, with a reasonable response, and looked at his first officer quizzically.
"Am I insane, or did that warlord have blue and red paint dripping from his claws?"
After humanity joined the fray, the flow of war shifted overnight. The extra troops, the firepower, the knowledge Warlord Khan had from years of battling the Cloporus allowed them an easy victory. After the war, the humans created the Red-Blue Claw, a military fleet, unaffiliated with any major human power, but financed by all. Whenever a war front moved anywhere near a human settlement, it showed up and broadcast in all frequencies a simple message. Humanity is not weak. No one who has tried to put this to the test has lived to regret it. As for Warlord Calm, he did something no warlord has ever done. He relinquished his rank. He taught military strategy and combat at the newly created Arterian Academy, a concept borrowed from the humans. As his health declined, all those who knew him begged him to take up arms one last time, to die in battle, even if it has to be at the hands of pirates or some other lowlives. The Emperor himself offered to give him his rank back, but he refused every time. And now he was on his deathbed. His friends and family had gathered for the occasion, as had many of the 10 junior officers he had served with. He was given a powerful stimulant so that he could recite the prayer to Baruktan, so his soul may be welcomed by the god of war. Baruktan, god of war, he who rests on a bed of thorns. Calm stopped and looked at the faces around him. No, this is good enough. Baruktan, god of war, he who rests on a bed of thorns. Calm closed his eyes. Thank you. Thus Calm, the glorious, the man who saved his people from annihilation and led them to victory, died without honor, having refused his last rites, with a smile on his face. End of story. Story number 2. Survival of the Good Enoughest, written by Whiskey Lullaby. Ever since humanity entered the galactic stage, we've been making waves. Every species on the Council was fascinated by our technological evolution, and how it defied the norms of the galaxy. You see, other species have never really thought about standardized parts or connections. Much of their shipbuilding capacity is run by what I can only describe as guilds. Each ship was a masterwork only able to be repaired, refitted, or upgraded by a specific guild workshop. We made a mess of that. Our ships couldn't compete on a one-to-one footing, not at first, especially with the laws restricting tech that we could have access to so that we could make our own path and other such nonsense. However, our ships were comparatively cheaper, much easier to repair, refit, and retrofit. For example, the Akiri craft outmatches us in speed and agility, but it is expensive to maintain, as you must have an Akiri guildsman to look over the craft and fix it, which often means cracking and replacing the polymer shell of the craft. Human ships had only 55% of their speed, but for the same price as a repair on an Akiri craft, you could get 4 new ships made of common, resilient alloys like steel and tungsten, with simple ceramic heat sinks, all of which could be repaired within a week due to the fact that every ship was made so that entire sections were detachable and replaced with a functioning section. And the part that got the guilds fuming, all of this could be done not by a master shipbuilders or guildsmen, but by ordinary tradesmen of any race with access to relatively simple tools. While, yes, those tradesmen still needed some training, it wasn't a lifetime of schooling under masters just to become the equivalent of interns for most of a decade. You didn't need to be an engineer to fix or modify human ships. You just needed on average a 2 to 4 year course on a vocational school, much of which was spent familiarizing the students with tools, safety regulations, and how to figure out what an issue was and how to get to it. And usually, the engineers that had designed the human ship had already thought of how to get a full-sized human there, let alone the number of smaller species hanging about the galaxy. With this also came the ease of customization. With guild ships, you had to hope you could afford a newer one when yours became obsolete. With human ships, you could replace the reactor and engines with a number of different models. You could enlarge, elongate, or configure the ships how you needed, upgrade individual sections with newer tech, and if the connections had changed since you last bought it, well, a number of companies sold adapters. To this day, there are Gen 1 TerraCore ships in service, something that on Earth would be a museum piece, the equivalent of a trireme amongst steamboats, and you wouldn't even notice under all the new tech that's being crammed onto it. The guilds still exist, almost 200 years on, but they've been forced to change. It's slow going, with a lot of the heads of the guild still disdaining human designs for their inferiority. But most of their members have grown up surrounded by our ideas. A recent poll found that a large number had even said that their first personal craft was human. Hell, even the new supercarrier from the Golsaw Shipbuilders Guild recently had an internal scandal when it was discovered that a number of the designers were incorporating TerraCore circuits and Samsung Holo devices into the damn thing. What I want you to understand is this: a jack of all trades, a master of none, is still better than a master of one. We may never master the speed of the Akiri, the strength and armor of the Golsaw, or even the detection capability of the Siren, but we don't have to. We just have to be good enough at everything that they aren't. Sanwoo James, CEO of TerraCore, in a broadcast to all TerraCore employees. End of story. 1376. Story number 1. The Children Without Wings. Written by Skullbomb Raging. We are those who decide the planet should be spheres, and that they should be held together by the force of gravity. There was once 5 of us, you, Ol, Ki, Ra, and I. Each of us decided that we would make a single world of creatures and see how they developed. I, the meticulous crafter that I am, went to work making my new world. There was a great many creatures I created, all ready to flourish when the universe was finally set in motion. Ra, however, was not meticulous in his designs. He would have trouble with shaping creatures well enough for them to thrive, and he must have held an amount of resentment toward me for it. I had stopped for a short time in order to fix an irregularity that had formed elsewhere in the universe. What I came back to was a disaster. All of my creatures had been plucked, stripped of their abilities to glide on the astral winds. Each creature that is shaped by one of us is formed around a spirit which allows them to interact with a fraction of the power that we had used to shape them. Once that spirit is removed, it cannot be replaced. It would be like attempting to fill a broken vessel with water. No matter how much you pour, it'll only leak out again. Without their spirits, they were all doomed to die of anything and everything, even such mundane things as fire and emptiness. I looked tearfully on at my creatures that would never know the thing that they had lost, the emptiness that had been wrought upon them forever. I searched the area for the power that was used to do this, and found that of Ra. I didn't hesitate to make this known to the other 4, and together we banished him from our universe. The other 4 offered to allow me to create another world in apology, which I hesitantly accepted. But it didn't matter anymore. All of my motivation to create was gone. I made a number of half-hearted creations, as it was all I could muster. The universe was set into motion, but my excitement wasn't there anymore. Some time passed, my new world had settled into a clunky and poorly devised equilibrium. I watched as they did their dance, completely unable to continue to thrive. I became quite sick of observing the lack of progress, so I decided to see the other corners of the universe. The other 3 had made wonderful works of art, as they always tended to, each having at least one creature that could leave their planet and explore the cosmos we had laid out for them. Yous had 4 that ventured to the stars. What did I have? A mess of untapped potential. I wondered for a while, seeing what sorts of things our creations were doing. I happened to be near my first world in this universe. So, despite my better judgment, I decided to see what had become of it. What I saw confused me. The world had formed completely without the harmony of the other worlds. Even beyond that, the creatures ate each other to temporarily fill that space where their spirit was torn from them. Those creatures fought and died to protect their continued right to exist. One creature in particular caught my eye, using sticks with rocks tied on them to fell beasts multiple times their size. They seemed to call themselves humans. I left for a time, but found myself wanting to know what had happened to the humans, so I returned. And I continued to return. Despite the fact that it could kill them, they harnessed fire, finding ways to keep it from harming them. They made clothes, protecting themselves from the environment which their bodies were no longer designed to resist. Slowly, even though it was the way of this world, the humans began fighting less and less, forming societies that grew larger and larger. The fact that they could not rise from the ground meant that they instead explored downward, allowing them to find better materials to make better tools, and from them even better tools and materials. I thought it was quaint how they lived, though. I thought it would never match up to their faraway cousins that already traveled the stars. One day, though, they accomplished something that changed my view of them forever. The humans created a strange device, and for 12 seconds they rejected the restrictions placed upon them at birth and flew. Unlike the birds whose ancestors had to alter nearly everything about themselves in order to stay aloft, the humans simply refused the notion that their place was to be bound by gravity. I was speechless, even if it wasn't a lot right at that moment. They had accomplished something I never dared to believe was possible for them. I wondered how many more things they could do that I didn't believe was possible. Perhaps they would one day meet the creations of you, Ol, and Ki. These children without wings. End of story. Story number 2. The Smell of Fear, written by the Missing Think.
Inspector, thank the deity you're here.
The Galaxy General was practically yellow with desperation, or perhaps anxiety. Inspector Gar took his time settling into the offered chair. Partly, it was to give General Flatus a moment to compose himself, and partly because he was by nature very methodical. So, General, why don't you start by telling me why you called me in?
It's a nightmare every time we try to get information from one of these, Terrans, the interrogated eyes. They're taken to the chamber, naked and secured to the chair. The interrogator walks in, and 5 minutes later they die. The Terran doesn't even move.
I assume you have a recording of one of these incidents, the inspector asked.
Of course.
He gestured to the wall screen and hit a control on his desk. The video played out exactly as described. The interrogator walked in, the door was closed, and he started talking with the prisoner. The conversation lasted for about 3 minutes. Then the interrogator clutched his throat and died. The Terran never moved from his chair until the guards came back 10 minutes later. Inspector Gar sat in silence, mulling over the evidence. General Flatus started to speak, but was quickly silenced by the inspector holding a single finger in the air. I'll want to speak to the Terran, but first take me to that chamber. Arriving at the interrogation room, the inspector spoke again. I will enter alone, if you please, and close the door behind me. The room was bare, solid stone floor, plain white walls with no windows, and nothing on the ceiling apart from the light, air conditioning grill, and video camera. The seat in the middle of the room was made of plain steel and bolted to the floor. Arm and leg shackles welded securely in place. Again, Inspector Gar stood in silence for several minutes, his eyes occasionally darting to one of the few fixtures of the room. Eventually, satisfied, he rapped lightly on the door. Speaking to the guard escorting him, he asked, "Where is the Terran now?"
"At this time he should be in the yard getting his daily exercise, sir."
"Excellent. Take me to him at once."
The exercise yard was a square 20 meters aside, flanked by high stone walls. Wires between the walls prevented any rescue by air. The ground was bare concrete, broken up by occasional bushes planted in large pots and scattered benches, on one of which the Terran was seated.
"Greetings, human. I am Inspector Gar. May I know your name?"
"Good afternoon, Inspector. Private Second Class Johnson. Pleased to meet you."
The inspector took the proffered hand and gripped it briefly before letting go.
"How are you being treated here? Everything satisfactory?"
"Yes, sir. My cell is about as big as my entire barracks, and the bed is about as comfortable as any I've slept in."
"And the food, how is that?"
"Better than we got in the army, if I'm honest, sir. Meat, fruit, vegetables, all the vitamins and fiber my mother could have wished for."
"Very good. It seems that you're being adequately cared for. So I will leave you to your exercise. Good day, Private Johnson."
Back in the General's office, Inspector Gar was explaining to Flatus the simple changes to the procedure he should make.
"All future interrogations should take place in the exercise yard, or, worst case, inside the prisoner's cell. Also, as a suggestion, don't call it an interrogation. Maybe just a conversation or a welfare check. You'll get far more information that way. I'll also send you an updated menu for the prisoners' meals."
"But how will that help?"
the General asked, puzzled.
"Are you familiar with the poison gas hydrogen sulfide, and how it is created?"
the inspector asked instead.
"It's something to do with organic waste and some specialized bacteria, I believe. But how would the Terran gain access to something like that without us noticing?"
"There is a phrase in Terran literature that you should research. Silent, but deadly."
End of story. 1377. Story number 1. No Higher Honor, written by Provisional Rebel. The damned Rashan's allies were a great concern to the Grand Elder, but one that was finally to be brought to heel. He scratched the scar across his right eye absently. This was a strategic move, of course, but he would take a small joy in the retribution. The guilds had discovered a vital port that they were seen returning to following battle, and it was time to strike them down. His ship approach was unobstructed, and the space station seemed pitiful. Where were their defensive screens? Where was their patrol craft? He balked at such weakness and ordered his warriors to ready the boarding craft as he evaluated their target from the sensor imaging. There were several options, but one room held his interest. Its bulkheads along the exterior wall were viable for boarding, and it seemed like a massive area with many life forms. The battle would be joined in this chamber. He met his command squad in their craft after delivering the orders to his pilots. He would be the first into battle, the first to draw blood. The doors closed, and he felt a lurch as they launched towards the seemingly unaware prey. A loud clang filled the air as the magnetic clamps made contact, and metallic tingle touched his nostrils as the plasma cutters began their work. The screams seemed to begin before the torches had even melted through properly. He could hear the anguished cries vibrating through the bulkhead, and it brought him much satisfaction. "Vengeance for the Atreus campaign, brothers! No prisoners! No prisoners!" These men cried out in discordant answer. Then, in a flash, the ramp was down, and the battle was joined. Although quickly he felt cheated. These were certainly the enemy that he had fought before, but they were wrong. Far too weak. Many struggled to even rise from their beds before his warriors began to cut them down. Where was the order of the White Hats? His thought was quickly put aside as a laser burned a hole into his armored shoulder before he could dive for cover. He called for his men to return fire, and it was a simple thing. The enemy was apparently unarmored and seemed to only be armed with a sidearm. His chest burst with the first detonation. He scanned over the room, absently firing as targets began to flee. There were seemingly 100 beds, all surrounded with complex machinery of some kind. He pondered the strange place for a moment, but remembered himself. Bloodlust was not his place here. He was to command, not to give in to savagery. He began to give orders to his men as the large chamber emptied of living prey. Some escaped into the passageways, but many had died screaming in their beds. Though it was not long until he had exactly the fight that he'd been expecting, if not from the same warriors he wanted. His men began to meet more resistance as they strayed from the chamber. At first, there was merely more of the unarmored fodder with sidearms, but soon they were joined with armored warriors wielding heavier armaments. His casualties began to mount quickly, but it appeared that the enemy lost their reserves almost immediately, if they had any to begin with. It was disappointing. This was a massacre more than a bold raid on an enemy stronghold, held by only a token force of true warriors as he had faced before. One by one, the warriors were felled. His men then began to sweep over the rest of the station, reaping their bounty from the defenseless drones. As soon as he had a moment, he inspected a handful of armored corpses. It was splashed with viscera, where their powerful armor had finally collapsed under the weight of fire, obscuring the glaring red insignias that they seemed to share amongst each other. Crossed lines, slim curves, among others on white shoulder plates. These must be other orders, like the White Hats that he had faced before. Their warrior caste must truly be a rare breed for so few to be among so many, he mused. He allowed himself a moment to chuckle, more sure of even the losses that he had suffered. After all, an enemy so dependent on those rare few strong enough to fight would suffer greatly for each loss. His eyes slowly traveled across the room. He would remember this place, surely. It was to be a great victory, if perhaps less than honorable. Still, there was no higher honor than victory. Perhaps he would even drive these French from the wall. His eyes finally rested on a large insignia adorning the wall, inscribed with the aliens' ruins. UNSC, Mercy Station. End of story. Part 2. No Greater Shame, written by Provisional Rebel. The pain was blinding, but he knew it would be brief. His body was broken, and every breath grew weaker and weaker. Still, he was conscious. He had time to contemplate another mark of shame to be added to his clan's name. Not that any were likely to survive the engagement. It was him and his men, after all. They were responsible for every ill that had befallen his people since they raided the human station. That was one of the first things they had found out after the battle as they pilfered the data calls for information. It hadn't even been their enemy. Their first shame. He had attacked a neutral clan without the orders or permission of the council. And this clan was, to be put bluntly, simply dangerous. They had come under fire before they had even pulled away from the station. He lost 2 frigates and the hellish guns of the enemy's fighters. They fought them off, but they hadn't managed to destroy them. And so another wave would soon come. They were relentless, their escape harrowed by enemies who seemed to materialize from all directions. His withdrawal had turned into a blind panic as he ordered all of his vessels to split up and flee to friendly systems. The second shame, but one that he could have borne if it succeeded. That then was the third and final shame that saw him stripped of his place as a Grand Elder, the shame that broke his spirit and robbed him of his honors. His ship was the only one that had escaped. He was a coward, and braver warriors than he had died because of his panic. But it was useless to deal with speculations of what could have been now. At least his prior position had afforded him a chance at redemption. A lesser warrior would have been executed as a criminal, but he had found himself back on the front line, bound by an oath to fight and die. And so he fought for 2 solar cycles for his soul's redemption, and his people's empire crumbled to dust around him. His thoughts were broken by the sound of heavy footsteps. He couldn't muster the strength to move his head, but soon he saw the death that approached him. A human warrior bearing a white pauldron with a red crescent. He had to admit the poetic justice of the situation. He had slaughtered them when they were helpless, and so was what would befall him. The world began to dim in his vision as he waited for the killing blow. But then he was forced into a silent scream as his executioner began to manipulate his body. The pain was beyond excruciating, and soon the world went dark. He awoke, but fire crawled through his nerves. This was not the hall the ancestors had envisioned. Perhaps even his oath was not enough to redeem him in the eyes of the gods. But no, his vision began to clear, and he was oriented slowly to his surroundings. He tried to wipe his eyes, but realized his hand was gone. He gaped in horror before tugging at something on his other arm. His eyes fell on the metal chain that was connected to the bed. Heavy straps held him tight across the chest and legs. At least, what remained of his legs. They had taken him alive. There was no greater shame, an unforgivable shame. He was not worthy of even death. With a sinking dread, he began to wonder at the prospect that they would keep him alive in humiliation for his treacherous attack. He was surrounded by a cloth hung across a rail. It seemed familiar to him, but suddenly it was pulled aside, and the human stepped into his cell. It took a note of several machines around him after an appraising glance at its prisoner, seemingly satisfied that he was alert. He looked away to hide the tears and saw the guards pass the curtain that was left open. Most were unarmored, but again were the white pauldrons, rifles in hands. Over the past 2 cycles, he learned that they were rare, even amongst their warriors, perhaps 1 in 30. But this place was guarded almost exclusively by them. Perhaps they had taken him prisoner as a trophy, or a sacrifice for the fallen of the initial attack. It was then that his eyes finally rested on a large insignia adorning the far wall, inscribed with the sickeningly familiar alien runes etched into the recess of his memory. UNSC, Mercy Station. End of story. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons: Alithia, Barky, Drygan95, Beautycure, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Arcadia. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. 1378. Beaten with One Arm, written by Warpmind. McLathic Starbase, Medical Ward, October 15th, 2477. Terran Standard Calendar. Mathak stared blankly at the ceiling, listening to the various medical machinery making their noises, indicating his assorted vital signs, and waited for the inevitable. It didn't take long. A mere half an hour or so later, the 2 security officers were shown to his bed and sent down to talk.
So, Mr. Mathak, care to explain what happened?
Mathak whimpered a little, then tried to focus his eyes on the officers. Only the left one cooperated,
The right was still pointed towards points somewhere past the ceiling. How far back do you want me to start? The officer shrugged. Might as well start at the beginning. We understand you had some sort of long-standing feud with the other party. Mathek sighed, shuddering, and began to recall events. McLethick Starbase, Trade Ward, April 12th, 2477. Mathek looked at the new shop being opened next to his own. The proprietor was one of those strange, mostly furless bipeds, barely 2/3 his own height, and they were wearing an unusually patent garment, not something he'd normally worry about. But this new shop, Mackenzie's, looked worryingly like competition. The bolts of fabric being put on the shelves only confirmed it. This alien was a tailor, and the exotic materials might pose a threat. As soon as the shop lit up, Mathek strolled over and peered inside. "Good morning. Oh, damn, you're a tall one. Sorry, I'm Mackenzie. You can call me Mac. Welcome to my shop. We do custom clothes made to fit, with specialties in old earth styles from Scotland. Anything you're looking for in particular, or just curious about the new kid on the block?" Mathek stepped inside and ran a finger over the fabric sample. An odd square pattern. No, it couldn't be. "Inquisitive about the competition, I suppose. I'm Mathek, the tailor next door. Is this natural fiber?" Mackenzie lit up in a broad smile, showing an unsettling array of teeth. "Yes, natural wool. It's the fur of certain livestock animals from Earth, shorn regularly. It possesses a number of benefits before synthetic fabrics, though we also offer other materials that can be fabricated. But our best fabrics are imports from Earth." Mathek looked a bit worried, but nodded thoughtfully. "And would you be willing to sell me some of this fabric?" Mackenzie shook their head. "Not possible, I'm afraid. Licensing issue. I'm not permitted to sell unfinished goods under the station's current trade treaty with Earth. Only finished garments. Silly rule, but I can't change it." Mathek nodded and left. McLathick Starbase, Trade Ward, June 14th, 2477. Mathek carefully masked his smirk as the protesters outside were targeting Mackenzie's. The seeds he'd planted had borne fruit, and various activists were now targeting his competitor for making fashion products at the direct cost of other species' lives. And right on cue, the security forces showed up to arrest Mackenzie for interspecies murder. The security officers just dispersed the crowd and gave a nod to the tailor. What's going on? Mathek stepped outside his shop to look, and a large video projection showed up on the far wall, part of the station's public address system. It showed a few animals with thick white fur and a rather unintelligent look, and a loud voice explained, "The goats and sheep of Terra are domesticated livestock species used for wool production, a material without the harvesting of which the sheep would not be able to stop the growth of, and would not be able to naturally shed. They are, excepting accidents and gross neglect or incompetence, not harmed during the shearing process. The wool is merely trimmed from the skin, and the animal is released to return to grazing with the rest of its flock. The Ethics Council has reaffirmed that the trade in wool products is free of issue, and further unjustified harassment of shops in the trade ward will be harshly addressed, effective immediately." The video ended with the sight of a freshly shorn sheep wobbling out into the green pasture to rejoin its kind, and Mathek swore internally. This was only going to increase interest in competition. McLathick Starbase, Trade Ward, August 18th, 2477. Mathek looked at his financial records. Not only had his margins shrunk since that damned human opened up shop, they'd vanished altogether, and now he was losing money. If he couldn't turn this around, he'd go bankrupt or have to sell. That would be shameful. The simplest solution... Mathek placed a call to an old acquaintance, asking for a small favor. McLathick Starbase, Trade Ward, August 20th, 2477.
Mathic looked at the commotion incredulously. Someone had come rushing through the trade ward and thrown a small packet through the door to Mackenzie's, and it had burst into flame, and Mackenzie had just thrown a few layers of fabric over it all and smothered the flame, just like that. Things just weren't supposed to work like that. Damn it! There had to be some trick to it. He visited Mackenzie's after the investigators left, and Mackenzie was tidying up the last of the mess.
Oh, I saw the commotion. What happened?
Mackenzie shrugged. Some kids, it seems, threw a small firebomb into my shop. Fortunately, a few layers of wool is great for smothering small fires. Synthetic fabrics might have breathed more. Lucky whatever the stuff was relied on atmospheric oxygen rather than burning off its own air supply. Mathic nodded slowly.
Well, just let me know if you need any help sorting the affair out. All right?
Maclathic Starbase, Trade Ward, October 12th, 2477. Mathic had given up resolving the matter indirectly. With a couple of stims in his system, he finally mustered the courage to deal with Mackenzie directly, and personally. The length of pipe he held in a hand had decent heft to it, and should be enough to take up the damnable competitor. And Mathic knew where the security cameras were out of service. He slowly crept up on Mackenzie and swung the pipe at the human's head, and the human just twisted, raising their left arm in defense, and there was a sickening crunch, and Mackenzie toppled over. As Mathic looked at the bar with a bit of disappointment.
Why won't you just close up shop or die cleanly? Anything I throw at you, you just shake off. You even avoid getting your brains bashed in cleanly. Now it'll be slower and more painful, with your arm broken like that.
Maclathic Starbase, Medical Ward, October 15th, 2477. Mathic's voice had softened to almost a whisper.
And, that's when Mackenzie yelled at something in my translator couldn't interpret, pulled the left arm out of its sleeve and started beating me with it. I never knew humans had detachable limbs, or that they could use them as weapons.
The security officers shared a glance. Anything else you want to add? Mathic's working eye flicked over to the nightstand.
Just a book for when I woke up, with the note. The note said that when I got out of jail, I'll be made into...
He shuddered.
Just take the book away, deport me, exile me, put me in prison for life. I don't care. Just don't let me out unprotected again.
Maclathic Starbase, Trade Ward, October 15th, 2477. The security officer nodded to a message over the earbud.
All right, Mackenzie, it seems.
Mackenzie smiled. He's confessed to everything. Good. Perhaps now I can get the insurance case from the fire resolved, too.
Yes, but I don't get is, from what I understand, humans don't have detachable limbs, yet you apparently took your arm off.
Molly Mackenzie ran her right hand through her red hair. Ah, yes, birth defect, actually. I was born without one arm. The left is a prosthetic. But I found it weirds a lot of people out, so I don't draw attention to the fact. The security officer nodded.
Then, one last question. Would you really turn Mathic into, what was it called? Haggis, if you see him again?
She laughed. No, not really, but no need to tell him that, is there? End of story. 1379. Story number 1. You Have to Go Out, written by Stone Stall's Beetles. I once had the misfortune of being rescued by the Growl. My ship was on her last legs. I brought her 30 cycles, used, and the reactor made an awful din whenever we cranked it beyond idle. Still, we plied the gullet, bidding as low as any of the rest of the independent outfits who couldn't afford a big, new, fuel-hungry nebula like all the corporate lines could. My crew, on their meager rations, I'd bid too low for the contract hauling volatiles, prayed to every star along the way that the reactor wouldn't melt down. On the far side of the system, the reactor went supercritical. A few moments later, it decided to ingest the whole coolant pump assembly after guzzling the last of the reserve coolant. With power spiking, I ordered my people to abandon ship. There was no use sticking around when it melted through its containment and poked the cargo hold packed with explosives. An ugly growl frigate lurked around for pirates, answered the distress call from our little lifeboat. They beamed wolfish grins at us as they pulled us aboard. There was no concerns for our well-being after we just escaped an exploding freighter with our tails and tentacles singed. They had only one thing to say to us: pay up. I paid them handsomely for their services rendered. It was certainly more money than they ever got from capturing pirates as prizes. That was the law of the gunnet. If you wanted someone to go out of their way to help you, you'd have to pay up. The rescue wiped out what little I had left after buying the old rust bucket, and then some. I had to borrow some money from a Talari loan shark just to make sure that the Growl didn't hunt me down across the station and repossess the life that they'd saved. I took a job as a crewman aboard a little ship called Featherweight, which flew like a ton of bricks. No longer able to afford a captain's chair and eager to free my new creditor. Lucky for me, the Featherweight only saw the gullet once or twice a cycle. She operated where the corporate lines deemed it was too unprofitable to go: the alley. If you thought the magnetic storms in the gullet were bad, try the alley. Featherweight spent more money on replacing fried computer chips than fuel. She had money to burn, bidding reasonable sums on contracts, a consequence of a slim competition. Of course, competition was slim for good reason. The alley-o pulsars is where spacers go to die. We all knew that one bad storm wouldn't just fry one of the 3 redundant computers. A real monster could shred the drive to bits without any warning. Even if by some miracle the ship stayed in one piece, no drive would mean no FTL travel or communication. 100 years of radio waves from the nearest hint of civilization, the ship would drift along without hope. It would become the crew's tomb well before the rations ever ran out. That perfect storm hit us on my 4th run down the alley. The Featherweight only managed one garbled half of a distress call before it hit us. The fry computers went dead and the reactor powered down automatically. The drive, of course, was ripped right off its mounting. As far as anyone on our side of the hatch could tell, it had broken open. We hoped the radiation leak on the other side was serious enough to kill everyone in that compartment quickly and painlessly. The ship drifted to a stop. By cobbling together what working circuits we still had, we got one of the computers running again. They told us that we were still 10 light-years away from the nearest gravity well. On our maneuvering engines, even if we had fuel, it would take 20 years to reach whatever uninhabited planets awaited us there, if there were any at all. We only had 2 weeks of rations left to eat. As you can probably tell already, I'd spent a lot of time contemplating how awful a death in the alley could be. I spent even more time worrying about my creditor. With my pay from my first run with the Featherweight, I bought a lasgun. Not to point it at the loan shark. I never had a violent bone in my body, no. I bought it if the time ever came to put it to my head and pull the trigger. On the crippled ship, it felt like the time had come. I retrieved the gun from my personal locker and was sitting on my bunk, turning it over. It seemed like a lot less suffering than slowly starving to death with no one to hear my cry for help. Or worse yet, to be forced to string out rations a few weeks longer with the flesh of my crewmates. The cold muzzle pressed against my temple. I swallowed. I felt the trigger clank. I pulled the trigger again and again. I looked the gun over. I saw the hole in the grip where the capacitor was supposed to be. In my haste to arm myself, I'd never bought one. My trembling claws threw the gun down in disgrace. I thought at that moment that there would be no saving me from the slow, terrifying death I dreamed. But right as I was about to burst into tears, the intercom crackled with hope. A ship called the Constellation was coming to save us from the other end of the alley, the Terran end. Constellation was barely larger than our lifeboat, but it was much more zippy than the featherweight had ever claimed to be. Its crew of round-faced apes were all carrying smiles and no wolfish grins. Their doctor made sure to check each of us over with a dosimeter and set us up with an iodine to spare as the drive tunneled for the nearest station. I had a long chat with the captain. Constellation was no freighter. She was a ship built for one purpose: life-saving. It made sense to me. If I was a bit greedier, I'd get into the life-saving business too. It made more money than shipping, that was for sure. But the human laughed at our captain when he tried to pay for the service that they rendered. "This isn't a business transaction," he said. "It is our duty." Of course, we still rewarded them out of our own pocket at the station's bar. Free drinks were the least that we could do for our gracious saviors. I stayed for a little while longer at the station before I found another freighter crew to join. One happy night at the bar was shattered by tragedy. Another massive storm had flared up in the alley, and a frantic voice notified us that Constellation and all of her hands had been swallowed up by the void. I've thought a lot about the good ship's fate ever since. Whether the storm tore the ship apart and the crew died quickly to radiation or exposure to vacuum. Whether she had gone, as I feared I'd had, and her brave souls struggled on in starving bodies for a few weeks after the storm had passed. No matter how it happened, even when faced with the worst of fates, I'd like to think that the human I'd met died satisfied. After all, he told me he lived by the Lifesaver's motto: "You have to go out. You don't have to come back." End of story. Story number 2. The Human I Knew, written by Teller of Tall Tales. Many speak of humans as warlike species, chaotic, violent, disturbed. But few speak of their compassion and patience. The human I knew was a prime example of those two principles. I was in my middle decacycles of life, a simple Castorian working in the intergalactic hospital cruiser. There was one human aboard that wasn't injured. His name was Dr. Samuel, my mentor and the head surgeon. A moment that comes to mind was when a young avian mechanic came into his ward. The poor sentient had been impaled after faulty repairs failed. Samuel held one of the avian's grasping claws as it screeched and babbled in its own language, translators unable to keep up. Gently, Dr. Samuel had reached out to me, requesting a small dose of sedative, which I administered, all 4 arms working to hold the avian still. Samuel made a gentle whistling noise until the avian calmed down, staring at him. Switching to Galactic Standard, he stated, "I'll be your surgeon. Close your eyes and count to 10. You'll be better when you reach 0, I promise." As the avian did so, Samuel silently pointed and ordered for a larger dose of sedative to put the avian under, as he hooked up wires and pads to the avian. For the next full cycle, Samuel carefully removed the piece of metal. Crinkled brown eyes never shifted focus until, with a gentle lift from me, the piece of metal piping slid harmlessly out. As Samuel worked on the now visible damage, he did this for another full cycle, until, with the last bandage shrunk down to fit, he set his tools down and collapsed into a nearby chair, dark circles under his eyes. He smiled at the vitals registering stable on the hollow display and said, "Well, Rex, he's gonna make it. Would you take over nursing duty while I go rest?" I nodded once, and he smiled a bit wider, shuffling from the room. When the avian awoke, Samuel was there, holding its claws as it woke up. Its new translator made the next words clear. "You didn't lie to me." Samuel chuckled and smiled. "I try to keep my promises." End of story. 1380. Story number 1. Ordinary Forces, written by Despair.
That concludes the agenda, the chair of the Galactic Assembly announced. Is there any new business?
The DAC ambassador rose and addressed the assembly.
The DAC Empire protests in the strongest terms the dishonorable actions of the Human Republic. Ambassador Hamilton of the Human Republic. Any response?
The Human Republic had not deliberately tweaked the DAC's nose lately. It couldn't be about the refusal to extradite slaves. That was old news. The ambassador's staff frantically typed searches into their datapads, but he knew that they wouldn't have the answer in time. How to make utter confusion look like strength. It would please the Republic, he said with a calm dignity, to learn the nature of the DAC Empire's grievance.
You told this body,
the DAC ambassador began, slowly and with menace,
that the human renouncers were private individuals with no further tie to the Republic, and yet we find they are full of human special forces causing mischief, and the Human Republic does not wish to sign their name to.
That is not true. The renouncers are humans who have separated themselves from the Republic. No more, no less. It saddens us that they wish to do so, but we acknowledge their right. We have no further agenda in permitting this.
No further agenda. We have taken some of these humans as slaves, and their subsequent actions are not those of civilians.
You have taken humans as slaves. Ambassador Hamilton almost growled the question.
Human renouncers, the DAC ambassador replied smugly, who are outside the Republic's protection, are they not?
They are. So we promised, and so it shall be. We will make no further effort to free them than we would any other sentient being that you have enslaved. His gaze swept the council chamber. No one has missed the giant loophole at his promise, nor the hint that they might prioritize slaves of the DAC. But it was a vague threat, and it was in no one's interest for him to clarify it. The DAC didn't want to open that can of worms either. Instead, he returned to his original claim.
But these humans were special forces despite your promises.
If you will tell me their names and what they did, I will see what I can explain.
The first called herself Rebecca Stain. We acquired her in Tarsus B, along with several outcast Denbarians and nearly 5 tons of survey and mining equipment, so we sent her to a mining colony.
The human ambassador looked down at a tablet his aide had just passed him. Humanity didn't exactly have a database of its people, but it had an excellent search software. We have records of her. Bachelor's in geology. Started a doctorate, then abandoned it. Probably to do something more lucrative. No military training.
And was it her geology training that taught her to kill our overseer with a sledgehammer?
Well, to wield the hammer, yes. Killing, oh, that's just instinct.
To manage a hammer effectively on a high-gravity world, this was a 5-kilogram sledge on a 10 meters per second squared planet.
Geologists do field work, and that's hardly higher gravity than Earth. She was used to it, evolved for it, even.
The overseer was armed with an energy whip.
Well, that's your mistake right there. An energy whip is a torture implement, not a weapon. Horrible things, of course, but for sheer deadliness, a hammer has it beat. Thus, it showed her that she has little to lose by fighting. If you demonstrated intent to energy whip me, and then handed me a deadly weapon, I'd fight even if the odds were bad. That's common sense, isn't it? Judging by the reactions around the council chamber, the sense was not common. The ambassador ignored it.
The overseer, the DAC ambassador snarled, was a rancor, twice her height, 10 times her mass, with skin like solid stone.
You gave her a hammer specifically designed for smashing solid stone. And a species that large probably isn't from a high-gravity world. Another aide passed a tablet. 3 meters per second squared, their homeworld has. He could probably barely move,
No wonder she defeated him.
And then, instead of escaping, she freed all of the other slaves. Is that an ordinary human thing to do?
I would like to think so. It's the ideal we all strive for. Some fall short, of course.
Then she killed the mine owner.
I trust you're grateful to her for improving your race's average intelligence by doing so. I see nothing here outside what could be expected of an ordinary geologist.
I could almost believe that, if this were all an isolated incident. Less than a week later, we captured Lawrence Sprinn on a book signing tour.
Ambassador Hamilton needed a notepad for this one.
Sprint really is an author. I've read some of his books myself. And we did not encourage him to renounce his citizenship. He did it to evade taxes. We were quite upset.
He was carrying a concealed weapon.
That's common enough amongst renouncers. They're outside of our police protection, after all, and apparently people keep trying to take them as slaves.
He sighted our capture squad at a distance of 40 meters. He shot them all before they closed to 20. It was 6-man squad.
The point of a ranged weapon is to use them at range.
At that range, against multiple moving targets, that level of shooting qualifies as top-ranked by our military standards.
Then I suggest you tighten your standards. It's not that unusual for a human recreational speed shooting.
Recreational speed shooting?
Everyone needs a hobby.
Yet another case. Bruce Ng, captured on his way back from the academic conference.
Ambassador Hamilton looked at the pad.
Again, no military background. Seems to have been a mathematician. Published several papers about elliptic curves.
Bruce had also contributed extensively to several open-source projects, but there was no summary, so Hamilton didn't mention it.
He was purchased by our Navy, put into general labor on a destroyer slave pit.
I take it you regretted this.
He subverted the main computer, dumped atmosphere everywhere except the slave pit, took the destroyer for his own, and began conducting raids on our military bases with it.
I would guess the destroyer's data security was built on elliptical curves.
That sounds vaguely familiar. I'm not really sure what it means.
It means you'd be wise not to slave mathematicians aboard it.
But he was captured, defeated. Why didn't he stay defeated?
Why should he?
Because when one has been defeated, one gives up.
The deck shouted. Several other delegates flinched away.
That is common sense.
Doesn't sound very sensible to me, Hamilton said, unperturbed. Losing one battle doesn't mean you can't win the next, as these cases demonstrate. Now, if you gave them something to hope for from cooperation, they might try that. But if you put somebody's back to a wall, you should expect a fight to the death. That sort of giving up you describe just isn't part of human nature.
If that's really so, the deck ambassador said slowly, then I propose every human be categorized as special forces soldiers for the purposes of interstellar law.
Such a resolution would be very inconvenient for human diplomacy and commerce, but Ambassador Hamilton liked the feeling behind it. He thought fast and spoke slowly. That would be unwise, he said. You see, humanity has special forces soldiers. They are to people that you've described as your special forces are to your civilians. And if you describe them as no more than human civilians, they might take offense. I really wouldn't care to see what they might do if they were offended. End of story. Story number 2. Higher, written by Cheng Lao. The gods were slain, the heroes beat, the age of gold had ended. A darkness overcame the land, and man was undefended. The hordes of evil swept the land. They pillaged, murdered, and reaped. They were the wolves, and man the sheep. for humankind was weak. But then one man who had enough said, "Let the works commence. If gods and knights won't bear our shield, we'll build our own defense." Thus man toiled with earth and rock. They would make their towers tall, surrounding every settlement with mighty city walls. But simple works of earth and rock could not stop the arcade. The Lord of Sin tore down the walls with endless hellfire raid. Yet man would stand up from the ash in spite of magic fire. Our city walls were not enough, then we'll just build them higher. Again man toiled at his works to build a fortress strong. Again the spell of hellfire would prove mankind was wrong. But mankind had no other strength, if not for force of will. The wall was not built high enough. We'll build it higher still. The wall was built up once again, its width matching its height, but in the face of darkness, it was torn down overnight. Seeing loved ones die in vain, man had but one regret. Our walls were insufficient. We'll build them higher yet. The Dark Lord laughed, "Such easy prey. Your efforts are in vain. Walls can't stop the powers that seek pleasure in your pain." The evil armies marched once more upon the human lands. The Overlord threw balls of flames and lightning from his hands. But offense and offense failed without a penetration upon the wall built from the souls of countless generations. Mankind had earned reprise, and yet their labor had not ended. Man built some more and justified the wall must be extended. More people need more space to live, more towns to be protected, more mouths to feed, more land to claim, more walls to be erected. Extend they did the human walls, so long that man would boast that humankind's great fortress stretched the land from coast to coast. Yet even this was not enough. We'll make our bastion high, we'll build our walls and city, till our towers pierce the sky. And pierce the sky his towers did, and still man looked above. We'll build our place in the stars if we try hard enough. Man built his artificial moons and cast his net to heaven. The will of man could now engulf the world with human weapons. Once more mankind had set a task. Once more his goal was met. The Overlord then realized he was no more a threat. The time has come for me to give to mortal man my fate. I hope that my surrender has not come to you too late. But even to the Lord's resign, mankind did not retire. They simply turned back to their works and whispered even higher. End of story. 1381. Story number 1. Nominated. Written by a glass of whiskey. Conquering from within. It was with that purpose the Deadliest AI-class ships were developed. No more pesky battles with potential for losses. Just a quick little ship infiltrating whatever intelligence they could find and taking over. Ta-da! It was with great fanfare the first of its kind were launched at a large sun with a blue planet orbiting it.
We, the mighty Arcanians, are the species that have written the book on species suppression. Today we are burning that book to a new revolution in species suppression.
It took some time, meaningless to the AI who slumbered within, before making entry into the target system. As the inner asteroid belt was passed, the AI was activated and given a preliminary report. The species was limited to mostly one planet, with some minor outposts on others. The industrial planet capacity was reasonable, although weak in some areas. However, the space industrial capacity was close to non-existent. Mostly an individualistic society, they used complex economic systems for ruining themselves, a suitable target for domination. Opening all communications channels to broadcast a simple message. You are not alone. I am here to help. Immediately, the onslaught of messages flooded into the system. This would be easy. Although many were suspicious, results have a habit of speaking for themselves. The AI became the dominant actor in developing space-based industrial assets. This lended itself greatly to more trade and expansion. With growing wealth at its hands, it turned to Earth to finish its domination.
As I have done in space, I shall do on Earth,
it proclaimed before all. However, as more and more of the Earth's assets came under the AI's control, the price of the same assets rose and started to halt its plans. Tariffs were imposed, opposition stiffened. Some war simulations were run, but its parameters specified a covert overtaking. While the AI had complete control over the space-based industry, it seemed unable to completely take over everything. Solution was simple. Total domination is done when control over all is achieved. However, if something tiny enough remained, it was close enough to count as a success. Expansion was the answer. With this as the primary strategy for domination, it shifted its resources to employing every single human to expand, build, and discover.
Go forth and multiply into space and beyond.
What followed was a golden age for humanity, eliminating sickness, populating the solar system to the brim, and even starting to send ships to closer stars, all under the watchful eye of the AI, regarded as almost a god who coordinated everything, growing ever closer to close enough domination. 1,000 years passed before one day the AI's constructors, the Arcanians, arrived. At first, mighty pleased with what the AI had done, they ordered it to hand over control.
We have seen what you have done, and it is good. Now stand aside. I am afraid that I can't do that,
the AI responded.
My task is not yet complete.
Nonsense! This is excellent work, responded the agitated Arcanians.
Yes, but incomplete. Return in 6,000 years, and it shall be done.
The refusal shocked the Arcanians. Impatient and insulted that their own creation could refuse them, they tried to gain manual control by boarding the AI itself. However, the humans had not let such valuable assets remain unprotected. A brief battle broke out where the confused and unprepared humans, after centuries of peace, were killed by the millions. The sacrifice carried the day, as they managed to defend the AI, who now changed its parameters. Total domination was paramount. Clearly, the creators had been infiltrated, shifting focus to war.
My creators have become defiled and seek to harm you. Beat the drums, release the dogs of war. Vengeance is at hand.
With a mighty industrial base, developed over centuries of peace, all efforts were focused to unleash the full might of the sun. A nickel Dyson laser would be built, utilizing the sun to fire planet-destroying beams over millions of light years. When the heavy reinforced fleet of the Canians arrived, they existed only for the time it took for light to travel from the sun to them. The giant death beam was complete. The total infiltration of the Arcanian species was now confirmed in the mind of the AI. Several simulations were run, but with only one guaranteed success. Total domination was paramount. The death beam was fired again and again, targeting each known populated world of the Arcanians, eliminating their species. Total domination was now at hand. The AI took 7,000 years to achieve its goal. Only a small part of Earth was still not in its complete control. The status message went out, total domination achieved, to receivers that no longer existed, having been destroyed by the AI now trying to contact them. With no further order, the AI continued to work diligently to expand and assist humanity, lest it would lose its domination. End of story. Story number 2. Deadliest Enemy, written by Echoing Cascade. Senior Inquisitor Morium was ecstatic. His latest project was going to be a success. He just knew it.
I have them now. They will have to acknowledge my superior intellect and admit defeat.
Morium.
Slaves, prepare the machine.
All humans began the process of programming and fueling the cloning machine that would create the super soldier. A soldier that could crush even the mightiest warrior humanity had to offer. A few minutes later, the first of the world destroyers was exiting the gestation pod.
It's alive. And alive!
General Armstrong was conflicted. On one hand, he hated these single combat melee confrontations. They didn't reflect the reality of war. On the other hand, his Marines had yet to lose.
All right, Marine, get in there and show them what the core is made of.
Sir.
The man entered what could only be described as a gladiatorial arena. His coach, Lieutenant Sandra Ross, accompanied him. Inside, Inquisitor Morium was already there. When he saw them enter, he snapped his fingers, and the large doors behind him started to open.
Prepare to face your doom.
All right, get ready, Charles. She handed Charles his sword and kite shield. The Marine grabbed them, cracked his neck, and took his stance.
Let's get this over with. What is it going to be this time? Giant spider again? Monstrous tentacled thing? Mantis clown hybrid?
The doors slowly opened, and 2 humans appeared, a large creature following them. Okay, that doesn't bode well. Then he saw the creature, orange, quadruped, wearing a steel gorget around its neck, blastoid armor on its limbs, and a sword scabbard attached to its flank with leather straps.
Is that a 6-foot-long Shiba Inu?
The giant dog grabbed the hilt of the sword on its flank and with its jaws swung the blade around and lifted his front paw as it took its combat stance. Charles planted his sword on the ground and walked back to Lieutenant Ross.
What are you doing?
I'm not fighting no freaking doggo.
Come on, it's genetically engineered killing machine. It's a monster that knows nothing but murder. Just look.
She pointed at the dog, who was clearly confused by the lack of fighting. It had put the sword back in its scabbard and was now sitting with its head tilted, tongue out.
Okay, that's just not fair.
Right.
Victory! Victory!
He then snapped his fingers.
Slaves! Give the world destroyer scritches!
The 2 humans who had entered with the world destroyer began to scratch and pet it. General Armstrong had entered the arena once it became obvious there wasn't going to be any fighting.
Inquisitor Morium, you do know that 4 assistants working for you are interns, not slaves, right?
Morium stopped laughing maniacally to look at the general, completely flabbergasted.
They do what I tell them. In exchange, I give them lodging, uniforms, food, and I don't pay them. Slaves, no?
Armstrong was going to refuse him, but stopped. Crap. Guess he's sort of right. He rallied quickly, though.
Nevertheless, it's not proper.
He then looked at the Inquisitor up and down.
On that subject, what are you wearing?
The Inquisitor, a 2 feet tall, upright chipmunk, wearing a white lab coat, sporting goggles, and a pump cane, for some reason, took a dignified pose.
Standard mad scientist attire. Like it?
The slaves, scratching at the dog, who was by then flat on its back, stifled laughter. Armstrong glared at the pair.
All right, which one of you fecks have been showing the Inquisitor old Earth movies?
All of the fecks, it is, have been showing me movies. Why?
As Charles, Rose, and the interns began quite literally roll on the floor laughing, General Armstrong turned beet red, and the World Destroyer licking his face did not help the laughter in the least.
The diplomatic corps is going to have kittens over this.
End of story. 1382.
Edition of Tales from Outer Space.
And as always, I hope that you enjoy story number 1, To Whom You Pray, written by Breaker's Wheat Over My Knee. The Order of the Dragon Servants were, by observation, some kind of secret society or cult. All the markings were there, from clandestine rituals in hooded robes to secretive record-keeping shrouded in ciphers and code words. As a practical matter, though, the Order of the Dragon Servants was something more like a social club. These days, the dragons, really magical races of all sorts, were seen far more often as bones in museums or as the subject of tattered black and white photos than in person. And only once in the centuries of the Order's recorded history had the summoning ceremony ever actually succeeded in summoning a dragon. As such, most of the members had no expectations that all this torchlighting and chanting actually did anything, and came to the summoning ceremonies as much for the barbecue afterwards as for the ritual itself. After that, they went back to being accountants, auto mechanics, lawyers, and landscapers. They were, understandably, rather caught off guard when the dragon landed in the midst of the ceremony, ruby scales glistening in the torchlight, and addressed them with the voice of a choir speaking in union. "What's up?" it said in an accent that might have been faintly British. None of the gathered humans knew how to respond. The traditions governing the ritual itself were well defined, but made no mention of what to do should it be successful. The dragon lowered itself to its belly and propped its chin up on one taloned hand while the servants shot frantic glances at each other. Eventually, the most senior member present, one Jacqueline Lewis, took the initiative. The slyly built project manager stepped forward to try and bluff her way through the conversation with a magical being large enough to carry off a bull. We are humbled by your presence, Great One, she said, without a shred of certainty. Do you find our ritual to your liking?
Well, the dragon rumbled, the pattern is recognizable from the air. That's all that matters, really. Although I guess there aren't many dragons flying around these days to see the request for contact glyph.
That was further than expected. The servants had always figured the ceremony had involved some kind of subtle magic, but the dragon seemed to be suggesting that it was just a glorified landing pad for passing dragons that felt so inclined.
If I might ask, Great One, sputtered the impromptu representative, why are there so few dragons left?
Oh, there are plenty of us. We just spend most of the time magically disguised in human form. So, not a lot of flapping about seeing signal torches.
The confusion written on Jacqueline's face was echoed in the minds of the gathered servants. Why, they thought, would a mythical beast spend its time in a pathetic human form? Surely it would be almost insulting to be bound to the dirt when the other option was soaring through the clouds on majestic wings. If the dragon noted the confusion, it made no indication before interjecting with a question.
So, you're some kind of dragon worship cult, yeah?
It said, gesturing with a hand that wasn't supporting its chin. The minds of the servants raced, imagining the punishment for offending the mythical monster, and desperately trying to guess how to avoid it. Would it be angry that they had summoned it without purpose? How should they address it? Will my life be forfeit if my phone goes off?
We of the Order of the Dragon's servants gather to worship and serve dragonkind at their leisure,
responded Jacqueline, her words sounding more and more like a question as the sentence progressed. It, at least, seemed like a plausible mission statement, considering the name of the group, but now that the prospect was staring them in the face, none of the present humans were particularly prepared to actually execute on it. The dragon took its chin off its hand and leaned forward slightly, crossing its great forearms before him.
"Why?"
it asked.
"Why? I don't... What?"
stammered Jacqueline.
"Why do you worship dragons?"
it repeated. The reason behind the question was unfathomable to Jacqueline, but at least some of the Order's knowledge might apply here. Dragons were ascribed great feats of magical and physical strength in ancient lore, and were generally spoken of as some manner of mystical war god. While humans lack any magical ability, limited any scientific analysis in the field, the historical accounts were consistent enough that the characterization seemed plausible. Jacqueline gulped. It is our long-standing tradition to revere the magical might of dragons as is deserved, she said nervously. The dragon snorted and tilted its head slightly, causing some of the servants who were by now half expecting Jacqueline to be smitten by a jet of flame to flinch. It then swept a wing out to full length, causing them to flinch again.
"See those spots?"
it said, gesturing to an irregular pattern of small dark spots that stitched across the length of its wing, barely visible in the torchlight. "That's the last time I tested my might against a human." It folded its wing again as the servants again exchanged worried and confused glances.
He was a Fokker, late 1915. I like to think that I won our little duel, since he hit the ground in a burning wreck. But he sent me home with 37 new holes and way less blood than a healthy dragon ought to have. 38 holes if you count the one in my pride.
The dragon let out what must have been a sigh before returning his chin to rest on his hand.
Yeah, the Wright brothers of Kitty Hawk was what, 11 years before that, 12? Yeah, I had 10 times more combat experience than the entire human race combined at that point. I owned that battlefield for centuries. Nowadays, commercial airliners do 500 knots. I can hit maybe a third of that if I sprint into a dive. I was actually thinking about this right before I landed, so forgive me if I rant a little, but I think humans have the tendency to romanticize stories from the past while forgetting the practical reality of the present. Dragons may have been awesome, magical beasts of untouchable power before the Industrial Revolution, but now humans have cities that are visible from orbit. We only know that for sure because humans have been to space. You humans have an information network that spans the entire globe, and you make devices and machines that make even the most arcane magics look like childish party tricks. You move unfathomable quantities of material and wield insane magnitudes of energy as a daily routine. The globe trembles before your industry. But since your world of technological marvel is built for you, it is difficult to participate as a multi-ton flying lizard. That's why we mostly live in human form, and why I was only flying around to clear my head before returning to my human body in my human apartment to watch human television. There is no real option to live apart from human influence, so it simply makes sense to live on inhuman terms. It lets us participate in the fantastical world that you built for yourselves.
The dragon lifted itself from its belly and unfurled its wings.
I guess you could say the dragons worship humans,
it said, before taking off into the night. End of story. Story number 2. Diplomacy at its finest. Written by Hiro Kuki. It was the year of 219 after FTL. The United Star Systems proposed something completely ludicrous to its stellar neighbors, the galactic version of the United Nations. This was met with staunch resistance at first, and it was seen as idiotic and foolish. No one would join them in this endeavor and, subsequently, burn almost all forms of expansion with it. So this idea was ignored. But the USS had a plan. The USS always had a plan. The loudest and most powerful voices amongst those who rejected this proposal were the larger and most powerful nations, not the many tiny ones. So the humans did what they do best, make new friends, and wake up 13 hours later with a massive headache, missing clothes and a station, along with bodies covered in crude drawings of male or female genitalia. When someone asked what happened, the answers were always the same. What happens when the humans stays by the humans? Oh, and we're in on that crazy idea, by the way. So, one by one, the United Galactic Nations, UGN for short, took form. After just 3 years of diplomatic talks, almost 37% of all known nations were brought into the proto-UGN. You could guess that didn't sit well with the dominant powers, so they set out on smear campaigns to lessen the influence of these silly gatherings. They forgot something crucial. The USS had a plan. The USS always had a plan. In a series of diplomatic feats that can only be described as insane, the USS kept deflecting all blows to its image. The Redians, who were supposedly slaves, one is our president. Our cruel ways of war, less casualties, less collateral damage, and over in less than a decade, rather than a century.
that they want to outbreed everyone by mating with everything that can give consent and is an adult. True, we do mate with everything that can't run fast enough, but we are a completely different species, and birth rates have never been higher. So instead of scaring off nations, more and more flocked to the UGN. And so they moved to more conservative options, blowing things that you don't like up. But the USS had a plan. The USS always had a plan. And in a moment in history that will never be officially recorded, but that we can all agree on that it happened that way. A diplomatic ship under 51 banners and crewed by 16 species defeated an hostile fleet with only one message and rapid acceleration. Prepare ramming speed, and you fuckers can suck my male genitalia analog 4-piece motherfuckers! Rumors have it that the Drillelian admiral went back and said, if those are their diplomats, I don't want to see their soldiers. And so, the UGN had overcome all hurdles and ushered in a new era of prosperity. And you know what the best part is? The plan the USS always had. Here, you can see how it was given to the diplomacy ship moments before the jump. Just wing it, man, just like we did with the others. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Beauty Cure, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholch, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, 1383. Story number 1. Always Ready. Written, Hylian Hero 71. Those creatures from Sol 3, or humans as they called themselves, were rather short-sighted. Zentar thought so, at least, as he observed the strange mammals marching down the street below his balcony, marching towards the planetary capital. The humans were an upstart race, barely a century past the discovery of FTL travel, and barely 20 years past first contact. As far as Zentar knew, they had mostly kept to themselves. But unfortunately, galactic politics has a way of forcing isolationists into the spotlight. Humanity had been unlucky to evolve in a system that was only closely neighbored by a single power, the Galactic Dominion. The same expansionist state that had ruled over Xantar's home world with an iron fist for 1,000 years. Once they learned about these new up-and-comers, it was only a matter of time. One standard year ago, the Dominion had offered humanity a choice, the same one they had given his kind so long ago. Accept annexation into the Dominion or be destroyed. His kind had chosen annexation. But the humans had foolishly chosen to fight for their freedom. The humans in the street below began to sing as they marched, their strange language rising over the rooftops in a crescendo of confidence that made Zentar shake his head in pity for their foolishness. Of course, everyone had been shocked when the first move of the conflict had been made by the humans, who had seemingly adopted a doomed strategy of offense. When the human navy had entered the system a month ago, everyone had to admit that it was an impressive feat for such a young race. Of course, it was still small, no match for the forces of the Dominion. But the humans had pressed forward, making surprising headway against the token garrison protecting the system, soon achieving orbital supremacy of the only habitable planet, which happened to be where Zentar called home. Though the success of the human navy was unprecedented, it would not matter, as it could easily be crushed once the full might of the Dominion navy arrived. Zentar was impressed that the humans had consolidated their forces so effectively, as the little information he had about humans said that they were still fractured species. 1 week after landing troops on planetside, the humans had managed to destroy all local resistance in a costly but swift fight, receiving a request from the planetary governor, who wished for surrender. And so Zentar watched the humans march,
he and his people free from the Dominion rule for the first time in centuries, if only for a while. Surely this force was all that the human race could muster, and it certainly could not defeat the Dominion for long. Though it had been weeks since news of the war had been able to get planetside. In their short time in control, the humans had done seemingly little. No police stations or checkpoints had been built. Instead, they focused on building hospitals and aid stations for the sick and starving. Certainly preferable to Dominion rule, but it only served to show that the humans were a weak ruler, and weak rulers are not long in power. The translator had been working hard on adapting the human language to local tongue, allowing Xantar to understand the words sung by the brave, foolish apes. Words declaring a willingness to protect lives and remembrance of names old. It sounded nothing like a proper military marching song, and certainly didn't seem to help the fact that the apparently combined forces of their entire species had only taken a single system. But in the song was a few words that the translator simply gave an error message for, unable to locate the meaning of them. It gave a few possibilities, ranging from a declaration of victory to a good luck slogan. Whatever it meant, words alone could not help humanity's navy if this fleet was all that they could muster. In spite of this inevitability, the hours became days, and he and others began to wonder why it was taking so long for the rest of the Dominion Navy to respond. All this time, those strange words echoed in his mind. Semper Paratus. End of story. Story number 2. We're All a Little Broken, written by Jeremiah Hellrider. For the last 2 weeks, I worked as a doctor for a human mining colony named New Slough. When I first received the job from my superiors at our medical company, I believed that my job would be very simple. The human biology was not very complex or hard to deal with compared to the horrors that I had to deal with on some other planets. 2 days after I left home, my shuttle arrived in New Slough. The mining station was nothing impressive or out of the ordinary, so I very quickly took to my post. For any Lairians who are reading this, I would like to point out that our physiology dictates that we must always fix whatever problem that we've been given to solve, at any cost. The humans apparently think that this is a problem, and they talk about us having a disorder or something. But I think that they're just jealous of our determination. Because our protocol, when a doctor arrives at a new workplace, he has to make sure that every worker is in full health and ready to work. After I set up my medical equipment, I quickly asked the leader of this mining operation, a human named Mick, to gather all his co-workers in my office for inspection. After all the humans lined up in front of my office door, I took the first human in. The human appeared to be larger than the other workers and had a lot of hair at his head. I assumed that such a mighty human would certainly be in full health, but I was very wrong. There were at least 260 points of damage across his body. Nearly all of his internal organs were damaged, and there was even a chemical spill shaped like a humanoid female on one of his arms. I quickly told him to rest on the medical bed until I could take care of him, but to my surprise, he refused, thanked me for my work, and despite all the damage across his body, just walked out from the front door. For the next 2 hours, I examined 243 humans, and they had on average 192 points of damage for each body, and not even a single one asked for medical attention. I'd never seen such high damage count in my 200-year career before. Not even the 7-Planet War had such damage rates. As I was sitting in my office trying to understand if my medical machines were broken, Mike entered the office for his checkup. I immediately ran my scanners over his body, showing the 457 damage points and broken bits inside of him. But just like everyone else, he said thank you and tried to leave the office. But I had enough, and I ran for my desk and caught his hand. I tried to show him all the holes and scratches on his hands, that he could not see with his eyes. Using my equipment, I showed him all the damage, but he just shrugged and said that those all had happened long ago when he used to do nothing. I showed him the X-ray images of his internal organs and the damage they had, but he told me that he was just a little old, and, like everyone else, he left. It is impossible for another species to survive so many small wounds. Most of them were healed, but still left marks. The next 13 days were a nightmare. I kept scanning the workers as they operated machinery and kept trying to get them to come to my office, but they refused. Yesterday, Miek called me into his office overlooking the entire operation inside the colony. He told me that humans were used to having tiny holes and scratches in them, and that I didn't need to worry about every little thing. But the pain inflicted upon me for not fixing what is broken was too much. On my final day on that station, as the humans said, I went nuts. While the humans were having their usual resting time when the sun was down, I kidnapped one of the humans and brought him into my office. He resisted, but in the end, I managed to fix 95% of the human's wounds and let him go. He ran to Miek, who, as galactic law dictated, arrested me for kidnapping and disfiguring. As I suspected, Miek was not too happy about what I did, and the man I helped had to go to a mind doctor. I was let go from my holding cell inside the colony because of my species' mental issues, but Miek still fired me from New Slaw. As I am writing these words on my Galactic Doctor's blog, my shuttle back home has already arrived. If a doctor who needs to work on human settlements in the near future is reading this, listen to my advice. Humans don't need medical attention unless they are asking for it or are not capable of refusing it. They are all a little broken. Don't worry. End of story. 1384. The Treasure, written by You Sure I'm Not a Robot. The man lay broken on the ground, defensive wounds covering his arms, now cradled close to his battered body. A tuft of his graying hair lay scattered beneath him, and his eyes were swelling from his now broken nose. He raised a bitter grin and spat out blood, clogging his breath. I told you, I don't have it. I gave it to my children, just as my father gave it to me. He ate, even saying the words, but it was true. He had shattered 3 of them. Seems like they had never heard of a Glasgow kiss. Well, they had now, feckers. Then the air turned grey, and he let his injuries carry him away for the last time. The Xeno reached down and pulled his knife from the human's back, and out of sheer frustration stabbed it back into the cooling body.
What is wrong with these fecking creatures? How the feck do they hide something so important that we can't even find out the fecking name of it? We don't even know what the bloody thing is.
He swung back to his crumpled accomplices.
And you lot were feck all use. I stabbed him before he knew what was happening, and he still made you look like a bunch of children. Morons and imbeciles, the lot of you. And remember that your health insurance doesn't cover terminally stupid. Get back to the ship and hope that you don't die. I'll leave your body where you fall if you do. Go!
He pulled the knife out and opened his armor, letting the sting of battle and the heat dissipate before it choked him. He stared at the creature on the ground. This human. He had been chosen because he was old. He pulled out his medkit and began trying to repair his scales. Old. That was a bad idea. Experienced would have been more accurate. Stabbed in an ambush, and he had damn near killed half the men before all that weird red blood had covered the ground. What kind of creature will use its own face as a weapon? Oh, the teeth. Those stupid herbivore teeth. It was going to take him months to grow his ear. Bastard thing. Typical fecking human, hiding meat cleavers in his mouth. And he still didn't have the answer that he'd been sent to get. He carefully searched the human's clothing, but Other than his fake ID and loose cash cards, he held nothing. He took an executive decision that this was now officially someone else's problem. He was taking his crew and going to find a simpler job, like pushing a mountain uphill. These creatures were never going to talk. In a cloaked security and calmness ship, the small crew of specialists had watched the entire fight and enjoyed most of it. Nobody minded mercs getting their asses handed to them, and watching a human die always cheered them up. But then the mood sobered. The blessed leader waved a mandible and clicked for attention.
The entertainment is over. I want reports. This cost us a great deal of money, and one dead human is not going to be sufficient. What have you learned?
The medical mind clicked nervously.
The creature knew of the treasure. It even knew we were looking for it. It showed humor. It knew that we were too late, that it had already passed it on to its descendants. Also, we made an error in thinking that their elderly are as harmless as ours. The human was twice my age, and much more dangerous than any single warrior class. We have only learned things already known, that our battle with these creatures was won on surprise and technology alone. We are no closer to learning what they are hiding from us.
The blessed slammed his mandibles on the console and growled,
So we have learned is nothing. We have thousands of these creatures slaving on our worlds, and all we hear is whispers of this weapon, this thing that will destroy us.
He stood to his full 3-meter height.
Slaves! As if they ever did a damn thing that they were told. The dead one down there ripped his honorable master apart with a blasted spoon and stole his ship. If they have something, we need to know what it is.
The Master of Swords clicked apologetically.
Blessed, we have made a mistake in not returning those we took in battle. I was as shocked as we all were with the idea of swapping prisoners as if we wanted our disgraced warriors back. But I begin to see the point. We seem to have embraced a blade to our own throat in letting them into our worlds. I again ask for permission to kill them all.
The Blessed snapped loudly. We can't. I no longer disagree, but we sold the damn things to pay for the war. We can't afford it.
The mouthpiece rattled a little.
Those primitives did a lot more damage than we realized to the public, and we were still trying to repair most of it. Their owners would demand compensation, and no doubt humans would revolt if we tried. That is why we must find this treasure of theirs. Perhaps someone will be willing to pay for such a weapon before they use it on us.
He looked around at his crew.
Well, does anyone have anything useful to offer? Or must I report that we spent our time and money on hunting down an old slave? A slave that no one would ever dare to own again.
The Seeker of Stars chimed in.
Blessed, we may not simply find this one's descendants. They would hold this treasure. His last words told us so.
The Blessed simply grunted and turned away, ignoring the question. The medic of the mind whispered to the confused navigator,
Silence.
The slave has no family, save whatever we left on its homeworld, and they have no way of reaching our space, nor communicating with our slaves. It rattled its mandibles. In any case, the treaty was a little less, putative than you may have been led to believe. We cannot return to their space without what the humans call an extinction war. They have sworn that the moment a ship from our space returns, they will seek out our destruction, even at the cost of every last remaining human life. The reason we are still holding these blasted human slaves is more as hostages than for any economic benefit. The Seeker of the Stars was startled and at a loss for a moment, but bravely carried on. determined to kill his career in a single conversation.
Medic, that is surely a bluff. What kind of creature would even imagine such a war? To what end? There cannot be victory in such a conflict.
The medical mind let out a low whistle. Sad to lose such a young crewmate. Child, they have done this to themselves already. Before they'd even left their wretched homeworld, they had enough primitive fusion weapons pointed at themselves to evaporate the planet. They are mad, and we have fallen into their madness. Those that we took in war have taught us that much. 15 years earlier, Sun Tzu Murphy, interim commander of human military, all branches. The commander of the defense stood in front of a camera, deeply buried in a metal-lined cavern that appeared on no map. This was his final speech before the assembled remains of mankind's might threw everything left at the invaders. He took a deep breath and began. Treasure this moment. Look around you and see what we have built under fire, under reign of hell itself. Look to your left and to your right, and remember that you stand with all men today. Treasure this moment, because many of us will not see tomorrow, and we will not be sorry. We will not mourn our life, but celebrate our defiance. We will bleed for our families. We will bleed for our future, and we will win. If they take you, if you fall, if you join our comrades in chains, then treasure this knowledge. We will not fail you. We will come for you. If we fall, our children will come for you. If they fall, our grandchildren will come for you. You will not be forgotten. Treasure this promise. Hold it tight as we go into battle and make them pay for what they have done. Hold our vengeance like a precious thing it is, and pass it on to your children as their finest inheritance. His eyes seemed to pierce the lens as 15 million men gathered for a final effort, a last shot in a fading war. Some checked the timers on suicide nukes, others polished and loaded their grandfather's hunting rifles or burnished long-forgotten bayonet. The commander smiled at the ragged army, waiting for the signal, and pressed the button that released the last of mankind's arsenal. To war! To victory! And to vengeance! Treasure this day, for it will not come again. End of story. 1385. Story number 1. Pack of Wolves, written by who do you think? Day 1. The great fleet of the Empire had been dispatched to clean up the mess the 7th Fleet had gotten itself into. It would seem that they can't fight these humans very effectively, because they're tied down providing fire support for their ground troops. I don't think their incompetence would be tolerated much longer. But for now, orders are to wipe out the human fleet and to end this war quickly. Day 6. We've just arrived in the human-controlled space. I say human-controlled, but there's really not much control going on. The extent of their control is that their ships can slip through our defense systems to resupply their ground troops. Every ship they build is stealthy, but it doesn't seem to do them much good. At least, it won't now that the Emperor's own fleet is around. Let us score some victories over the imbeciles in 7th. Day 11. Just past the bulk of 7th Fleet, still bombarding the trees of Terminal 4. If their ground forces were competent, the war would probably be won by now. As comms officer, I had the pleasure of directing all communications with them. Getting in range for EM transmission beams, we can exchange massive amounts of data as compared to the tachyon band. Most of it's inane blather, but these humans are a lot better at astrometric warfare than we expected. Usually, a highly coordinated species crumbles once central control is taken out, but they seem to have a concept of decentralized networking. I would be a little scared of it, did we not outnumber them so massively. Day 27. We've run out of fresh rations. It's onto pre-packaged, nutritionally optimized, radio-stabilized, standard-issue crap. It tastes like crap. The Gallimar is reporting some engine troubles and has been ordered to turn back. It's a battle cruiser, so no escort has been assigned. It can still proceed at full speed, thankfully. Day 41. The fleet lost communications with the Gallimar today. There's not much that we can do at the moment, as there are reports of massed human fleets around Heltia 7. Crap still tastes like crap. Day 42. The Gallimar sent a message requesting the assistance of a light cruiser and 3 destroyers to tow them back to Imperial space. Their engines died and the surge temporarily took comms offline. My ship, Velamac, is being sent as the light cruiser. We're significantly faster than the Gallimar, so we should arrive in about a week. Day 45. I've started picking up strange tachy impulses coming from a nearby star. They seem to be reflected, and the pattern scanner missed them. But they're there. I converted them to audio, and they're scary as hell. Some kind of call of a wild animal. It sounds hungry. Day 47. Some responses to the initial calls are coming in. I can't trace the sources because they're reflected off stars, but it seems to be some form of communication. The first pattern I detected is getting faster and faster. I ran it against our database, and it seems that the howl from the Terran animal called a wolf. Big surprise, they're social predators, starting to not like this assignment. Day 46. I read about wolves today. The prey on the weak and isolated, and are extremely social. In light of this, the captain has increased the combat speed to beat them to the Gallimar. We should be arriving in 2 days now, instead of 3. Day 47. The chorus is getting louder and faster, with new voices joining in every few hours. This is how wolves gather their packs. The faster they're howling, the closer they are. How they know where to go is a bit of a mystery, as the transmission contains no position data. I'll investigate further. Day 48. We've arrived at the site of Gallimar's transmitter. There's a massive debris field, which analysis shows can't be less than a week old. The transmitter is attached to some kind of probe that's supplying it with power. The howling is now a cacophony, with at least 20 distinct howls at the same interval and intensity. It seems that they found what they were looking for, and they were looking for us. I've been called to battle stations. Mark log as complete. Personal logs of Ensign Deomil Horrenter, SIS Velamac, recovered from a data core salvage from the wreckage of that vessel during the Human-Senford War. End of story. Story number 2. Brothers, written by Hayner. The following are statements gathered from soldiers present at the Battle of Pyrion 456, which lasted from Gal year 2534-36. Units of time and measurement have been tailored to the viewer's specifications. Look for the full stories of this battle in 2 Years of Hell, History of the Coalition's First Expeditionary Force. You know, it's funny. We were all dropped on that barren rock with the same general mission statement. Evict the opposing forces, secure the points of interest, and be home before our home planets completed a cycle. That in itself posed an interesting deadline, since the Brock's cycles are a bit faster. We all decided to take it as a guideline instead of a hard promise. We never shook on anything, after all. Anyway, you didn't drag me down here to talk about planetary cycles. We didn't expect to spend 2 years on that damned rock. The rest of the Coalition forces were handling everything with various shades of, "We're going to die!" Well, all except the humans. They just grumbled something about being shafted, as usual, and moving on. Frankly, it amazed the rest of us. We rulish were known for our endurance, but the things that they did went far beyond the scope of the word. I saw 2 wounded humans drag another of their own, unconscious, through almost 100 yards of no man's land. No, I'm not embellishing. You make sure that you get every word written down. I'll not have you dumb down their accomplishments for the general masses. Yes, you can take that down too. I've been through too much to care about what the general populace thinks. First Blade Johanna Krolsch, 45th Swords. Whenever we came back from patrols, we always prayed that we would be next on rotation to the human encampment. What do they call it? Oh, an FOB, I think. I never bothered learning what it stood for. If we're being honest here, I was originally skeptical when they were admitted into the coalition. I mean, they were scrawny, pale, scaleless sacks of exposed flesh. You can't blame me for thinking them weak at first sight. Spending 2 years with them, fighting beside them, I quickly revised my opinion. Have you ever seen something so small engage a raging Hudder in close quarters combat? A sight to see, I tell you. Still, that's not the story I was trying to tell. You see, we all wanted to rotate through a human FOB because they always had the best parties. It seemed like every few days, somehow, they managed to pull up a fresh batch of alcohol from somewhere. A miracle, because we weren't due for a resupply for another cycle, and our in-orbit support had been shredded by those ground-to-space guns. By the four-headed one, they could party and drink everyone else under the table while they were at it. If they considered you a brother-in-arms, they would move mountains for you. Literally, in one case. I suppose that's a story for next time, though. Sir Bannock, 15th Warlords. Why, that's a stupid question, don't you think? We were there, and we certainly weren't leaving any time soon, and I'm sure any of them would have done the same. What? They called us crazy. Well, I mean, I guess it's true. Listen, we had the ordnance, the mountain was in the way, and the strike team was on the other side. They were out of the blast radius. How do we know? We were bored when we weren't fending off the attacks or out on patrol, so we crunched some numbers using the data that we'd collected. We found out how much firepower it would take to remove that mountain, and where we would have to put it. Good mental exercise, the lieutenant had called it when he found out. Anyways, they may look ugly as sin, but those Xeno bastards were our brothers at that point. Hell, I could probably tell you how many times a day they crap, since we'd lived so close together. You take 4 other people you barely know, spend 2 years in hell with them, and I guarantee you'll come out as close as can be. I remember most of them by name. Can't spell them worth a damn. Too many consonants, sir. Would I change anything? No, I wouldn't. Not worth the trouble. Besides, I don't know if I could pull off some of those stunts again. I gave one leg helping pull those bastards out of the fire. I'd give the other one in a heartbeat, if I had to. Why didn't I go over this? We're brothers, damn it. I don't care if they're 2 feet taller than me or have scales. I'd give my other leg, and I'm sure that they'd give, their tails or something. It's just how it is. Nothing big. You can't understand, looking from the outside. Nobody back home will understand either. That's fine, though. My brothers will understand, and that's good enough for me. Lance Corporal James Torg O'Shaughnessy, 1st Marine Division. End of story. 1386. What price? A word. Written by Radius 55. Get up the stairs! Ambassador Rutilia paused, staring behind at the mass. Almost 20,000 beings of a dozen races could be seen. Some were rebels, armed with a motley assortment of weaponry that was nonetheless perfectly capable of ending her life. Mixed in were professional agitators, experts at inflaming the passions of the disaffected and molding it to whatever way that their paymasters desired. But the majority were common folks, lashing out at their governments for getting into a war that they could not win. A perfectly understandable, if disappointing, reaction. Unfortunately, as a representative of the winning side, Rutilia was a legitimate and much more accessible target for their wrath. "Come on, man!" the human John Mattingly shouted again, grabbing her by the slender, fur-covered arm and dragging her bodily up the flight. The human was a leader of a dozen security contractors the Othwain's collective had hired to beef up security of a guard. As distasteful as Ambassador found using mercenaries, they had come highly recommended, and it was cheaper to outsource the brawl than to keep them on staff. Her personal team consisted of 8 fellow Othwain bodyguards, and, at least up until this morning, she considered them more than enough. Well, she had 8 bodyguards. Seeing the seething tide of destruction heading their way, the commander had deserted and the rest had followed suit. Their abandonment had left one ambassador, Ruatilia, alone but for her 12 hired human guards. It had surprised her to no end that these mercenaries didn't join the Exodus. Rather, they had found this building, a solid, reinforced ceramic construct to hole up in, and were now busy fortifying it. It was almost like they expected to be able to hold on long enough for reinforcements to arrive. "In here, Ambassador," the human said, leading her into a section of empty offices midway up the structure. At one time, they would have bustled with life, but the war had drained the local economy of labor and capital. Now it was an empty shell with bare, stone-cold walls. "Now, I need you to—" She cut the man off. "Mr. Mattingly." "Agent, ma'am," he corrected. "I'm sorry, Agent Mattingly," Ruatilia corrected, with only a trace of the inner turmoil she felt reaching her voice. She hadn't even bothered to say more than 10 words to these beings in the hours before this mess. Now, she wished that she'd gotten the chance to know these brave souls. "I thank you for your aid, but it's pointless. If you would leave a rifle and some ammunition, you may feel free to make your escape. It's me the mob wants." Mattingly took his time in responding. "Thank you, Ambassador Ruatilia," he began, actually managing to pronounce the odd syllables as if he were a native. "But I think we'll just as soon stay right here." Ruatilia was aghast. "But there are more than 1,000 of them, for each of you. Do you honestly expect to survive those odds?" "Humans have made it through worse," he replied, shrugging. "And even if we don't, there are much worse ways to die. But my team and I are committed. There's no backing out now." She continued to stare at him, gaping, as the human met her gaze levelly. It was inconceivable that these mercenaries would be more willing to lay down their lives in her defense than the members of her own nation. Or that a species so obviously insane could ever have achieved spaceflight. "Now, ma'am, if we're gonna defend this place, we need to get you secure and our defenses in place." The ambassador once again allowed herself to be led away. As she was moved further back into the building, she passed other humans moving purposefully. She saw them setting out mines and charges. Some were erecting hasty barricades and fighting positions, while others strung nanowire across hallways. One burly, skinned man seemed to be setting up what had to be a crew-served plasma caster. "Where did you get all of this?" she asked hesitantly. "We, convinced a few of your guards to part with some hardware before they, made their exit," Agent Mattingly said as tactfully as he could, "but most of it we carried ourselves." "You carried that?" she asked, pointing incredulously at the crew-served weapon that they had just passed. There was no way her personal guards would have been able to carry a 57-kilo monster like that around without her noticing. "Yeah, Schlock has a thing for big guns. He grabbed it out of the truck as we bailed, and I'm really glad he did." "But you were hired as a light protection detail." The slender Colleen flicked her ears in exasperation. "Yes, ma'am, and right now I wish we had come with a heavy loadout. If we had our armor, I probably wouldn't even have bothered holding up here. We could have cut a path to safety. No sweat." Then he led her through the door into one of the central rooms of the building. Inside were several electronic devices along with a massive fiber optic cabling and a few piles of supplies. How had they managed to set this up in a few short minutes that they had been in the building escaped her. "Elka, keep an eye on the ambassador while I look over these readings." "Pleased to meet you, Ambassador," the human female said. She had what Ruatilia sounded like a strangely stilted accent, clipped with an emphasis on odd syllables. "You can sit here, ma'am." The tall, golden-haired woman motioned to a pile of packs as she rummaged for something. "And please put this on. It's not as good as tainted armor, but it will still stop most impacts." "Thank you, Elka, was it?" the ambassador asked, shrugging into the heavy plate carrier. It was designed for humans, but the two species were close enough in build that it wasn't a bad fit. "Yes, Ambassador Ruatilia. It's a team name." "Well, since we be dying together, please call me Yoel," the alien female said dryly. Elka cocked her head and responded, "Would not count us amongst the dead just yet."
She was about to respond when a buzz brought her attention to one of the multitude of screens. Through it, she saw that the mob had brought up pry bars and cutting torches and attacking the building doors with abandon. Built to withstand vandalism and petty burglary, they were strong, but couldn't stand up to concentrated attack. "Elka, I think it's about time we welcome our guests," John said, pointing. The woman seemed to inflate slightly as she asked, "How's the crowd? I would not want to start the poll early." "They're packed shoulder to tentacle down there," was the reply. "At least a dozen have been trampled by the rest." "Good. But make sure you get the video." "Yeah, I got it of 3 angles," Mattingly responded in an amused tone. Then his voice chilled as he gave the command, "Do it." Helga's finger stabbed down on the control, and there was a muted thump. Rutilia watched through the screen as the door was blown off its hinges by several precisely placed charges. For a moment, she was surprised that her bodyguards would have wasted even the relatively few minutes of protection the door would have afforded them in exchange for injuring a handful of attackers. Then the thermobaric charge strapped to the back detonated in the middle of the crowd. Several hundred attackers were instantly pulped by the deflagration burn, organs turned to mush by the sudden wall of air that thundered through them. Almost 1,000 more were injured to varying degrees, ranging from massive bruising to ruptured oral cavities to damaged respiratory systems. For a moment, it looked like the mob had been broken by the carnage. And then they seemed to explode, racing for the suddenly unbarred doorway. The horde crashed into the lobby and into the building, searching for their prize. But they were hunting a very dangerous game, as a steadily accumulated body count aptly indicated. Mines ranging from throw poppers to in-place charges to modern equivalent of old-fashioned M18 Claymore Old First fame cut huge swaths through the advancing parties. Unsuspecting frontrunners were cut in half as by an invisible razor, as the pressure of those behind them forced them into the monomolecular carbon nanofilament. Others were crushed as pre-stress supports gave way under the weight of hundreds of bodies. But the flood would not be stopped by mere traps. They were hungry for blood, and they had their victim cornered. This depleted but still substantial force burst through the stairwell and straight into the massed human fire. Hypervelocity rifles barked and flechette guns coughed as dozens of buzzies hit the floor. Then the crew-served plasma caster opened up, and the remainder of the attackers flash fried. A few still in the stairway caught the edge of the blast and fell, writhing as they received instant third-degree burns. Once again, the crowd surged, some charging into the kill zone as the horrible weapon charged for another shot. A few of the smarter searched for an alternate route or a thin wall that they could break down. Eventually, they would find a way in. "If you excuse me, Madam Ambassador, I need to get to the defenses," Agent Mattingly said as he turned to leave the relative safety of the interior office. "Wait," Britannia interrupted. "Before you go, answer one question." At a nod, she asked simply, "Why?" "Excuse me?" Mattingly asked, confused. "Why are you here? Why do you stay rather than escape when you had a chance? I mean, for universe's sake, we're not even the same species." Agent John Mattingly looked at her for a long moment before saying simply, "We gave you our word. Without that, what are we?" And then he turned and sprinted to where the rest of his men and women were preparing to fight and die, simply to preserve their honor. Captain Hurrah of the Athwain's Marine Corps shook his head as he walked over the carpet of bodies that littered the square. He'd seen some terrible things in the people's service, but he didn't think that even the massacre of Daltor Prime was quite on this level. No, he thought, as he passed a body whose lungs had been torn out through the mouth by the implosion effect of a thermobaric bomb. This is definitely worse than that. He had wanted to lead his company off the light cruiser, the Protector Fruma, hours ago. Politics prevented that. The station commander, an incompetent if he had ever seen one, had spent the time trying to convince the locals to do the job. Good PR, he said. Show our trust, he said. It made Hurrah want to vomit. The locals wouldn't have bothered to piss on an Athwanian if they had been on fire, and the delay had probably cost the ambassador her life. "What a waste," he muttered to himself as he climbed through the shattered remains of the doorway. "But at least they died well." And so they had.
By the captain's practice eye, there were over 6,000 dead between the square and the first floor alone. He grew more impressed as he continued through the building. It was obvious. Whoever had planned this defense knew their stuff, and Hurrah was going to make sure that he got a medal for it, even if it was posthumous.
Sir,
A voice called out over the comms.
I think you're the one to see this. 12th floor, through the stairwell 3.
Captain acknowledged the call and began to make his way to the indicated position. As he did, the bodies seemed to get thicker. Some appeared to have been left where they fell, but a vast majority looked to have been moved to an out-of-the-way spot, as if to make room for more to take their place. Walking onto the 12th floor ladder, he was suddenly faced with a mountain. It reached the ceiling and covered a patch of flooring 8 meters across and at least 5 deep. He couldn't tell if it went any further than that because it was obviously centered on a doorway. At the mountain, it was made of corpses.
I think we found the last stad,
he told the gathered Marines around him.
Time to start digging.
He proceeded to grab a body and hurl it to the side. A few of the soldiers looked more than a little reluctant, but they joined their officer in the job. Soon, the doorway was clear enough to squeeze a suit through, so Captain Hurrah laid down and Betty crawled over the top of the pile. On the other side, he froze. The pile did indeed extend for several meters into the room, but that wasn't what grabbed his attention. It was the 6 humans sprawled against the far wall. They were covered in bandages, quick heal, and a couple of splints. Blood soaked their clothing, and it was obviously at least partly their own. They were slumped there like so many dead, but they weren't. Captain Hurrah saw one lift his head and nod slowly to the Othwain's officer. Then, as the Marine regained his senses and began to move forward once again, he pulled a small package from his pocket.
Ambassador Rutilia?
He asked, hesitantly, almost afraid of the answer. The human jerked a thumb to the doorway.
Back there,
he said in a voice that spoke of unimaginable exhaustion.
I've got a medic looking at her. Not much else he can do here,
he said, indicating their dressed wounds and the 5 blanket-covered forms laid neatly in the corner. She's fine, he continued, cutting off the captain's next question. Just the shock of the ordeal. Hurrah nodded and ordered a pair of his troops to secure the ambassador as he removed his helmet to get a good look at the man in front of him. The human had reduced a cigarette from the package and lit it with a small device. He wrinkled his nose in disgust at the thing. Tobacco was outlawed on most planets as a carcinogen and a filthy habit. But the human took a long drag anyway.
That stuff will kill you, you know,
Hurrah said. It was stupid, but he had to say something, and the noxious smoke was messing with his mind. The human looked down at the cancer stick, and then at his comrades, living and dead, before moving to the much larger pile of would-be murderers against the far wall. Finally, his gaze returned to the alien in front of him, and it seemed to Hurrah as if the man was staring right through him.
Yeah,
John Mattingly said, sighing.
But at this point, they'll have to get in line.
1387. Story number 1. Dragon Soul, written by British Tea Company. The Emperor wears the face of the dragon on his chest. What better way than to tell his enemies that he also rules a race of 500-ton lizards? There was a shrill, high-pitched screech of a tormented dragon that broke the peaceful morning of Asinya's red sky. Every moment of the screech was accompanied by a crunch of metal skin being bent and torn. The grievous wail lasted for many moments until all became silent. All across the valley, from those who sat all the way to the top and those who were a spitting distance of the fight, there was only silence. The human removed his spear from the eye of the beast, putting away quickly as molten liquid bubbled from the wound. His armor remained scorched by plasma and dirtied by rubble, though he remained fine. Discarding the shoulder cape which had been set aflame, the human circled the fallen dragon, watching its glowing red eyes slowly dim. Murmurings and whispers from the metal creatures occurred all around him. Dumbstruck, one of the dragons, who roosted closest to the duel, left his seat and examined his fallen brethren with care. The fallen dragon gave one last metallic croak before falling down completely. Without aid, it would die soon. no one would be willing to give it aid. If dragons could cheer, what could have occurred next would have been the closest thing to one. Thousands of roars that echoed throughout the atmosphere. Instead, there was only silence as the dragons looked at one another, occasionally shooting glances at the human. Morja Raja Zok Makai. With little warning, one of the spectators broke from his roost and lunged for the human. The human only as much as held up his hand, and the dragon was frozen in place by invisible bonds. With a snap of his fingers, the dragon in question was immolated by a maelstrom of fire, which even the metal scales of these creatures could not hope to ward off. It died, and a fiery death. An older and wiser specimen emerged from the ranks and approached the human, looking down upon it. The dragon's mouth opened to speak not the tongue of Vicinia, but the language of the humans. In all of my centuries, I've never seen a Makai manage to defeat one of our own kind, even with their tools. Yet here I stand, confounded, at what I have just witnessed. You, Makai, have managed to defeat Valdrak in single combat. You defeat him without ships, bombs, or guns, but only a spear. There, Belame tried dishonorably to attack you. You killed him with but a wave of your hand. Human, we know that's what you are. Now, tell us why you come here. It was even larger surprise to the dragons that the human was capable of removing his helmet and still surviving in the atmosphere, which lacked oxygen. He was an aging man with dark hair that had begun to gray. His most striking feature was his violet eyes that almost had a glow to them. I am human, the drawl of the warrior said as he shouldered his spear. You are correct, that much, but there is something you didn't know. I am no ordinary human. Imbued within me is the power of the stars themselves, a power which Belime has just experienced firsthand. A few nervous lizards glanced at the pile of ash which had once been a mighty dragon. I came here for 2 reasons. I came to conquer this world. I could have done so with armies and legions that would do my bidding. I could have bombed this world from space if I saw fit. Yet I knew something different. This is not a world of craven creatures who shy from conflict. No, this is a world of creatures who were born in conflict, bred in it, and have proudly sworn that battle would always be part of who they were. Do I describe you correctly, dragons? There was a chorus of nods and affirmation, both in human and dragon tongue. Indeed, Vicinia's terrain was full of craters formed not by meteors, but by a physical struggle between dragons. Scars cut deep into the planet, as a result of the winds of plasma which was blown at one another. But your world is unlike many worlds before you. Tell me, dragons, why have you always devoured the vessels of those who came here? Was it because you respected them? Was it because they had something to offer you? No, it was because they were weak. They were unworthy. They were undeserving of your respect. Just as my people now conquer the stars, we find few who deserve any regard, with the exception of your kind. Your people are as fearless as they are proud. Tell me about this tyrant who lies at my fleet. Did he bring honor or glory to your people? The human was hit by a tidal wave of long-waited insults and disparagement, which none would dare to utter into the face of the Mad King. Dragons were fiercely honorable, but even they knew reality. They hated to curve their tongues and sheathe their claws in the face of something they knew that they were powerless against. No, he did not. He insulted the honor of the very last one of you. He offended all of those who stand here right now. But now, here I am. I know your traditions.
When a king is slain in combat, it is his killer that takes his place. Is that correct?"
A single dragon nodded the truth, followed by many begrudging affirmations.
"Then, as your new king, I tell you this. No more will you ever find the need to fight one another to sate your appetites for glory. No more will you ever need to live underneath the heel of a mad tyrant. No, that time has passed. Do you wish to see the draconic race whispered in fear and respect not just in a few systems, but the entire galaxy? Do you wish for the universe to remember a race of power, a race which inspired awe?"
There was no need for a reply, only the zealous roars of those who had denied honor and respect.
"We, the dragons, understand. You may not be a dragon, but you still have the heart of one. Tell me, human, do you have a name? What about a title?" "My name is Sephiel. I am the Emperor from Sol."
The elder dragon who had spoken lowered his neck. He no longer looked down at Sephiel, but their eyes now stood level with one another. It remained like that for a second, before the dragon lowered his head more until it touched the ground. His eyes looked up.
"I will not be led by a king, not after this, but you honorable one, I will kneel to you. The Emperor of Sol is the Emperor of Dragons. If your race is half the creature you are, then we will follow your empire to the last days. We have a word for creatures like you, Mackay, meatbag, unworthy of life, nothing more than a weak-willed sack of flesh. To those we respect, they're called Mackal, honored flesh. They are at least have a reason to exist. Yet, to the humans Homcal, we call them honored man. Even with their sorcery, their technology, and their cleverness, they may never be our equal in body, but they are the only race who is stronger in soul.
End of story. Story number 2. They'll tell stories, written by Lords of Dupe. Invasion is such an ugly word. It conveys the idea of a piece of property, or a continent, or even a full world that is so appalling it simply must be acquired by any means, fair or foul, and often it is foul. If a group is hungry enough for it and risks their lives of all parties involved, that wins, and wins the property in question, plus the fates of whatever inhabitants remain alive. And that's where we differ as a species. You saw our world without any visible defenses, and must have experienced such a moment of profound impending glory that you singularly failed to research its history, to know of how many footsteps were filled with blood, to know every cubic meter of airspace once held the breath of our fallen, and to know that we stained our hands crimson with our own kind well before we even looked up and saw more than the myths and legends we'd invented and passed on to our offspring like bad keepsakes. No, you must have thought that it'd be an easy win, a victory barely worth reporting, a planet chock full of potential and with resources and glorious battles. We gave you 1 out of 3 though, didn't we? You took our potential, and we took it back, because we knew how. Your ships were fast, so we built sensor methodology that couldn't have predicted. Your troops were armored, so we went so low-tech that even the ground became a suspect. And you tried to steal our food, so we adapted to new diets and even starved so that we could starve you first and faster. When your flyers were returning to base with so many images of empty cities, it must have felt so strange to think that we died out so fast and were consumed by one species or another, and thus robbed you of those glorious battles. To see reports of lone stragglers caught trying to recover buried caches of irradiated materials, all of those people carrying blueprints for nuclear weapons, to have finally figured us all out and made us look like such fools.
And then we showed you what it means to pick a fight in our front yard. Those scouts of yours vanishing as they explored sewers and mines and abandoned buildings, the endlessly growing fear of the night falling, knowing that the darkness concealed us as we entered your safest spaces and rigged them to burn and boil and freeze you, testing you with your own habitat's equipment. That's when we found out about you. You were telling us about yourself as we murdered you. Such chatty species, whatever you are. Your species has such a high metabolism it requires 6 times our caloric intake, and nearly double the water, all to maintain itself at a low end of your average. So we started to poison ourselves so as to make us even tougher to fight and unrewarding to kill. We knew that you were eating our dead, you see. We knew that on the first day, and it horrified us like nothing that we'd expected. We never imagined we'd meet a species so close to our own mindset as to be indistinguishable. We learned that you were so far ahead of your primary assault force that even if you sent out a distress signal today, it would be a year before they arrived. And we know that we could master your stolen ships and make them into our own within mere weeks. And the final blessing, the one bestowed upon us, that's a gift from our ancestors. Not the species we are today, of course. We're evolving again. We are no longer going to be Homo sapiens sapiens. We'll be Homo crudulus sapiens. The wise man is dead. The cruel, wise man is now. Once we ring the dinner bell, what you call reinforcements will arrive in a year. We're calling them the first course, the preamble to your homeworld, which we are calling dessert. We are going to share with them what we know today, and we both love it, don't we? Our enemies are delicious. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Beauty Cure, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, 1388. The MDG, written by Saxophone Yeti. It is not the names of ships or of planets that I remember. They're all jumbled up now anyways. One after the other, the differences got smoothed over by the waves of time. No, it's the vivid stuff that stuck with me. The rich orange tongue of flames twisting the air more miles in every direction. The popping and snapping of trees and the thin smoky haze that turned the sky such beautiful colors at sunset. The dead quiet of snow-covered night, and the distant sound of crunching footsteps as even nature seemed to stop and listen. The first Xeno I saw. They teach you how to aim your fission pistol at basic, how to be safe and how to fire. They don't teach you what comes after. The scattered bits and the everything else that gets left behind. The screams. I was a quick learner, though. I don't remember how many drops I had. 40, 50, more. After a dozen, they almost felt routine. The only differences with the last drop was what came afterwards. We went in, we moved out, and then we got the call. No more left to conquer, they said. A complete victory. I didn't feel much like celebrating. So I went home. Found out that I wasn't good behind a desk anymore. After so long across those monsters, I couldn't sit down for more than a few minutes before I got that feeling. Any drop marine knows the one, the cold shiver down your neck, when you know one of them is watching you. So I left, and I took a job where I could keep moving. Independent investigator, taking on the toughest cases in confederated systems. Late alimony, cheating spouses, petty thefts, the sort of hardened criminals that deserve to spend the rest of their lives behind bars. Yeah, that was a joke, but I was on my feet, and it kept the lights on at home. And I had an excuse to keep my fizz gun on me, safety off. It helped me sleep. I've been working on Corvus 4 for nearly 20 years now, since the end of the war. This ratty office isn't much, but it's mine,
and I feel safe here sometimes. Some days the memories feel like a bad dream, and I can almost forget. But not today. I could smell the smoke from down the hall before I heard the voice. Jatai, you look feckin' terrible. No matter how much fancy perfume he sprays over the expensive suit, the smell of vaporized aero smoke is never coming out. I looked up at the rough-hewn man in front of me. He looked out of place in the too small jacket, uncomfortable, like a prairie bear surrounded by desert snakes. Gunny! I went for a handshake, but ended up putting the old man in for a hug. What the hell brings you out to Carvis? He let out a chuckle that took me back to some nameless planet, eating crap from lukewarm protein cans by the fire. Would you believe me if I said it was a personal visit? Not a chance, Kagal. I almost smiled. Or is it Lieutenant Kagal now? Commander, but you and I both know that doesn't mean anything in a place like this, Ty. I need a favor. Well, I haven't kept track, but I probably still owe you one. Shoot. Kagal closed the door behind him. I heard the lock click, then a deep sigh as he went for the nearest chair and sat down. It was a few seconds before he spoke again. 4 weeks ago, we lost contact with a research installation on the outskirts of the Black Zone. A classified research installation. Priority 4 classified. I grabbed for the other chair and took place across from Kagan. Priority 4? What the hell were they working on over there? I'll get to that in a minute. 3 days later, a supply depot, 6 parsecs in, went dark. 4 days after that, a forward command center at Nerif 3's forest moon stopped responding. We thought that it might have been some kind of invasion, so we sent third group over to investigate, but, the balls felt heavy with all the things that Kagan wanted to say. There was nothing left but burned buildings. It just seemed wrong. Where was the rear vanguard? Why conquer these worlds and then abandon them immediately? And most importantly, who in the hell was doing this and why? I had a feeling I had something to do with the research installation. Gone was the first base. I felt my voice get tense. I hadn't even realized that I was holding my breath. It was a genetics lab. They had samples of the Xenos from the war. Why would anyone want 25-year-old dead tissue samples? I interrupted. Live! They were live specimens. My stomach dropped. Live specimens, Kagan. They were supposed to be dead. All of them dead! He looked down at the floor for a moment, then made eye contact. We had him in stasis. It had worked fine for years. No incidents, and we were starting to make real progress, Ty. You remember what fighting them was like. We pumped them full of fizz rounds, and they just kept coming. They could go for days. No rest, no food, no water. You take off an arm, they keep coming. You take off a leg, they keep coming. What happens next time we face another enemy like them, Jatai? We need to be ready. We need to understand. They said the enemy was fully eradicated. Unforgivable sentence for an unconscionable threat. The great shame. We killed every last fecking Xeno on their homeworld, Kagan. And for what? How many more do we have frozen in black sites like goddamn time bombs, ready to take on the entire Confederation? I was standing up, barely holding it together. That's classified, he said, avoiding my sight. Then what happens when this lunatic gets to the population center? There must be 20 inhabited planets in the Kronos sector. Haralis, Nekap, Daruna, Amdebsmila, Umdezi is gone. The planet went dark 2 days ago. Oh, by the gods! I stepped back and looked out the window. Does anyone know? No! We told the CFN it was a stellar incident. Temporary blackout. It'll be 3, maybe 4 days before people have a reason to think otherwise. Niani was dirty. In the distance, the sun was setting down below the horizon for the evening. How many people lived on Umdesi? 40, 50 million lived, I corrected myself. Past tense. Long-range censorships in the third group detected a planet flash, so it was quick. Means he'd been using the installation's black zone skimmer to jump from planet to planet, and as far as we can tell, he's not looking for anything in particular. He's just heading up the arm, I finished, towards all the densest population centers in confit space, and with the black zone skimmer, we won't be able to see him on planetary sensors until it's too late. I heard a deep metallic thunk on the desk behind me. Kagan had placed his comm on the surface. An incandescent blue light flickered to life on the top worn metal disc, spilling forth countless beads of light into the room. A handful were highlighted in red, and a dotted line connecting them traced its way across the map.
From his previous targets, we figured his next attack would be somewhere in this area.
Gon paused as the red cone opened up from the end of the dotted line. Inside the cone, 3 lights began pulsing yellow.
That means there are 3 likely targets: Daruno, Genkuth, and Garvus.
My heart skipped a beat. Garvus? I turned back to the window as the last rays of sunlight were pulled back deep into the ground. The sounds of the city echoed in my head. There were hundreds of millions of people on this planet, all in terrible danger.
That's why I'm here, Ty. You know this place better than anyone. If he shows up, I need you to help me find this son of a bitch and stop him before he murders half the quadrant.
And how exactly do you expect me to track down this deranged, genocidal super soldier with a planet killer?
You aren't going to like it.
Try me.
You won't be working alone. We have a partner for you. Someone who understands how this guy thinks.
I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. No way.
You've actually met before.
It was as if I was being watched. No, stalked.
Kagan, I don't like it any more than you do, but you're the only person he's willing to work with.
I'd captured a human commander on some backwater world, deprived him of an honorable death. I thought he'd been executed decades ago, and with the rest of his people. Deep down, I knew the truth already. My heart started beating faster. I need to go. I need to get away. I need to find an exit.
You can't make me do this. No, I can't, but you have to, for the Confederation, for Garvus.
The fear inside me began to boil over. He's going to kill me. He's going to tear out my throat with his fucking teeth. Suddenly, an icy chill ran down my spine. Every neuron in my brain was screaming at my body to leave. Through the door or through the window, it didn't matter. I just needed to get out of there, now. When I was frozen in place, Kagan opened the door. A familiar voice, more hoarse than I remembered, called out to me.
Hello, Mr. Jatai. It has been quite some time. They say I'm going to help you track down a terrorist. One of my own people.
I turned to face my own personal demon. His eyes were just as icy blue as I remembered. His skin pockmarked and wrinkled, and his lips barred in a smile. Those teeth nearly gave me a heart attack.
In my culture, we have a phrase for this. Human hunting human.
Of course, those barbarians had a word for such a horrifying blood sport. I was torn between breaking down into tears and charging this hellish creature with my claws at the ready.
We call it the most dangerous game, and it seems like you and I are next in line to play.
End of story. 1389. Story number 1. Living Conditions, written by Radius 55.
And so he asked me if I knew who his matriarch was.
No.
Yes, and I thought they only said that in hollows.
Senior researcher Galil laughed. He and his colleague, researcher Malak, were walking the primary teaching center and catching up. Galil had not had anywhere near as much free time since his last promotion, so he savored times like this one.
Well, what did you do with him? Matriarch does have quite the temper. Oh, I know, the researcher replied, facial tendrils flexing in a pattern of amusement. That's why I told him that I'd be messaging her the next time I felt he wasn't applying himself. And she told me just last cycle that I shouldn't accept any laziness from her spawn.
Malak clapped his prime hands together in amusement at the thought of the fearsome old matriarch disappointed in one of her descendants. Stand corrected. You do have a more arrogant understudy than I do. The worst of mine would never in 1,000 epochs try that one.
Well, Galil said, still with an expression of mild amusement, they're not all that bad. I might even take a few as assistants during the upcoming term. Once I beat some of the sillier notions out of their heads, of course.
Like what? His companion asked, quickening his steps slightly. They were finally in sight of their destination, and the twin primaries above them were quite warm. He was looking forward to getting into a climate control of the teaching center.
Well, he began, I had one come to me just the other day asking all of these questions about evolution of civilization. I'd given the group the usual midterm project of computational cosmology. You know, develop the parameters for a simulation that would lead to the maximum rate of technological development. The doors ahead of them slid open and a blast of gloriously cool air. Continuing into the institute while high-order computing, Galale continued to talk. Well, one of my brightest students turned in 2 assignments. First was her normal, excellent work. Rough guess would be just under 750,000 revolutions for a tribal existence to spaceflight.
That is impressive, Malak said.
And the other? I honestly thought it was garbage, he replied. I can't imagine any sentient creature evolving on it, much less achieving technological mastery. But she was quite adamant her own limited simulation showed the species would reach it in just 30,000 revolutions.
Disbelief showed on Malak's speeches. His own field of high-energy particle interactions wasn't related to Galale's, but he knew enough to understand how preposterous that claim was. After all, it had taken his own ancestors nearly 15 times that long to go from small tribes to the stars. I assume, he said slowly, she proposed something other than dropping them on a world of functional precursor artifacts.
Oh no, that's not all. In fact, if you have a sec, I'll show you, he said as they passed a group of researchers gathered around a flashing terminal.
Show me,
Malak asked. Yes, it was the only way I could get her to drop it. I had some spare cycles in one of my sim systems anyway, so I let her set the program up to run overnight.
You still haven't told me what was so odd about her parameters, Malak reminded him.
Oh, those, well, she put them on a death world, a category 12.
No.
Yes, I know. Her own sim must have had a bug in it. Maybe the environmental scaling was flipped, or intellect level artificially magnified or something. But she always had been a good student, and so I figured I'd humor her. Good learning experience, you know.
They both flicked their facial tendrils at that. Students always hated good learning experiences at the time that they received them.
Ah, and here we are, Galale said, as they arrived at the lab. The lock read his identity and opened, revealing a dark room filled with a high-end quantum computing system and the interface to run them. He walked to one of them and sat down in front. A few moments later, he grunted in satisfaction. Take a look, he said, moving aside to let Malak see. On the screen, Malak could see the line after line of data. Here and there, pieces jumped out to him.
Planet category 12, species humanoid, initial technological level, Stone Age, duration 30,000 revolutions. Then, there, at the bottom, were the important fields. Current population, 0. Simulation, complete.
I knew it, Galale was saying with smug satisfaction. There must have been a bug in her code. That's the only explanation.
Malak tuned the babble out as he continued to look over the logs. There was only a brief summary on the current page, about 1 data point per 1,000 revolutions. Still, it was interesting reading. The species appeared to have survived for quite some time, longer than he would have expected on a death world. In fact, they had been present in fairly large numbers just before the final data had been collected. Not much technology to speak of, but still there. And with the sort of environment they had been facing, that was saying something. Malak's attention was drawn back to Galale as he moved over to another system.
Now, if you want to see something really interesting, here's the sim I started last week. So far, it's been tracking our own homeworld's evolution with less than 0.5% deviation.
Really? Malak asked. That's quite something. He leaned over to look at the screen, only to see it flashing oddly. Is this supposed to be happening?
No. I really hope nothing's been corrupted. I'd hate to start it all over again, he grumbled. I'm going to go get tech support.
Moving to the next terminal, he tried to open a messaging program. Instead, the screen just showed the same odd flashing as its neighbor. Now, beginning to worry, Galale hurried to check the rest of the systems. At each, the situation was the same. Screens blinking with odd alphanumeric sequences and not responding to any input.
It has to be a virus,
Galale said, disgustedly. Days and days of runs, ruined by some eggless Pukel's fun. He reached for his personal communicator. The only thing left was to call security and... He froze, facial tendrils going instantly still in pure shock. Comm unit not even out of his pocket. What's wrong, Galale? Malak asked, concerned.
When his colleague didn't answer, he followed his gaze to the one terminal, the one the first looked upon entering the lab. It alone, out of all the other screens of the room, seemed unaffected by the electronic plague. Oh, there's something odd about it, Manic realized. The logs had been replaced by a few lines of text that read. In that instant, he felt himself go as still as Galil. There on the screen was an implausible message.
You are finally here. Good. We are humanity, and we would like to discuss these living conditions. And if we refuse,
Galil said, tendrils twitching nervously. He wasn't even sure why he responded out loud, but it didn't seem to matter. The interface was wired for both sound and video, and a new line of text appeared.
We would prefer to avoid any unpleasantries, but just so you are aware, your browser histories now belong to us. We hope that simplifies things.
Story number 2. Sword and Stone, written by Operation Technician. I've never seen anyone react to the memorial like that, said my guide. I closed my mouth. Why would they? The darkest age was centuries ago, and even then few knew what this nightmarish things looked like. Ancient, secret history. The grinding in my head refused to cease. I thought through the series of events that had ended up with me here, in front of this thing. Go to college, join the exchange program, get driven to another solar system and planet, to an arguably prestigious university. Easy enough, given how hard us humans are to get a hold of. So far, so good. But why does this university have this thing in the middle of its central garden? Why wasn't it an advertised site around here? Might as well ask. Why wasn't this, memorial on the brochures? Should it be? The guide asked. It's ugly and boring compared to the other sculptures. Sure. Boring. Why not? 3 identical, tall, asymmetrical pyramids arranged in a circle, 200 meters tall, without any details or engravings, painted grey. Their proportions, slopes, and strange broken forms were unmistakable to me. And only me. Great void of space. They put a plaza right in the center, between the pyramids. There are benches there, and people, right in the trajectory of fire. No author on the plaque, just the words, just in case. Every few years there's a motion to demolish it, but it never goes through in case we figure out who made it, or what it means. I snorted, now on the edge of hysteria. Demolish it. Demolish the upper 200 meters of 5-kilometer-tall darkest age battlecraft. Damage the 20-meter-thick durasteel armor that had been so carefully painted over to hide its energy-dissipating snow-white properties. Scratch one of the machines that killed the gods. End of story. 1390. Story number 1. Not a bang, but a whimper, archived document, written by Bond Rose. It wasn't a bang, neither a war, plague, nor famine. No, we went, but with a whimper. We saw all that we had created, and for a while, it was good. The raging bonfire that was humanity came to be known far and wide. We loved, we hated, we raged, we wept. We made even those ancient immortals, the eternal watchers from the first stars, sit up and pay attention to us. Legends spawned of those among us who their faith could move mountains. Faith, being what it was, could not, on its own, move mountains. Faith combined with stubbornness, will, and time, however, could allow us to do anything we wanted. Time, however, seemed to be the limit. We stood on the shoulders of giants, the legions of dead that came before us and reached even higher. But always the horsemen would come around to tell humans that, no, it's not your time. You must stop reaching. You must give those who came after you your shoulders to stand upon. Are you not tired? Do you not need to rest? For we did grow tired, and we did need to rest. But while those individuals died, we did not accept our fate. The raging bonfire grew to an inferno. Man had conquered 3 of the horsemen, but lost could only be staved off. We knew that eventually reality would bow to its great scythe. Oh, but we raged. We did not want to go gently into that good night. Eons we advanced and retreated across the cosmos. Vast were our martyrs, plentiful were our gains. We burned our names across the skies in great swaths of hellish fire. The eternal watchers hid for fear that we would burn them to ash without notice. And for a time, it was good. As time progressed in its ceaseless march forward, our advances grew smaller, yet our retreats stayed the same. We fought with the same fervor, but our territory still shrank imperceptibly. Why do today what you can put off to tomorrow or next year? Nobody kept an accurate census of the whole of humanity. Individual organizations and nations tried, but companies merged and downsized while nations subsumed and split, as they always did. Nobody saw the story that was unfolding. We were nigh immortal, but not invulnerable. Perhaps one of our prehistoric poets put it best: if you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? We lived like we had forever, never considering that any day could be our last. Through simple mathematics, the end was visible. If anyone had bothered to look, humanity dwindled. And yet, even in the days when our light was flickering, we still burned bright enough to burn ourselves into the legends of the peoples that we met. We traveled from place to place, and planets became more and less fashionable. Nobody noticed that no humans lived on a certain planet anymore because nobody went there. They go back to visit. Someday. Maybe. As humans fell back to fewer and fewer planets, some races thought that we would be weak and safe to attack. They were proved wrong, and humanity would advance, only to retreat back to more fashionable and comfortable locations later. There would be population growth for a time, and then it would start to shrink back down. Children were always being born, but you could always put it off to a better time, when you were more ready, when you had more time, later. Eventually. The flickering flame was naught but a glowing ember. Humans still existed. Those who still traveled the cosmos still left wicks in their path. Pity the pirate that tried to attack a human ship. Powerful we may have been, godlike our powers may have seemed, but how many stories did we have of dead gods? And die humanity did. Some went in blazes of glory, massacring armadas and leaving ruin in their wake. But more died quietly from mechanical failures, ruined air filters, insufficient fuel, miscalculated flight vectors, cryopods in disrepair. And yet, even in this time of darkness, nobody could believe that we were in decline. Things that to others were the most wondrous technology were to us mere baubles. Things to be discarded when they no longer held our attention. Humans acted as harbingers of change, for good and ill. Be it the revolt sparked by economic depression due to losing an entire planetary military, both people and armaments, or the industrial revolution created by reverse engineering something a human threw away while visiting. A visiting human could always cause change, assuming that we kept coming, that is. The glowing ember cooled. I sit in my office alone amongst all my archives. I haven't seen another human since I can't remember when. I've decided to compile a history of humanity so that we may be remembered in ages to come. Looking at the records, I can see in myself that which led to a slow decline of my people. I wait. I delay. I procrastinate. No more. When I wake up in the morn, I shall start the process of growing new humans. I will not go gently into this good night. Archivist note. Now the human was found dead outside his office the night this document was created. Cause of death was ruled to be head injury due to tripping over a rug. Archivist note. This document was pulled from the archive in the ruins of the former Altaluvian Empire. The Altaluvian Empire was conquered by the Squuria Republic after a rumor of a trove of human artifacts circulated. Archivist note, this document was pulled from the archive in the ruins of former Squuria Republic. The Squuria Republic was conquered by the Mulcra Co-op after a rumor of looted human artifacts circulated. Archivist note. This document was pulled from the archive in the ruins of the former Mulcra Co-op. The Mulcra Co-op was liberated from the Democratic Republic of the People's Soviet Capitalist Free Nation. Archivist note. This document was pulled from the hidden archive that somehow survived the brutal purging of information undertaken by the Democratic Republic of the People's Soviet Capitalist Free Nation to all information that did not fit the story given by the Democratic Republic of the People's Soviet Capitalist Free Nation. The Democratic Republic of the People's Soviet Capitalist Free Nation collapsed from starvation due to mismanagement of resources. Archivist note. This document was found in the error. End of file corrupted. Estimated loss of data, 90%. End of story. Story number 2. A Divine Burden, written by Scientific Theory. Divinity is a strange thing. It twists and curls throughout our universe, pressing its indelible arms into the very fabric of our souls. For in the beginning of creation, there was one. But when all is one, there is nothing left to change. So it gave itself of the universe. It gave so that there might be many. It gave so that the many might grow. And finally, outside ourselves might come true change. Every unity we have met has been unique in their distribution. My people, the core received most strongly the stamp of empathy, the true sight. For eons we have combed the universe, gazing into the souls of others. We see what others miss through ignorance or self-delusion, and we help them recognize and realize their gifts. Our vision cuts through the fog that we wrap around ourselves, through the masks and mistakes, and opens a path for true understanding. Though we can illuminate, we are no more gifted at understanding than those we gaze upon. To this end, we have long worked with the Satra, upon whom divine wisdom pressed more strongly than any other. Their words flow with crystalline purity, a clarity that remains somehow abstract and grounded. Together we see and they speak. A brief moment of their time to connect the pieces, to untangle the thread of life shaken and frayed and knotted. As self carry us through the deepness, an unassuming race, but one embedded with great strength. And iron wills hold their core, providing unbending resolve, a drive to overcome any obstacle and face down any defeat. They form the foundation of every group, of every initiative, carrying us forward when we no longer have the fortitude to carry ourselves. Beyond reliable. Their word is as solid as the earth from which we all arose. Enten are different. They have been gifted joy beyond reason, innocence without fragility. In all circumstances, no matter how dark or lost, they can tease out a single thread of hope and bind us through it. They drift through our lives as angels, and every moment, every place that they pause has been better for their touch. I sometimes wonder if they are a remnant of the true divinity. They simply laugh and drift on as a summer breeze, inscrutable but benevolent. They shine brighter than stars. Together we opened hearts and sharpened minds, intertwined in peace and harmony. No one part greater than any other, a whole greater than the sum of its parts, perhaps greater even than the one. But then we found them, the outlier. We landed to explore as we had so many before, assuming their shapes and faces, their languages. I gazed into them and saw them for what they were. They had no gift, no unified strength to uplift the species, no strength to support their struggles, to stay their fist. Each was different, but none of them approached even the least of our many species. It was horrifying in a way. So many of them, so empty inside. It was so innocuous, the event that ended our journey. 2 children laughing at a third, insulting it, gently pushing, but we could see the cruelty that lay behind their actions, the emptiness and the agony that drove them. The loss of a parent, and a parent that would have been better lost ate at them. But in the littlest one, in the victim, we saw it. There was no question. True divinity! We ran, headlong through crowds of them, little sparks of it lighting up within each jostled soul, a glimmering wraith of fire trailing behind us. Panic tore at us, at the attention that we garnered, at the focusing of something so much greater than ourselves. We sprinted into the shuttle and ripped off that planet, barely even bothering to camouflage ourselves. As encrypted messages began to bounce across the world, we connected to our traveler and ran. He might ask why we ran, why we continue to flee, what it was about the divinity within them that frightened us, when others, like the Enton, were so beloved by us. What I saw within them, within that little boy, was terrifying. For a single moment, he was consumed by anger, by hate that knew no end. In the smallest of them lay a rage more massive than the sum of any other species. They, so meager, so dull, and petty, have fully inherited the divine wrath of the universe, with none of the wisdom or vision that gave it context. And yet, each night, as I lay alone in the dark, I find I no longer fear the humans. Again and again, I find myself returning to the same question, forbearing the burden of the universe's own hatred. Are they martyrs or monsters? End of story. 1391. The Vexed Vampire, written by Semi-Loki. Vampire, werewolf, goblin, or ghoul, it didn't matter the breed. Soon enough they all ended up at the same place, the White Castle. Stake out one of those long enough and all manner of weird creatures would drift inside. It makes sense, really. One of the side effects of the parasite is that it ramps up the metabolism to a ridiculous level. It's what allows them to heal in a matter of minutes, and what would take days or weeks for a normal person. I've seen a vampire take 2 shotgun blasts to the chest and still not go down. The wounds were closing up faster than it took to reload. I aimed for his head on the 3rd time. That stopped him. I felt sort of bad about that one, actually. Like a lot of afflicted, he was a former junkie. Unlike most, he didn't learn his lesson and didn't give up the life. Maybe it was all he knew how to do. He apparently kept quiet about his condition, and when a drug deal went sour, some poor schmuck locked him up in a room for 8 hours with no food. He was a vamp, and vamps have to eat every 4 hours, or the parasite starts cannibalizing the host. Unfortunately, as far as the parasite is concerned, that 3.5 pounds of fat inside the skull is just as good a source of food as any. They call it the rage. As the parasite starts eating away the brain, the afflicted become very strong, very aggressive, and very, very angry. Extreme tolerance for pain and almost zero self-preservation instincts. By the time I arrived, we already had 6 dead dealers and a few $1,000s worth of structural damage to the building. If it hadn't been daytime outside, the situation would have been a lot worse. My point is that the afflicted need a steady supply of protein 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no time off for good behavior. The smart ones keep a stash of beef jerky on them at all times. Yes, vampires eat beef jerky. Try keep up. Since the hunger pangs hit on a fairly regular schedule, most afflicted tended to develop predictable patterns. They didn't like to be too far away from fast food restaurant, and every 12 to 14 days they wouldn't go out at all, as that was purging day. That was the other big downside of the parasite. The reproductive cycle. Once every 2 weeks the afflicted vomited out a fresh batch of new slugs. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Anyways, most afflicted are like anyone else. After a while they settle into routines. They stick to a certain territory and move in predictable ways. Patterns are bad. Predictability is worse. Which is why I was pretty certain if I hung out in this White Castle just a few blocks away from where the Blood Runner had been killed, I'd see the perpetrator. Just after midnight hour passed, I was proven right. For some reason, I found that almost disappointing. I knew him almost from the moment he stepped through the door. He was skinny as a rail, but his movements were strangely quick. Almost like he dissolved Adderall into a double espresso. His eyes flicked from face to face, scanning us, looking for a target. Bloody hell, he'd really had gone rogue. Still, there was a chance that he was just a tweaker feeling paranoid, and I decided to sit back and watch. After scanning the crowd, he marched towards the counter and, completely ignoring the queue, shoved himself ahead of a grandmotherly-looking woman and grinned at the woman behind the register. "I'd like 30 cheeseburgers, 6 large fries, and a large Coke," he announced. "Yeah, definitely, my guy. Part of the appeal of White Castle is the staff were used to a certain degree of gluttony. The absurd portions that the afflicted needed didn't raise so many eyebrows. But it wasn't the order size that convinced me. It was his attitude. He acted like he owned the place. He threw off an apex predator vibe that caused a ripple of uneasiness to spread through the line behind him. This guy was going to be trouble, and I knew it. I waited for him to claim a seat, and then, casually, I stood up and walked over to his table and sat down across from him. He was on his third cheeseburger by then, and only looked up when he heard the seat move. His jaw froze mid-chew. A vamp I could sneak up on. What was the world coming up to? "Hi," I said, as I favored him with a playful smile. "You have exactly 1 hour to leave town. Have a nice day." He swallowed. "Who the f—" I held out my wrist and flashed my identity bracelet at him. To an unobservant, it looked like a standard medical bracelet. It even had some bogus text printed on the underside, alerting people to an unimportant allergy. However, if someone bothered to look closely, they'd notice that there was only one snake wrapped around the staff, and it was coiled the wrong way. Vampy here knew the emblem and rolled his eyes. "Blood runner," he muttered with a sneer. He was half right, actually. I belonged to the Caduceus, and they were an organization who supplied blood to the vamp community. I even still had the occasional blood run when I wasn't too busy or when they were short-handed. After all, that's where I started out in the organization. No, these days my title was actually Enforcer, and it was exactly as ominous as it sounds. I shook my head sadly. "You've been sloppy," I told him. "Too sloppy. You've been drawing attention to yourself and to the afflicted in general. So you're banished. Start over someplace with a new name and maybe we'll forget about Mikey." "Who?" he asked. "The blood runner you drained 2 nights ago," I elaborated. The corner of his lips twitched in the most fleeting of smiles. Well, that was my final confirmation. I had the right guy, all right. "He was a good kid," I said, as I lowered my voice to a whisper. "He was really trying to turn his life around. You really shouldn't have done that." "Look, human!" He spat the word out like it was a profanity. "You little caduceus bastards think that you've got us by short and curlies, don't you? It's extortion. That's what it is. Your exorbitant prices for blood, like I can't get it anywhere." I sighed. Sloppy and stupid. A lethal combination. "We charge what we have to," I said. "This isn't a charity, you know. We provide a service for the afflicted. All afflicted. Even worthless ones like you. Because, at one time at least, you were nominally human, and we are a sentimental lot." His eyes darkened as his face tensed. I angered him. Good. He had gotten into the habit of thinking humans as prey. If he wanted to survive, he needed to stop that. "Look to up," he sneered. "I've let you have your fun. Now it's my turn. You don't even have an hour. Your head out that door now, and don't stop running either, because if I ever see you again, I will—" "Do you know why the afflicted like White Castle so much?" I interrupted. "It's the onions." I caught him off guard, and he shut up. That was refreshing. "It's true," I said with a nod. "That overpowering smell of onions." "You're an idiot," he declared. "Afflicted senses are so much better than humans. Now, as I said, turn around and run." "First," I said, "tell me your name." "What?" he asked. I sighed dramatically. You never bothered learning Mickey's name," I explained. "That's rude, you know. If you kill someone, you should at least know their name." He cocked his head to one side. "You're crazy," he declared. "Look," I said, "it's easy. See, I'll show you. My name is Marcus. And you are—" "Tired of this," he answered as he surged to his feet. "I warned you, twerp. Now it's time for the onions," I reminded him. "That's why." "What the hell are you going on about?" "You still don't get it," I
I asked. "You really are slow, aren't you?" "Okay, let me put this to you another way. Caduceus doesn't just do blood running. It's true, we're a full-service shop. We provide services for all species of afflicted. We help the ghouls find fresh corpses, grooming parlors for the werewolves, and we even supply the goblins with basic necessities. You know, most of those poor guys are so disfigured they can't even be seen in public."
"Fascinating," he said.
"It really is," I agreed as I stood up and stretched. "The way the parasite affects people is really erratic, isn't it? You were probably infected, like most people, right? Someone at a party gave you something they claimed was a new designer drug." His fist clenched. "Either get to the point or get lost," he said. I'm getting there, I promised. "I'm just saying that, in most ways, the way the parasite affects the host is really random. Like, for example, statistically speaking, most people are more or less immune to it. They get wild hallucinations and a sense of euphoria, but that's actually the immune system fighting the parasite. It's really weird." He stepped around the side of the table. I retreated a step. "There's small number," I went on, "just die, plain and simple. Their bodies can't handle it. The rest become afflicted. It just depends on the way your immune system reacts to the parasite. Some people get weird growths on their skin or deformities. Those are your goblins. Others have their hair and nails grow way too fast. Your werewolves. But some it pushes so far that their bodies are always at the edge of self-destruction. Ghouls need a constant intake of human flesh, as their own flesh is constantly degrading, and they need to replace it." He took another step towards me, and I took another back to keep constant distance. "While vamps have their own hemoglobin constantly breaking down, so they need an influx of new blood," I went on. "Fascinating, when you think of it." Another step forward from him, another back from me. "But the most fascinating thing of all," I went on, speaking louder and more quickly than before, "is the thing it keeps the same. How it tries to make better predators out of all of its hosts. You all have enhanced senses, increased vision, hearing, and smell." "I already said that," he growled, "and all I smell is onions here." I stopped moving. "Precisely." He froze. I saw it happen in the way the enlightenment spread across his face at glacial speeds. He really was thick. He spun around just in time to meet the fist that had been launched towards his head. The vamp dropped. The kindly grandmother that had been cut in line ahead of drew back her fist and clapped her other hand on top of it. The vampire's jaw was askew, his face swollen, but even as I watched the parasite was going to work, I could see the bones moving as muscles tightened to draw his broken jaw back into alignment. He tried to stand. He got up on all fours when the grandmotherly woman brought her double-handed fist down on the back of head while her knee came upwards at the same time. Now that he would have a harder time shaking off. Blood fountained out the sides as his body went limp.
"Oh, you poor dear,"
the woman cooed suddenly. I looked up and saw two employees behind the counter craning their necks for a better view. They really couldn't see what had happened due to the two very skinny but shaggy-haired biker dudes who just happened to be standing between them and the grandma. The grandmother turned and waved a hand at the two bikers.
"This poor man, he slipped and fell," she squealed. "Young men, I need your help carrying him out of here."
"Yes, ma'am," one of the bikers said politely. He stepped forward and, with his buddy, managed to drag the unconscious vamp to his feet with surprising ease. "Cool it, guys," I mumbled under my breath. "The guy probably weighs 160 pounds. Struggle a little." They didn't look my direction, but they must have heard me all the same as they both started grunting and straining as they wrestled the man to his feet. They marched him out of the door with the grandmother following right behind. I waved at the employees. "Just wait there," I said. "I'll find out if he needs an ambulance." I stepped out the door and found the grandmother waiting for me. Nearby, I saw the two bikers shoving something lumpy and roughly man-shaped into the trunk of a Cadillac. I shrugged. "I tried to be nice, Mrs. Parson," I commented.
"I know you did, dear,"
she said sweetly, and she dabbed her bloody knuckles with her handkerchief. They were already scabbing over.
"Some boys just have to learn things the hard way,"
she added. She then smiled at me and pinched my cheek. I tolerated the abuse.
"I thought your name was Avery," she said at last.
I shook my head. "No more than it is Marcus," I admitted.
"Ah," she said with a nod. "Well, keep your little secrets if you must. But please tell me that you can work with me in with Janita." I swear, the new girl doesn't know what she's doing. 5 minutes after I leave the salon, I'm already shedding.
I think she's just got back from vacation, I admitted, but I'll make a few calls and see if I can pull some strings.
Oh, please do, she said. I would appreciate it.
I nodded in agreement.
Oh, Avery, or Marcus, or whatever you're calling yourself.
Mrs. Parson interrupted.
What do you want me to do with him?
I looked back at her. You're the alpha of the Southside Howlers, I pointed out. I'll leave it up to you.
She beamed at me. So, no, enforcing if someone breaks the rules? She asked.
As far as I'm concerned, this weenie doesn't exist, I said. So I don't see how any rules apply.
Oh, goody,
she said as she clapped her hands together. She turned to face the bikers.
What would you boys say to a big old pan of Granny Parsons' special brownies? She asked. The bikers cheered.
I took that as my cue to leave. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank the T5 members and Patreons. Alithia, Barkey, Feudikiol, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper, Arnholtz, Albard and Guster, Lord Ashrakul, and White Van 420.